Pistons were in a thriller. They lost. Finally, we had a team lose in 2025. Pistons lost. I don't want to dwell on it. Pistons had to travel on a back-to-back while Golden State was sitting and waiting, and it wasn't the Pistons' best effort. What was cool to me was to see for the second night this week, we've had Lions personnel at the game. It was Aaron Glenn a couple days ago. Mm-hmm. Brad Holmes got a standing O last night. St. Brown was at the game. Gibbs. I'm probably missing somebody. It felt like half the team has been to the Pistons games this week.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of, these guys go to games frequently. They're athletes. They're also sports fans, most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. And so when you win and you're there, the cameras are always searching the crowd to see who is, like last night, you're watching the start of that championship game or the Final Four game, college football playoffs, and they showed Dick Vitale, right? Notre Dame guy. And so they're always searching for faces in the crowd. And they're searching even harder because they want to see Aaron Glenn, Brad Holmes. Is Jared Goff going to pop up at one of these, which he did at the auto show, which was kind of cool. Drives in the Ford and throws a couple of balls into the crowd. They want to have the Jared Goff chant with him there. Just imagine how bonkers that crowd would go.
I was thinking Campbell, but yeah, Goff would probably raise the roof too. But yeah, I just like seeing the connective tissue right now. I think everybody's feeling good in 2025.
Yeah.
I like when you see the crossover, and we've seen it when these guys go to games. Like Dylan Larkin will have a Tigers hat on, or Cade Cunningham had a JMO jersey the other day.
JMO's been in a bunch of them.
Yeah, he did the horn at the Red Wing game. Yeah, I mean it's cool to see right now the buy-in from everybody. I don't think this is how it works in every city.
Well, not every city has all the major sports teams, and that's why we talked about this. Is right now, I think the greatest sports city in America because of first of all, what the Lions are doing, what the Tigers did, what's the possibility of the other two sports teams, but it is the fact that the fans are so invested in everything. Just think about what the fans had to endure 4 or 5 years ago with no playoff teams.
I think it says a lot about like our competitive spirit, right?
Yeah.
That when you're a doormat for basically a decade, you could lose fans. You really could. Like people tune you out. Okay, teams are all bad. I think it did the opposite. It made people hungry. I mean, people stayed invested. I mean, what we do, we're talking to fans all the time, and fans have been dying to see one of the teams compete, let alone all
literally
four.
Fans have been dying before teams are competitive.
Yeah, the Lions, this is generations plural. And it's the Lions, it's the Tigers. And we've talked about the roadmap for the Red Wings to potentially get back in the playoffs. Fell just short a year ago. They finally feel like they're getting the most out of the roster with the coaching change. And the Pistons, I'm not going to dwell on last night's loss. Things are trending the right way. Everything is going the way it was supposed to for this team.
Yeah, it's everything is on the uptick. If it's not already there, obviously with the Lions. So it's fun to watch. It's fun to see, and it's fun to see the athletes get involved. And you mentioned the cross-pollination of being able to watch and see guys of one team support another.
248-539-9797. A lot to talk about from last night. College football playoff. One team in the final now, Notre Dame, and our basketball team. We've got picks coming up at 6:35. We'll be picking all the NFL games, 6:50. Who do you want? Lions have 4 different teams that they could be playing in their divisional playoff round. We'll get to all of it as the hour wraps. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, it's this weekend, and we talked about just 5 nights of playoff football. Starting last night with Notre Dame, Penn State. Tonight you got Ohio State, Texas. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you've got the NFL playoffs. And we do, when we talk about who do you want, it's a little bit of a roadmap of how we are, and not saying this is what you should be doing as a listener this weekend, but you at least get to form your opinions of when you start watching some of these games, who are you actually rooting for and who are you hate watching?
And I love how it lays out, because going into Monday, it will still be up in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Well, potentially could be up in the air.
As to who they're going to play. Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
All right, so you might have heard this. The NFL made what was trending towards this inevitable decision to move the wild card game on Monday night between the Rams and the Vikings to Arizona. So they're now going to play at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Obviously, this is because of the wildfires that are still just blazing in the Los Angeles area.
Vikes got a bump in the line, too. As soon as that was made. Now, I don't know if we're doing it with the picks, but I think it was 1.5 went to 2.5.
We can update the line, but Heather's going to complain about it.
I know.
No, I'm not going to complain about it.
She's
if I
in
know
first
about
place
it.
by 50 games.
Right,
She's
yeah,
going to complain
yeah.
about a half-point line
I know.
movement.
Yeah. She's ahead by 13, and all we heard about leading up to the show was, we really should be ahead by 14
Well, yeah,
because there was
there's
a
a dispute.
line.
I have a
yeah.
dispute, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just thought we were talking about it. Whatever,
To the story, Arizona's
Worst
kind of...
word in the human language, whatever.
Whatever.
Bridezilla is turning into Pickzilla.
Right. Yes.
It's not enough to beat us. She has to win by more.
Yeah. It's almost unbearable to come in here on Fridays dealing with this.
To the point of the story, Arizona's kind of like Detroit West in that way. I know Detroit has served as kind of a catch-all if the Bills couldn't play a game. Arizona's a good catch-all for LA because the devastation has been...
It is crazy. I'm
Have
going
you
to
seen
talk.
the video?
Oh, which one? I mean, I've
Oh,
seen
I know.
hundreds of videos.
The ones during daylight, or there's the ones that are the comparisons
The
of
before and
showing,
after?
showing these businesses and then just burned to the
I don't
ground.
know how you can't watch that without tearing up a little bit. Like, you don't need to cry, but like my eyes get moist because it's so sad to watch. And now you're seeing everyone return to... Why? Because I said moist, John? Is that why you're giggling? My God. Everyone.
It's
anyway,
a serious story, John.
seriously,
Keep it together.
These families are returning to their homes or where their home
Right.
was, and it's just rubble. And it's
The people talking about, we don't even know what street it is because the entire neighborhood, when you see the aerial
yes
of
so
the
sad.
Palisades, it's total devastation. It's all gone.
Yep. So there's still 4 major fires that are raging across LA right now, and at least 10 people now have been confirmed dead, and they expect that number to change as obviously
They find more.
yeah, like they get into, unfortunately, that's what it's going to be, right? Whole neighborhoods, like you just said, have been devastated. They say as many as 10,000 structures have been destroyed in 2 of those fires, the Palisades fire and the Eaton fires. And unfortunately, firefighters are saying they expect more wind and dry conditions to really complicate efforts into the next week. So it's just like, when are they going to get these under control? How are they going to do it? I also saw an article that said this will most likely be the costliest fires in U.S. history. Losses already expected to exceed $135 billion. That is expected to rise as well. In some local news, the ex-boyfriend of missing Macomb County woman Ashley Elkins has been charged with lying to police as the search for her continues. So DeAndre Booker was arraigned in Roseville on Thursday. His bond was set at $250,000. He was ordered to wear a GPS tether if he does post bond. If convicted, he faces up to 4 years in prison for this charge. Now, authorities say that he lied to police between January 4th and 7th and willfully provided false and misleading information about the disappearance of Elkins. And then what's more concerning is that they also shared what he had looked up on his phone, like what he had Googled after she went missing. So one, he was looking for routes out of the state. So he wanted to know, it looked like he wanted to leave Michigan. Yeah. He Googled what to do while on the run, how to beat a polygraph test, and then he Googled, is blood traceable?
The answer is yes to the last. I mean, why would you even have to Google that?
There's one more.
Or why would you Google
Any
routes
of them?
out of the state?
Yeah.
Like,
what do I do if I've just
Pick a
committed a
route.
crime?
And
Like,
after all of that, he looked up, how do I delete my Google search history? Like, but unfortunately, those don't sound
Not
good.
funny, but yeah.
And she has not been found yet, so hopefully
of course, he gets
she
some
is
answers.
safe somewhere, yes. So following in the footsteps of the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, Detroit police will also get to rock their Lions gear. So the announcement was posted on the department's Twitter page on Wednesday evening. So while they're in uniform, they can wear their Lions hat. They can either wear like the beanie or they can wear the ball cap, which is pretty cool. And I think other police departments are also following suit. So way to show their support and their pride. Pretty cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, if you're looking for a new job, maybe, I don't know you guys, I don't think you are, but maybe the listener,
Do you know something we don't?
Well, listen up for these. This is all according to LinkedIn.
She didn't answer the question.
These are
Exactly, yes.
these are the fastest.
That closed door
The top
meeting that she
lists
had is
for you, John, and
yeah.
here's the top lists for you, Jim.
We'll see if any of these, sound good to you. This is all according to LinkedIn. So they released their 2025 edition of their jobs on the rise. And these are all the jobs that are seeing a big increase. So the top two are all in AI. AI engineer, AI consultant.
Okay.
And then
not in the market.
Physical therapist.
Okay. Well,
Might
it would take some schooling.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Not
could
going
be.
back to school.
Workforce development manager, travel advisor, event coordinator, director of development, outside sales representative, sustainability specialist, and security guard. John?
Yeah. Mall
Watch
cop.
out.
You said that is the one that you come up with for me as mall cop.
Well, out of all of these,
Oh,
right?
wow.
He could do that.
As long as I get one of those motorized, what do they call those things?
Segway?
The
Yeah, it's a
Segway, yeah.
Segway.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Wow.
Finally, here's another reminder that if a big time celebrity reaches out to you asking for money, there's a 100% chance that it's not actually them,
Yeah.
right? But just in case you didn't know that, there's this 76-year-old woman in Georgia who is now out thousands of dollars after Alan Jackson asked for a loan. And she told cops that this scam started last June. She had posted something about the singer on her Facebook page. And then somebody claiming to be his manager reached out to her and said, hey, I'll put you in touch with him. You can meet him. You can chat with him a little bit. So she chatted with him a little bit for months, right? And then he started to ask her for some Apple gift cards. He said that he needed the money because he was going through a divorce, which is not true. And his assets were frozen. So, of course, she started sending him gift cards.
No.
I know it sounds so simple, but it keeps happening. So she's out about $3,000. And of course, they say cops would like to catch this guy, but they probably never will.
It's a good reminder.
Yep.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the picks. It's 97.1. Another week of the picks and another week of Heather in first place, 78-54. There's no drop-off coming. She went 4-1 last week with her people, the people of Detroit,
Yes,
celebrating
you know it.
a Lions victory. Heather, when she goes on an island, is 8-3. I mean, everything she touches has turned to gold. If you haven't been betting with her, I don't know what to tell you. Second place is now Tom. He's 13 games back. I am 14 back. Greg, 18. And John, with a record better than James Franklin, but still 19 games back.
Yep. Happens sometimes. Defending champ is obviously going to be dethroned.
Kind of like the Wolverines. All right, let's get to the picks.
Only 6 NFL games this week, so we're going to start off with the NHL. Wings try to stay hot at home against the Blackhawks. Costa.
You just put that one on a tee for him to play that drop.
This seems so obvious. I'm taking the Wings, but that's what actually concerns me. The Blackhawks are very bad in goals scored and goals allowed.
Ditto. I don't know what else to say other than the Blackhawks are bad, and the Wings seem to have found some juice, so I'm going to keep going with the Wings.
Yeah, they're on a winning streak, right? Let's keep it going. I'm going to go with the Wings, too.
Chicago sports teams are going through a rough one right now. Let's go Red Wings.
Wings are your adopted people? Is that what you're talking,
You
Heather?
said you went to games growing up.
Oh, no, I've always been a Wings fan.
Yeah, but they're not. They're your adopted people. Your people. We'll get to your people later.
Well, no.
You can't have multiple people.
Yes, I can.
Why not?
I was born and raised right here in Metro Detroit, so these are my people.
You've
A
gone- but
tradition
you've gone to
unlike
your-
any other. The Texans are hosting a wild card game Saturday at 4:30. Chargers are favored by 2.5 points. Gov.
Yeah, Houston, every time they've been in the playoffs, has played at 4:30 on Saturday since like 2011. I'm going to go Chargers
Thanks,
here.
Stoney.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that on the way in this morning. I couldn't wait to use it.
I will back you up. That's a good stat.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
Oh,
A
okay.
compliment from Greg.
Yes.
I feel so. I'm going
Validated?
Chargers. Yes. Trust Harbaugh here in this situation. Texans, I just don't think they're a very good team. I think they're the best team in the AFC South. I think those are different things. I'll take the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking NFC South, AFC South. Like, there's a lot of things where you can say, okay, you made the playoffs, but you're not necessarily a good team. I feel the same way, and it's kind of disappointing with the way the NFL set up that you are playing at the Texans, because I do think the Chargers are a better team. I think Justin Herbert and what they bring to the table, I think they at least get one, if not multiple wins, but I'm going to go with this one.
Yeah, I kind of wish I wasn't, because I like to choose something different, but I am also going with the Chargers just because they're LA Chargers. I want to give some love to Los Angeles a little bit from what they're going through. Plus, it's the shirt I got in the mystery box. I'm just rooting for them.
Jim Harbaugh
What,
in a
John?
playoff game in Houston. Dad energy rising. Chargers. Jim.
Jim Harbaugh allegedly believes and remembers the day he was born. He's a weird dude, but he's exactly what this franchise needed. I think this is when Justin Herbert finally shows what he's capable of and wins a playoff game. They've got the run game, they've got a defense, and I think they go into Houston, favored for a reason, and get it done.
Ravens host the Steelers as 9.5-point favorites. John.
I don't think there's any doubt the Ravens win this game, but I think the Steelers' defense is too good to be basically blown out. You're talking about a 10-point win. So give me the Steelers. Give me Mike Tomlin. Again, a very average team. I don't know if they score a lot of points, but I also don't think that the Ravens score a lot of points in this one. So give me the Steelers.
Okay, I'll go with the Ravens.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of talk about how the Steelers made the playoffs just to face a division rival. That cuts both ways. The Ravens have to face a heated rival too. I'll take the Steelers. Jim.
Steelers' offense is broken.
It's Russell Wilson.
Haven't topped 17 points the last 4 weeks. They've had their doors blown off in 3 of the 4. Ravens are a cut above. Lamar struggles later in the playoffs. They'll take care of business in game 1.
I'm going Steelers here. I think the Steelers, for the most part, have played Lamar extremely well, and I think the anomaly was just the last game they played, and people have short memories. There's no Zay Flowers. He had a big game in that game. Steelers will play them tight. They'll lose. Classic Stoney. Ravens win. Steelers cover.
That's more like Stoney. Bills play the Broncos in the playoffs for the first time since the AFC Championship game in January of the year of our Lord, 1992. Bills laying 8.5. Heather.
I'm going to pick the Broncos. I don't think they're necessarily going to win. I feel like they're underdogs, and I'm going with them.
Bronc Bros before Broncos. Give me the Bills.
Broncos great against the spread all year long. You got a rookie quarterback going on the road, but you've got a defense and you've got a coach to help set him up in this spot. The Broncos have only lost by more than 8 points once this season. Give me Denver.
And that game was at Baltimore, and I think a lot of people use that game as when Denver plays the big boys, they get destroyed. We're way later in the year now. Sean Payton's been in this spot before. I think the Bills' defense is at least questionable to where the Broncos will be able to score some points. The cold's not going to affect them. They're used to that in Denver. I will take the points here and take the Broncos.
Broncos with Bo Nix. Bo Nix, I think, has got obviously a bright future, especially if Sean Payton, that duo can really be good together, but not this weekend. I think the Bills are going to make a point. Sean McDermott wants to make a point. And when you do rookie things as a quarterback and you're playing against a team that can make you pay for those, I think the Bills win this one running away.
Packers travel to the Link, getting 4.5 points from the hosting Eagles. The Eagles have championship mettle that the Packers simply do not have. E-A-G-L-E-S. Eagles. Jim.
I think they drop a bomb on the Packers, who are frauds with a capital F. They have struggled against the heavy hitters in the NFC. 1-5 in this division, 2-5 against playoff teams. Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, I'm going to go Eagles here, too. And I feel like the Eagles are almost like politics to a certain degree. There seems to be such a divide on people who think they're really good and people who think, oh, my gosh, this implosion's coming internally. I buy that they're really good. I bought it since before the season, and I think they crushed the Packers, who I think are falling apart.
Eagles win, Packers cover, but I think the Packers, Jordan Love, this is going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole, so stick with me. He always seems to do in the last couple of years enough at the end of the season to make everybody believe that the Packers are going to be contenders. They have won one game in the division. They're not contenders. They are not going to be contenders next year. Jordan Love is going to do enough in this game to make people believe he's worth the contract, to make people believe the Packers are going to have a better season next year. So he keeps it close, but eventually does a Jordan Love thing and costs them the game. So I'm going to take the Packers, but I still think the Eagles win.
I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Buccaneers host the Commanders. Tampa Bay favored by 2.5. John Jansen waking up in a cold sweat thinking about Dan Turk and Brett Conway.
Oh! No! Down at the pirate ship.
You know how to needle him.
I had to live that one on the 31st. Now you got to bring it up again?
I like the Bucs in this spot. I like a Bulls defense against a rookie quarterback. Give me Tampa. Fire the cannons.
Yeah, I'm going Tampa here, and the Lions are off this week, but they did play last Sunday night, and the double-digit disco was open at Ford Field. Now the double-digit disco is open for a second straight Sunday night. It's eye patch night at the disco. Give me the Buccaneers, and what I think is going to be the biggest blowout of the weekend.
Ooh. Wow. The biggest blowout of the weekend. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. In fact, I'm taking the Commanders. I don't know if it's...
Where's your blazer?
It's, you know what? It's in storage.
Yeah. Like everything
else around here. And I think that they make enough plays to keep it close. I think that they actually, not to keep it close, but they actually win this game. And it's been 24 years in the making. How about a reckoning? You brought it up. Dan Turk, Brett Conway. Part of my disdain for kickers is people learn just a little bit more about me every week. Yeah, that's where it started, and they finally find a way to right a wrong.
I'm going with the Buccaneers.
Good for you.
You like Pirates?
No.
Arg.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do.
Does Colin have an eye patch?
No. Tom, he doesn't.
Not during the day.
But on so Sunday night.
Commanders are trendy, but the Bucs are still favored. Vita Vea is a terrifying human being. Bucs. Vikings favored by 1.5 against the Rams. Game moved to State Farm Stadium in Arizona, the Ford Field of the West Coast. Gov.
This is a tough one to call, but when it's a tough one to call, I go with who I think is the better coach, and that's not a dismissal of Kevin O'Connell, but I think McVay's a better coach. I think Stafford's a better quarterback, and I think only the Lions are the team that will ever be able to beat the Rams. It's like there's still something going on here cosmically where the Lions have got to be the team to eliminate Stafford.
John.
I'm trying to decide, do I just want to make this pick out of spite and not pick Heather's people? Because I do think Kevin O'Connell right now is the better coach over Sean McVay. I know Sean McVay has a Super Bowl. That's why I said right now. What he's done with Sam Darnold, I think they bounce back. I think they recover. I think they want to make a statement in this game, and I think the Vikings win, and I think they actually win big.
I think that I am going to go with the Rams.
Good. Well done.
Going against your people.
I know, but I went because of the LA Chargers. I said I was rooting for people in LA, and you know what?
You're going with the hot pick?
I'm going with Rams.
The game moving, by the way.
John.
The game moving, by the way, is irrelevant because half of SoFi was probably going to be Vikings fans. I mean, they're the ones that are probably more inconvenienced because they had to change all their travel plans.
The Vikings have no doubt watched the film from last week and seen multiple touchdowns they left on the field. Vikes make the adjustments. Vikes win comfortably.
Ooh.
Jim.
John Matthew Stafford's coming back to Detroit. As nauseating as this storyline has been.
Unless the Commanders win.
McVay, a Super Bowl champion. Stafford, a Super Bowl champion. They are a sleeper in the NFC, and I think they win this game outright. Give me L.A. And those are the picks. It's 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all these great moments that we're picking right now is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Lions don't play this weekend. But you're going to be watching intently to see who they face in their first playoff game next weekend, following weekend.
Sure, everybody is.
And John?
Everybody wants to know, who's it going to be? Who's the first victim?
Who do you want it to be?
I want it to be the Commanders because I'm on Commander Island, and I picked them to win. I don't think Green Bay wins. I picked them to cover, but I don't think they win against the Eagles. So I want the Commanders. And part of it is, all right, I still have some animosity of the way I was released. That's why I wanted to come to Detroit. I wanted to come to Detroit my whole career, but I wanted to go to a team that played the Commanders. We played them the second game. Got a chance to beat them. Now I want to beat them again.
So you want them coming into Ford Field?
I want them coming into Ford Field, and I want them to pay a heavy price. Plus, while Jaden Daniels is going to be a good quarterback, and he is a good quarterback, but the same thing I talked about with Bo Nix, they're going to do rookie things in the playoffs. And when you do it in the playoffs, it's costlier than the regular season. Teams in the playoffs will make you pay. The Lions are one of those teams. Just like the Bills will make Bo Nix pay this week, the Lions will do it next week as well.
The teams they could play, the Commanders, the Packers, the Vikings, or the Rams. Could be any of those four teams.
Yeah.
You say the Commanders?
I want the Commanders.
I say the Packers. It's two birds, one stone. Playing them means
But Kelly tells you it's so hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. How could you possibly beat them 3 times in 1 year?
There's your first problem. You're listening to Kelly.
Well, we all were forced to.
I know.
Thank you, Heather.
Sorry.
But, John, it means the Eagles are out. Right? So the biggest threat is eliminated in the NFC playoffs.
Sure.
You let the field thin itself out because everybody else is going to commingle while you get the worst team in the postseason. The Packers are very beatable, to your point. Lions are 2-0 against them, and they have struggled against the best of the best.
Yeah, but
I like beating the Packers. It's been fun to beat the Packers. FTP. Like, this team really gets up and has a little extra juice when they face Green Bay.
All right, been there, done that. Check that box twice. Vikings, been there, done that. Check that box twice. Who are the teams that they haven't played? They haven't played the Commanders, and I just that's who I want. So the next game that you play in the NFC Championship game, because everybody says, "Ooh, the Eagles are so scary." No, they're not. All right, bring it on. And maybe it is the bias that I had in that division. I'm just disappointed we can't play the Cowboys again. But let's beat the Commanders, and then let's take it to Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. Oh, I'm going to do the right thing, and I'm going to sit out so I don't get the rushing record. No, you're going to sit out, and then you're going to see what it's like to play against a really good defensive front that can stop the run, and a team that maybe they're not going to respect the Lions' defense. I hope they say it. I hope they say it out loud. Because this is Aaron Glenn, and this defense is going to find a way to stop him in his tracks.
Tom, who do you want to play of this group of teams? And we'll throw that out to everybody, by the way. I mean, we're all going to be watching these games. Who do you hope the Lions are hosting a week from this weekend?
So the who you want?
Who do you want?
I mean, it's the Commanders, and it's easy for every reason John just said. Their defense is not good. I think the Lions should put
even the spike
40 plus on them. You know, but the reasons why John just stated why I think that they'd be is why I don't think they'll win this weekend. I mean, Tampa Bay's got a better defense. Tampa Bay has Todd Bowles against a rookie quarterback. I don't see how they could pull that off against Tampa and then not come in here and do the same, where then it would maybe be scary, you know? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and how much of this is Jaden Daniels is a rookie quarterback? If he wins his first playoff game on the road against Todd Bowles, not that I'm going to be afraid to play the Commanders, but suddenly that becomes more dangerous, right? He's a mobile quarterback.
He's going to do the C.J. Stroud.
Win one and then get bounced?
Yeah.
A lot of playoff experience down in Tampa. People don't realize it. Baker nearly went into Arrowhead and won with the Browns. I mean, they're very, I think, sneaky, the Buccaneers.
Maybe. I mean, they can score a ton of points. They've been red hot the last 2 months of the season.
A lot of their losses when they were really struggling with injuries and Evans were out were still very close. They took the Chiefs to OT this year. Remember the 49er game they lost by 3 when McCaffrey, I think that might have been his first game back, but they were decimated by injury. I think the Buccaneers are very tough out. So I don't know how the Commanders go down there. And having said that, that's why we play the games and anything can happen, you know, and stuff. But I think if you're I almost feel like you have to not count them. That's how strongly I feel about that. That they're not even it would probably be the Packers then.
Well, that's what I said because the two birds, one stone. Eagles are out, and then you let the cannibalizing happen while you get the weakest team in the field. Like it's just the preference, right? If you could pick anybody, I'd pick the 7 seed. I don't think it's you don't have to overthink this, guys. Now, if you were to ask me to rank these 4, I would say the Packers are the team I want to play most, followed by the Commanders, then the Vikings. The team I want to play the least is the Rams.
Why?
Super Bowl winning quarterback and coach. They've played them tight this year and last year in a playoff game.
Still victories for the Lions.
John, I think they're going to win whoever they play, but they're the team I least want to play of the 4.
I just don't want to have...
And I'm also sick of the storyline, too.
I'm sick of the storylines. I'm sick of listening to clips of a podcast. I'm sick of, oh, well, they were so disrespected in Detroit. You know what? F you. I don't really care. You know what? And we love what you've done for the city of Detroit.
Of course.
Just stop talking.
Who do you most want to play, and who do you least want to play from the 4 teams? 248-539-9797. I assume we all are sick of this Rams thing.
Yeah. I don't think there's any question that people are sick of the conversation. I was talking on a show up north yesterday, and the host was, they're kind of afraid of the whole Rams thing. And I said, I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want to have those conversations all week long leading up to the game. It's not conversation. It's not topics that I really am excited to talk about. So I'd rather talk about a rookie quarterback. I'd rather talk about the trying to beat a team actually 3 times, which is hard to do. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not. It's hard to win every game in your division. Lions have done that. Been there, done that. But I would rather play any of those teams.
Hasn't the Stafford thing been put to bed, though?
Yes.
See, I thought that's what last year did. Now, I don't think that's a lead-up conversation. I mean, we're talking about him being a tough quarterback to play and the matchups with the receivers and all that, and their offense, and McVay being a good coach. But the old bit Stafford storylines, I think, would not be in play before the game.
For us, you're right.
If they somehow won and knocked the Lions out, then they come back into play, because that's just kind of getting knifed in the side, not almost like not seeing it coming. That would hurt, and it would add to it. But prior to, what are we going to say? Who are we still going to do? Who won the trade?
Okay, somebody's going to bring it up.
Well, somebody can. Is this show going to do it?
No.
I think we all know who's going to bring
embargo
it up.
on that topic.
Who? I don't.
Are you? Who's going to bring it up?
Really? You're going to ask that question? I'll give you 3 chances, and the first 2 don't count.
Well,
Ref Jeager?
No, it's like when the Bills Mafia called into him the Saturday night before the Lions-Bills game. They called him Reagan. Like he didn't know what his name was because they just would turn on the station. Not familiar with the host. Let me tell you something, Reagan. That's what the guy said.
He'll be playing all the hits.
Oh, he will.
Stafford and Ford
So
Field.
if Kelly says something about last year and the fans, do we talk about it? I mean, it is news.
I was going to say, we have news once an hour.
I can't bring my kids this year.
Yeah, well, you know what? Neither can the Vikings. All right, that we heard that storyline, which we didn't talk about either.
I do think, just getting back to the football of it, if the Rams win the coin toss in overtime, they may have won week 1 against the Lions, just to give people an idea of how close that game was.
Sure,
right?
May have, yeah.
Yeah. So of all the teams the Lions could play,
sure,
I
if
think
the clock doesn't expire, then the Lions may have actually beaten the Bucs.
My point is, overtime in the regular season, a coin flip is too valuable, and that offense was moving it. And in that game, they lost Puka Nacua, right? He's healthy now, and they've been featuring him. They're the most dangerous football team, taking our nausea from the storyline out of it. To me, they're the most dangerous team, even more so than Minnesota, and it's why I think the Rams are going to win the game. I think they will end up facing Los Angeles next week. But you guys can help us out. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We've got open lines. It could be any of 4 teams. Who do you want most? Who do you want least? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. No Kelly Stafford news, but the NFL playoffs do begin tomorrow. Not for Detroit, however, as the Lions are benefiting from a first-round bye as the rest of the league partakes in the wild card round. This weekend's matches include the Texans and Chargers, followed by Steelers and Ravens for Saturday's games. Sunday's matches include the Broncos and Bills, Eagles and Packers, Commanders and Bucks. Then finally, Monday's lone game is the Rams facing the Vikings. As a result of the California wildfires, that game has been moved to play in Arizona. And just because the Lions aren't participating in the playoffs this weekend does not mean it won't be a busy few days for the organization. Adam Schefter reporting that today Ben Johnson will interview with the Patriots and the Raiders, followed by the Bears and Jaguars tomorrow for head coaching positions. Aaron Glenn also expected to partake in several interviews, as well as Chris Spielman, who reportedly will be interviewing for the open GM position with the New York Jets. Last night, the Pistons suffered defeat at the hands of Golden State, 107-104. They get another brilliant showing out of Cade in the loss. He puts up 32. The team also going on a 22-6 run to close out the game after being down by 18 with less than 6 minutes to go. Ultimately losing by just one possession, the Pistons end their win streak at 5. Tonight, the Red Wings, they look to extend their win streak past 5 when they play the worst team by the numbers in the NHL. The Chicago Blackhawks will have puck drop and pregame for you right here on 97.1 The Ticket. That begins at 6:45. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Dustin, I don't know if anybody has ever brought this up to you, and I'm curious as to why you say it this way. Jaguars?
Jaguars.
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 Yes, there's no I in there.
Jaguars.
It's a common thing, I think, that people say it like that.
Jaguars?
I've heard it before.
Have you really?
Okay, so I'm not alone in that. At least I don't say Oregon.
No, it's Oregon.
Yeah,
Oregon.
yeah. Brian Chapman does that.
Does
we're
he?
gonna pick on
Yeah.
poor Dustin here this morning.
No, I'm asking the question. I have not heard that before. Heather has, so
I've heard it.
See, that's why all NFL news needs to be about Kelly Stafford.
You could avoid the.
I mean, we've got ours, John.
the Jaguars.
I try to correct myself, and sometimes I do, but vehicle.
Oh,
We're,
God.
Yeah,
we're,
I know.
we're in the wrong. And theater. I do that.
Theater.
Yes.
Yes.
I can correct that sometimes,
No, I know.
but I still
I
follow my
overpronounce
default.
the H in the vehicle.
You do.
I got
Yes.
my vehicle.
Puts the hick in
You
vehicle.
do.
Okay, I've heard Jaguars, and
There's no I in there.
Jaguars.
the British
Yes.
Jaguars, and they
Very
play all those
fancy.
games in
That's
London.
very
so,
Britain.
yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
Yes.
The Lions can't play the Jaguars, the Jaguars, or the Jaguars.
And they're going to play, the Jaguars.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Who do you want to play most? Who do you want to play least? There are 4 teams on the table, and we've made the poll question about who you want to play most. You can vote Costa and Jansen on X. We'll tally that up throughout the show. John, the early returns. Says, as a Packers fan, you should absolutely want to play us. You could rest starters and win by 2 scores. They're going to get blown out on Sunday.
Well, they might.
Ticket Texter says, Detroit versus everybody. Don't care who we play. Lions win the whole damn thing. We're not afraid of any of these teams.
Love that response, though. Yeah, bring on anybody.
Bring them on. Texter says, bring on the Commanders. Yeah. He says, revenge. You need to take them out like they took us out in the 90s in the playoffs, Patrick and Novi.
You're welcome.
But that's a long time coming if you're still holding on to that resentment.
Well, I was on that offensive line, 99.
No, we're talking about going back to like when the Lions last were in the NFC title game, right?
Oh,
That's
the
what we're
NFC title. Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Yes. I thought it was
Yeah,
the 99.
91.
Yeah, 91.
91, sure. Yeah, but then I say we, the Redskins faced them in 99. And that was the whole Trey Johnson, Robert Porcher, Brad Johnson fight.
And we're talking about the year of our Lord, 1992, January again.
Yeah. That one cost Trey about $250,000 because he got suspended for the first game of the next year.
Texter says, I'm with Jim. Lions face the Packers. That would mean the Eagles have been knocked out and you get the worst team. So you say Commanders, I say Packers. Texter says, Heather is getting her double-digit disco on with these picks. David in a car.
That is true.
Who do you want the
Don't
Lions
feed
to
the
play?
beast. Don't feed the beast. Why would you even read that text?
There's a couple more of them too, John.
Feed it. Let's go.
With Heather running away with the football picks, maybe her and John should switch places. John, read the news.
That could be fun.
It could be
All
fun.
hunting and fishing stories, but sure.
Yeah. World record walleye caught.
Heather, who do you want the Lions to play?
You know,
Your people?
No, I would go with what you said. I think it was you that said it. Like, let's play should be the easiest team to beat, which would be the
Packers.
Commanders, right?
Well, he
No,
said the
Packers.
Commanders.
I said the Commanders. He says the Packers.
Oh, you think the Packers are the easiest team to beat?
I do.
Yeah. I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that. But if they do play the Packers, I think the reasoning behind that is the Packers have beaten the Eagles, which might be the toughest team.
Does that suddenly make
the
the
NFC.
Packers?
No, it doesn't. No,
No.
I'm just, yeah.
More ticket text. 248-539-9797 says, I want to get my opinion out there for who I want to see in the playoffs. Lions will beat whoever, so I'd like to see Jaden Daniels. Give me Washington. Then I want the Rams in the NFC Championship. It would be great if McVay watches Goff make the Super Bowl. Signed, Chris.
That would be very satisfying. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Do you think he regrets it at all? They won a Super Bowl, so I highly doubt it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the ring on his finger probably says no.
Texter says, don't forget the storylines. Stafford and Kershaw are childhood friends.
That's another reason. I don't want to do any of that.
I'm over it. I think they're the biggest threat, and I think they're the most annoying storyline if that ends up being, yet again, hey, Ford Field, Matthew Stafford's back.
Yeah.
It says, I agree with Gov. Tampa Bay and the Bills are the only teams that scare me. That's from Coop.
Who are the only teams that scare him?
Tampa and the Bills.
Tampa doesn't scare me. I know they beat us.
Those are the
That
only two
was
teams
a
that beat us.
long time ago. And how many times, you know what? Actually, bring on Tampa, because how many times has this Lions team gone to Dallas and taken care of business? Business that carried over from last year. How many times have they already taken care of the Rams and the business of Goff versus Stafford and Kelly coming here and all of those different things? How many times have they taken care of business this year in situations where they're trying to right a wrong? And I mean, San Francisco, they went out there and took care of business. So give me the Bucs and at some point in the playoffs, and let's right a wrong.
248-539-9797. I'm nervous for whoever we have to play. I honestly think we're going to lose no matter what because of Jared Goff. He sucks, and we stand a better chance with Hendon Hooker signed Jamar and Westland.
You know what?
Is Jamar and Westland actually Hendon Hooker?
Maybe it's Teddy Bridgewater now. Maybe they're tweeting or texting together.
I love it. I want him to call in. Are you real?
Because he's been doing this bit all season.
Yeah.
But it's intensified lately.
I know, but Goff is playing as good as he had. I mean, I know he threw 2 picks in the last game, but he's had as good a season as he's had in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, for every pick he had about 10 laser beams.
Usually I can sniff out, like, if somebody's trolling us or playing us or trying to prank. I really don't know what the answer here is. I'm 50-50 on if that is a legitimate opinion or not.
It's a troll. There's no other
Yeah.
explanation.
And you know what? Here, this is from Twitch. I don't have to say it because they are. MDub76. Shut up, Jamar.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. More thoughts on who you want the Lions to face in next week's playoff debut of this Lions team. Texter says, I want to play either the Commanders or the Packers. Please, God, no Kelly Stafford show. I wouldn't feel great about playing the Vikings 2 times in 3 weeks either.
Again, they've been there, done that. Is there anybody that is worried about Sam Darnold coming in here?
No.
Justin Jefferson may have. And in fact, by default, he's going to have better numbers. It's amazing. 3 catches, no touchdowns. Like, that's just not going to happen. But it doesn't scare me because it's still Sam Darnold throwing the ball. And it's Alex Anzalone covering TJ Hawkinson all over.
Costa, please stop kissing Stafford and McVay's rear end. Please. All caps on the ticket text.
Yeah, Costa. Come on.
Have I said anything false?
You're still it's still coming across as kind of closet
Stafford
anti-Goff.
fan? Oh no, we're not doing this.
You and Rieger were right there at the top of that list.
I don't want the storyline anymore. I don't want to have to do that bit anymore. I think
because you will.
Because we closed the door. I'm not doing it again. Goff has been emphatic. He's come in and been undeniable. Even as someone who was denying him for several seasons, I'm a reformed Goff hater. I don't think you can at all take away from what he's done. They are winning because of the way he commands this offense.
Until the kitchen gets hot, and you never know.
But I don't think it's at all out of line to point out that Stafford has one clutch playoff run in him. He has all these fourth quarter comebacks that we saw firsthand. He nearly beat Detroit last year in the playoffs, right?
Didn't.
They were in the game, is my point.
But didn't.
Right. But none of these other teams even
nearly
rise
beat
to
him this year, but didn't.
Right. Overtime, though. Let's call it what it is. None of these other quarterbacks
didn't.
None of these other quarterbacks rise to the threat level that he legitimately brings, whether we want to deny it or not because we've moved on or not.
Thank you, M-Dubs. Walleye.
Okay, fine. 248-539-9797. You guys talk. I'll shut up. Let's get to Adam. You're on 97.1.
How you doing, boys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, just my thing, I'm kind of conflicted. I'd love to play the Packers one more time, come in the house, and we just beat them and go to the Super Bowl. But if we're going to be this, this Cinderella, it's not even a Cinderella anymore. It's just a great story. And if we're going to be that, might as well just beat the best. I say let's beat the Eagles and then go on and beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. And then there's nobody can say anything. Oh, man, well, this guy was out. You didn't play the Eagles, this, that, and the other. I just think that we're about to witness something special here in Detroit. So love you guys. Listen to you every morning, man. You guys have a great day.
So, Adam, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Yep. Because, I agree with you. So and maybe I missed this at the beginning of your call. Now that I'm starting to think about it, you said the Packers for this week because they can't play the Eagles till the NFC Championship game and obviously the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I agree with both of those. Love to see both of those. Who was your pick for next week?
Oh, I come on back, Mr. Stafford, one more time. If that was going to be the case, I would definitely take the Rams just to get Stafford one more time, shut that up, put that to rest, and then have our greatest quarterback of all time, Jared Goff, solidify that spot in Detroit. If we can beat him one more time, I think that would put everything to rest.
I do think the crowd is louder for the Rams games too, by the way, just because I think the crowd
more
feels like it's just a little more personal, right?
Yeah.
On both fronts. And I actually appreciated what last year's playoff game was. As much as it was discussed as Stafford's return, I really felt like Detroiters took it personal that it was about Goff. And that's where the Jared Goff chant started. It wasn't about, we don't like Matthew and he's the villain. I mean, clearly he's the opponent and he got booed. If you ask his wife, even his kids got booed. But I thought that was more about rallying around Jared Goff than anything else. And he had a big fourth down throw in the end zone, in the red zone. He had some big throws late in the game to seal the game, one to Amon-Ra St. Brown that made it official. That was about Jared Goff. And I appreciate what that was for him. I think he has that validation and satisfaction. And I think we all kind of do too at this point. I don't want the team with the biggest threat to come in here. I don't want to have the nauseating storyline. John, I look at if the Lions were to lose, it would be because of their defense, right? If they were to lose a playoff game, right? Most likely.
Most likely that would be the storyline. Sure,
so I don't want the
they can lose a lot of different ways.
So then I don't want the quarterback that can make the big-time throws, that has done it before, that has won these playoff games, that has won a Super Bowl. I also don't want Jaden Daniels because I think his ceiling, right? If he wins a playoff game, gets some confidence, extends some plays, and the Lions defense is chasing their tail, I'd rather face Jordan Love, who I know they can pummel. Hell, I'd rather face Sam Darnold, who I know is going to sit there and hold the football and panic again at Ford Field. Like to me, it's the Packers because it's two birds, one stone. You knock out the Eagles, and you get a team that this team gets up for Green Bay. I mean, they really do. St. Brown with the Green Bay sucks shirt, right? Doing the celebration, the handstand. They love playing the Packers. I'd love to see those cheeseheads get graded again. I'd love to see people bringing in the graders again. I'd love to see what the crowd does if they face the Packers in the playoffs.
I don't.
You've kind of been there, done that.
Okay. Yeah, seen that story.
248-539-9797. We'll give you an update on the coordinator coaching searches. One Lions coordinator turned down an interview, and one Lions assistant may surprise us. It might be the biggest loss of all. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's wintry driving season yet again, and we're probably going to get some snow tonight, maybe a little bit more this weekend. Reckless drivers are everywhere, and they can't keep their cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That injury attorney you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We'll get back to the phones in a second. We've asked you the question. The Lions don't play this weekend. You'll be watching anyway. It's the NFL playoffs. Who do you want? And we also have an update on the coordinators. Aaron Glenn turned down the New England Patriots. Said, I got enough interest. I don't want to interview out there.
That dumpster fire.
I can't blame him. They fired Gerard Mayo one season in. It feels like it's very much going to be Mike Vrabel. He's like, I'm not going to waste my time. I got enough interviews as it is.
Yeah.
He did complete an interview with the Jets. I think most people assume he will be the New York Jets coach.
But both of these guys, whether it's Glenn or Johnson, are both sitting in a great position because it's not like they don't love being here with Dan Campbell. Sure, both of them would like to be head coaches. I at the level at which they or motivation that they have of doing that. But if Aaron Glenn finds himself, okay, I've said I don't want to even interview with New England. Something happens with the Saints or the Jets, and he's back in Detroit.
Great,
great for us for sure. But I also don't necessarily know that they're going to be heartbroken, so they can't quote unquote go wrong. Same with Ben Johnson.
No, I think Glenn makes a lot of sense as a head coach. We've watched him do a lot with a little.
They both do.
But just staying on Glenn for a second, the Jets defense regressed in a big way. Everybody's focused on Aaron Rodgers and the zoo that is Aaron Rodgers, the sideshow that is Rodgers. Their defense was very good 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. They need to fix that side of the football. And I just think he has the temperament. I think he's a player's coach where guys feel comfortable talking to him and he's relatable and approachable, but he also will give them some tough love. I think you have to give a balance, and I think he's cut from that Campbell cloth in that way. I think he'll be a leader. I think he'll fix their defense. I think he'll get the most out of that group.
You gotta think that as when we talk about Ben Johnson, we're talking about like what type of quarterback does he want to coach? I think for Aaron Glenn, for him to be able to coach a player like Sauce Gardner, it's got to be the exact same thing.
Oh, yeah. And for Ben Johnson, the news on him isn't directly Ben Johnson news, but we're seeing more general manager openings. Mm-hmm. The Raiders letting go of Tom Telesco. There's some rumors that Jacksonville, if for the right coach, might part ways with Trent Baalke. Ben Johnson wants to go somewhere where he has a shared vision with the GM. And maybe that's Spielman, who we know is now doing the interview circuit. But, John, maybe the biggest story to you, and maybe people need to take this more seriously, was Hank Fraley interviewing for Seattle's offensive coordinator job.
I didn't see that. When I mentioned Spielman, that news, not surprised. And I'm not surprised that Hank Fraley is going to be interviewing for jobs. I just didn't see it coming yesterday when I got a text from a buddy out in Seattle that says, hey, tell me a little bit about Hank Fraley. Oh, why? Oh, well, he's going to be out here interviewing for the OC job. Really? And that's when, because yesterday I talked about, hey, everybody's and Hank is replaceable as well. We don't ever want to think we're replaceable, but we all are. That one might be the biggest loss because of the heartbeat of this team. What is it? The offensive line.
Yep.
And you lose in almost every team, whether it's high school, college, pros. Offensive line coach, there's just something unique about the offensive line coach that is the heartbeat of the team. You rip that heartbeat out, and now all of a sudden somebody can fill that void, sure, but that is the one that is going to take the most time because you've got to build up trust. You've got to build up relationships, and it's going to take some time.
Yeah, I mean, offensive line is so much about continuity and those five guys working in tandem. And John, I think what would help is that they have 600 combined starts with that five up front right now.
Sure.
And even the guys who have filled in, the Mahoganies, the Osikas, have kind of gelled. They've got probably 7 or even 8 guys that they feel really good about on that offensive line. If they lost Hank Fraley, it would be a big deal. But I think having vets and all pros, if there's a team that could survive it, it would probably be this group. The other option is if Ben Johnson leaves, Fraley doesn't have to leave to be an OC. Detroit could promote him.
He could be the
here.
OC in waiting. Yep.
Yeah, but that becomes a game of when does Ben Johnson make the decision?
Right.
And obviously these guys
plenty of
could
conversations
talk.
going around behind the scenes. So you're going to they'll have a sense of, hey, is Ben going to be back or not? And because Dan is going to want to have those conversations at that point too.
Yeah.
Out of respect, you talk to your head coach and say, hey, when the season's over, I'm going to take this position. Okay. so he can prepare. Not that he's going to hold interviews for the next OC, but he can fine-tune his list. And is it from within, or is it from the outside looking in? And the questions that I was asked, it felt like I was being interviewed in regards to Hank. One of them was, is he a growth mindset guy? And the one thing I love about Hank is, one, just his personality, the way that he coaches that offensive line. But it is his open mind to new techniques, new schemes, new ideas, new thoughts. And everybody talks about the trick plays coming from Ben Johnson. A lot of the ideas also come from Hank. He is that type of a coach.
Look at John provide inside scoop for NFL personnel. This is beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
You should have told him he's a bum. He's no good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're kind of in between, because there's other coaches that, I think he'd be a perfect fit for you, because I didn't really care for him here.
The most popular answers on who you want the Lions to face right now. Commanders winning the poll right now, followed by the Packers. You can vote Costa and Jansen on X. Coming up at 7:35. The people of Royal Oak want to name a street after Dan Campbell. Does he have to win the Super Bowl first? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, you might have seen this. Brad Holmes received a standing ovation at the Pistons game last night. He was seated courtside. He was honored on the video board, and it all happened during the second quarter. So that was really cool. And it's been really this Lions-studded few days at the Pistons game. There's been several players, executives appearing this week. Also at the game.
You calling them all studs?
Sure.
Yeah.
They're all studs.
Yeah.
Heck yes, they
Studded.
are. Yeah, star-studded.
Star-studded, yes,
is
I
what-
know that's what you meant.
What
Yes,
I was going
yes.
for. But anyway, at last night's game, there was lots of players there too. Jameer Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kirby Joseph,
A lot of Lions studs.
Tim Patrick,
Yeah.
DJ Reader. They were all amongst the crowd there. And then on Monday night's game, Aaron Glenn was there. He received a standing ovation as well. So pretty cool. This is also really cool. Everybody is getting into this Lions fandom, especially some of our Canadian Lions fans as well. They're hosting a Lions drone show tonight.
Yes.
From Windsor.
From South
And-
Detroit.
Exactly. And we'll be able to see it here in the actual Detroit.
Yeah.
It's going to take place above the Windsor
Ballet?
waterfront,
Okay.
7 p.m. It's about a 15-minute show. You can see it here, at the Detroit riverfront, especially. You could see the best view of it. Pretty cool. They're also doing this whole big Lions event throughout the day today to celebrate the team.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I love it. Love seeing that.
Question I'm sure you have no answer for. I'm just curious. I haven't seen any developments lately. What's the status of the new bridge? Gordie Howe Bridge?
Why would you? She doesn't have that.
know.
No, I know. I
John,
just wondered.
I have no idea, John.
I'm opening that question up to everyone, and Greg is giving
I
me
could
the.
Google it.
I know it's been connected.
Yes, that's as much as I know.
Yes.
Okay.
Any update on Hoffa?
Yeah, we'll
The
keep
two
looking.
tips have touched.
Oh boy.
wow. All right, then. Macy's is getting
Well said.
ready to shut down 66 stores nationwide, including 4 right here in Michigan. So the Macy's in Traverse Mall in Traverse City, Lakeside Mall in Sterling Heights, Oakland Mall in Troy, and Genesee Valley Center in Flint are all going to be closing. The company says it's all part of their ongoing Bold New Chapter strategy, and they say this will now allow them to focus on the remaining stores and make sure they can provide better products and elevated service. So after these closings, there will still be 10 remaining Macy's in Michigan, but they're dwindling. And it's sad to see, but there's other experts that just say people aren't going to your big department stores. That's not where people are buying products. And they don't see that changing anytime soon. So unfortunately, doors are being shut.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, you had this in your news earlier this
I
week.
did.
Royal Oak, some residents say, hey, we got a road named Campbell. Make it Dan Campbell Road. Do they have to win the Super Bowl first before we start naming roads after people? It's 97.1. All right, we've got the question out there for people. Who do you want to play? Lions could play the Packers, Commanders, Vikings, or Rams in the divisional round of the playoffs. We have a poll question up. Costa and Jansen on X. John said the Commanders. I said the Packers. I think we both want to avoid the nauseating story that is the Rams.
Yes.
I think they're also the biggest threat for what it's worth. And for the Packers, to me, it's two birds, one stone. For you, it's a team they haven't played yet this season, but a team you're confident they can beat in the Commanders, who, by the way,
sure,
you can run on Washington, so I get it. I just love beating the Packers. Like, to me, that's the team in this division that's caused me the most harm.
Yeah.
If I could drop a bomb on them again 3 times in one season.
That's your emotional connection.
Yeah.
My emotional connection, obviously, is to the Washington franchise, and I would just love to break their hearts.
The other thing we want to bring up is Heather had it in her news. Royal Oak residents want to rename Campbell Road.
Well, at least one business owner that has a business on Campbell Road
Wants to name it Dan Campbell Road.
Right.
Yes.
He wants to be able to, the return address, he wants to put Dan Campbell.
Yes.
And I'll speak for all Royal Oak residents. As a Royal Oak resident, they should do it. But when I say it, you make a face even today and you go, oh, slow down.
Yeah.
What? Why?
Let's win something first.
What do you mean win something? They won back-to-back division titles. He's
great.
the greatest coach in Lions history.
Don't make me go Gutenhoost on you.
He's brought this positive energy and impact to the community.
Sure, it's been great.
Why not have a road?
And you think they have to wait until they win a Super Bowl
Win a
to
Super
name
Bowl.
roads.
Yeah.
But this isn't like a main road, right? This isn't like they're renaming Woodward or a major mile road like, 9 Mile or 10 Mile or something.
No, those have already been named 3 times.
And as far as I know,
Maple.
Welcome Campbell, who the road's named after, never bit a single kneecap. So as far as I'm concerned, this is long overdue.
It has nothing to do with Welcome Campbell. I don't know him or any of his family. I just think that if you're going to rename a road and you're going to do something to that level, then win a Super Bowl.
Which was a popular response online. So we throw it out to you guys. Are we already at the point where we can start naming things after Dan Campbell?
It's a road, and not even a main road. It's a small road.
And it's already named Campbell.
Right. Just throw the Dan in
road,
front of it.
Then win a Super Bowl and then go for a big road.
Sure. Okay. Then get the little road first and then win the Super Bowl. Maybe a huge road.
Yeah,
could be
but
You're
named.
worried, John, we're going to have too many Dan Campbell Aves and drives and boulevards?
No, you start going with nicknames, and then things get really interesting. So I guess if you're going to do it now, then go with a nickname so that when the real name is used, it's used for the appropriate situation in the appropriate location.
Does Dan have a nickname?
I don't know.
MCDC?
Yeah, MCDC.
Wanna
Or
name it that?
You come up with any nickname you want.
Daddy Dan Campbell
Oh,
Road?
no.
I don't think we're going to do
Wheelbarrow
that.
Way.
A wheelbarrow way. 248-539-9797. When you hear the story of at least one Royal Oak business person and me, one Royal Oak resident, that says, yeah, we can do it already. This isn't a major road, and he's made a major impact.
There's only one, and they brought it up on Twitch. You cannot rename it. It can never, ever, ever be renamed. It's the one exit, and it's the one road.
Big Beaver?
Exit 69. You cannot mess with that one.
Okay,
That one's off the table.
248-539-9797. Texter says, I live on Stafford Drive. Can we petition to change it to Goff Way?
Fine with that.
It opens a fun can of worms.
Yeah.
Like, who's going to get stuff named after
Yeah,
him?
You
because-
get a road, and you get a road, and
Right,
you
exactly.
get a road.
Yeah. Win the Super Bowl, and then let's have the conversation.
The Brad Holmes Highway. It's no longer 696. It's the Brad Holmes Highway.
Sorry, Walter P. Ruther.
yeah. Who's that guy?
But the Lions have captivated this city, and I think it's a fun conversation. So we'll have that out there for you guys. Ticket, text, and phone calls. Marvin in Rochester, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I was just calling on who I really don't want to play, and that would be the Rams. And honestly, the biggest reason behind it is, our secondary is banged up, and their wide receiver core and quarterback connection in totality is the most lethal that's there besides Philadelphia. And I would even argue that they're more lethal than Philadelphia. So considering that, I think it's pretty simple. That's the team that I don't want to play at all for those reasons besides anything else. And you know what? Give me the Packers because Christian Watson got hurt. Jordan Love's banged up, and they suck. So let's do that. That's what I want.
They are the last seed. So if they are able to win, that's obviously who the Lions would play.
And you'd know right away.
Right, yeah.
There wouldn't be any drama
Yeah.
on Monday because it could drag into Monday. We won't know who they're going to play. For every reason you said, I'm with you, man. And I do think Stafford, DeCup, and Nakua can test this Lions defense. And you can't really blitz a quarterback like Stafford, which is the only way the Lions have been able to generate pressure. And the Rams have been in the game last year in the playoffs, week 1 of this season. I think the Lions win the game. The obligatory guys, I think they're going to win the game. But that is the team that is the most dangerous that could come into Ford Field next week. Right? I mean, I know Minnesota won 14 games, but I'm less worried about Sam Darnold in the face of the blitz than I am Stafford standing in there, getting hit, delivering a shot down the field.
Right. I mean, Sam Darnold is still Sam Darnold. And their 14, talked about this at the beginning of the week, their 14 wins are much different than the Lions' 14 wins. It was a much different schedule. Last place schedule versus a first place schedule. The Lions have been hardened by fire. And so I don't worry about that. I don't worry about the Pack. There's nobody that I'm worried about. That's why if you were worried about a team, it would shape who you wanted to play first, second, or in the Super Bowl. Not worried about any of the teams. Yeah. For me, it's all about who do you want to beat? I want to beat the Commanders. I want to beat the Eagles. I want to beat the Chiefs. That's the roadmap that I would map for this team.
Ticket Texter says Jansen's right with this naming of roads and things. They've got to win the big one before we start renaming everything. That's Jeff out in Petoskey.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
Mark on a cell. Mark, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I just think it's only a 4-mile road, from 10-mile to 14-mile road. I think absolutely they should rename it Dan Campbell Road. I live in Lincoln and Campbell, which is 10.5-mile road. Go ahead, rename it. Absolutely.
I understand it. I just think, hey, shouldn't he actually win a Super Bowl for this to happen?
No, that's coming way later. Then we got other names on the team that we're going to rename roads, and I'm with you. Big Beaver is off the table.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a crossroads, like Big Beaver, and at the intersection of Big Beaver and Wheelbarrow Way.
Right. But yeah, no. Exit 69 has been Exit 69 Big Beaver since I moved to Rochester Hills in 1972. And that's a landmark.
Yep, I agree. Don't touch. Well, I don't want to say don't touch that one. Just don't rename it.
I love Wheelbarrow Way. I do. Did you see on Christmas he was wearing sweaters with his family, Dan Campbell?
Oh yeah,
and it was reference to the big balls.
Yeah. It was his wife that had ordered those shirts.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. This one says Campbell Road is absolutely a major road. I used to live a block away. It's one of the main north and south arteries through town. But having said that, I'm all for it. Slap a Dan on the front of it. He's earned it.
Has he earned it? I mean, we all are loving the fact that the Lions are not only relevant, not only competent, but they're dominant. I get that. Finish the deal, and then let's talk about which road.
This is a football town first and foremost. They just had the greatest regular season in Lions franchise history. They've won back-to-back division titles. They've won playoff games, plural, stuff that hasn't happened in a generation.
Okay, let's just talk about this for a second, as we have been.
Okay.
Let's just say that this goes through, and on February 1, they rename it Dan Campbell Road. And then in the Super Bowl, he does a Dan Campbell thing, and people don't like the fact that he went for it on a certain fourth down or whatever. Now, all of a sudden, they lose the Super Bowl, and people are blaming him for it. What happens to the road? Let's just win.
I'll tell you what happens to the road. We'll do it next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. It could be those fake missed delivery texts I feel like I'm always getting, or that urgent bank alert. And you know what? These scams just look more convincing than ever. But I've got good news. You can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you just don't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, or if threats are going to pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can just go and do the things you've always been doing. You can manage your finances, you can shop online, and you can do it all without fear. Because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
And just like that, the Irish are moving on. We'll talk more about it at 8:02. Thriller. Sloppy, but dramatic. College football delivered last night. We've been talking about Dan Campbell and the fact that Royal Oak wants to rename Campbell Road to Dan Campbell Road. At least one business person has proposed this, and I speak for all Royal Oak residents when I second his motion.
I think it's a great idea. I just think it's a little premature.
You said win the Super Bowl first before we start naming stuff after him.
Yeah.
So it's too soon for you. And we've asked people, what do you think? 248-539-9797. My argument is this is not a major mile marker. This is not Woodward, which they're never going to rename. This is a street that runs a couple miles between Royal Oak and Madison Heights that already has Campbell in it. And he has done stuff already. Like, do something. Back-to-back division crowns, 15 wins, change the culture. As one texter puts it, Slade SOL. Yes, he deserves it. Texter says if we name a road after Dan, people are going to steal those signs constantly.
So true. That is so
Probably.
true.
Yeah.
Could you imagine renaming the road and then losing the divisional round? Got to get the job done first. Then we can crown as whatever you want after him.
Yep. I agree. I mean, how come we don't have any roads named after Wayne Fontes?
And someone says we don't have a Scotty Bowman Avenue or a Jim Leland Avenue, so there's no reason to have a Dan Campbell Road yet.
Yeah.
By those standards, just positive and winning divisions, where's Rick Carlisle's road?
Or Brad Osmus. He won a division.
It's not the same thing. And you know it's not the same thing.
Win the big one, and then let's have this conversation.
They should change 15 Mile Road to 15 and 2 Mile Road for now, and then make adjustments when they win something more.
Well done. Our texters are great.
Another ticket texter with their thoughts says, how about St. Brownstown? Eric and Celine.
Here you go. Yeah.
If they win the Super Bowl, they can rename the city to Campbell, Michigan, for all I care. Patrick on the text.
Yeah. Blow the top off. Let's go. But win it.
The other
I think Dan would tell you the same thing.
Oh, I'm sure he would. We got to finish the deal.
Yeah. But then it goes to, like, we talked about the gold medal, the silver medal, the bronze medal yesterday. Is Dan the only one that gets one? How about Brad Holmes? How about Sheila Hemp Ford?
I mean, her name is on
Ford.
the building.
There's a lot of things Ford, but
yeah. I guess my point is I feel like he's done a lot already to whether he wins a Super Bowl or not.
He certainly has. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Right.
He hasn't attained the ultimate goal.
He hasn't attained name a street after you status.
Right, because
what does that mean?
It's Super Bowl or bust. Like you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth right now, where it's Super Bowl or bust. It's Super Bowl or failure.
That's for this season. I don't think Dan Campbell's a failure.
No, I'm not saying that, but it's ultimately, what are you going to be remembered for? We don't know if Dan Campbell is ever going to win a Super Bowl. I think it will be this year. I'm not willing to name a road after him until after he does. You don't get a trophy before you win.
You think it's a trophy? Naming a road that runs
hell yeah,
a few
it's a
miles
trophy.
in a suburb is a trophy.
Yeah, it's a trophy. It's a monument.
If Dan Campbell leads the Lions to a Super Bowl championship, they should name the airport after him.
Yeah.
Highest compliment.
Mm-hmm.
That's like reserved for presidents.
I was going to say,
Right.
I mean, what is the highest honor?
Does he get a library too?
Library, airport,
The
statue.
Dan Campbell Library. What's the most reserved book in that library? That's the next question. But to my point, you are remembered for your accomplishments, and he's had a lot of accomplishments in just simply 4 years here. But if you win a Super Bowl, no one's going to forget Dan Campbell's name at certainly any time in our generation, and probably for generations to come. He will always be known for the guy that brought the Super Bowl to Detroit, Super Bowl championship.
Okay, if it's about being remembered and being memorable, Welcome Campbell is who this road is named after, who was alive in like the 1850s, like 200 years ago. And as far as I could find, not quite, but nearly 200 years ago, there's no evidence of him eating a single kneecap. So, I mean, like, what is he known for? I was reading up on it.
He owned a lot of
land.
property, yes.
Okay, great.
All right.
Okay, so I'm with John on this. I do think you have to win a Super Bowl before you can consider these things. But once you win the Super Bowl, where does it stop?
Well, you get a
because
road.
because so many people deserve credit. I mean,
Sure.
even Matt Patricia, like a few weeks ago, when he told us that he
come
deserved
on.
credit.
Yes, that's a dead end road. Whatever the dead end road where all the dumpsters line up, that's where you put. This is Matt Patricia Lane.
Now, where would you stand on a kicker getting something out of this?
Jake Bates.
Yeah, like Bates Garage or something.
Hits a big kick in one
Bates
of these playoff
Burgers.
games. Oh, there you go.
Jake Bates Burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gave you guys. Yeah, I mean, I just gave them a home run. They should just do it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to. We can get a little creative with that one.
Ticket Texter says they named a city after me. Signed Ken Holland.
Yes.
This one says agreed with John. It's a bit premature. Wait all of 3 or 4 weeks here.
Yeah.
And we'll know.
All you got to do is wait a month.
Yeah. Texter says, where's Chuck Daly Road at? And then one says, stop praising Barry Sanders. He never won a Super Bowl. Signed Loudmouth Michigan John.
Did I say Barry Sanders?
His point is, if we can't praise Campbell until he wins a Super Bowl, why do we praise Barry Sanders? Never won a Super Bowl. Calvin never won a Super Bowl either.
Well, is there a Barry Sanders Road?
Some's got to be named after Barry somewhere, right?
Well, he does have a statue.
Yes. The ultimate
Monument.
compliment. Yeah, other than an airport or a library. 248-539-9797.
We got a ticket text. This one just came in. The Golf with Dan Campbell.
There it is.
I knew you would love that.
One of the Great Lakes. There you go.
Which lake does he
Oh,
get?
hey, Lake St. Clair. It's not a Great Lake. All right.
That's right.
Yeah, but
All
is
right.
that a diss then if he doesn't even get a Great Lake? He's a great coach. Doesn't he deserve a Great Lake? If they win the Super Bowl, which lake would you rename to Lake Campbell?
If they beat the Bills, Erie.
The battle for Lake Erie. It's at stake.
Yes.
You have
Dan Campbell Falls.
And then McDermott gets it if they win.
Right.
at extra
Yeah.
stakes to all the heartbreak and losing.
Or it's Dan Campbell Lake and it is Buffalo Bills Falls. There you go.
Something to play for, people. 248-539-9797. All right, last night there was a lot to play for. We're going to get into reactions from that college football playoff game. It delivered. For as much griping as I hear from certain members of the show and the station, college football delivered last night. We'll get to that next hour, plus the picks. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. You can mark your calendars on January 9th. The goal of all Detroit teams finishing out the 2025 year undefeated officially came to an end. Pistons coming up short to the Golden State Warriors. Final score of 107-104. Cade Cunningham still with 32 in the loss. Detroit now back to 500 on the season with a chance to get back to a winning record tomorrow night when they host an 8-win Raptors team. At 8th in the conference, Pistons still holding a position in the play-in tournaments. Meanwhile, the Red Wings with the chance to pull within 2 points of a wild card spot in the playoffs tonight as they face the Blackhawks at LCA. That game carried right here on the ticket with a pregame at 6:45. Detroit entering with a 5-game winning streak. Chicago, a league worst 30 points on the season. The California wildfires continue to affect the world of sports. Monday night's playoff matchup between the Vikings and LA Rams has been moved to Arizona in the interest of safety. Last night's Lakers and Hornets game was also postponed due to the fires. And finally, the college football playoffs wrap up the semifinals tonight with Ohio State taking on Texas. The winner will meet Notre Dame in the finals following last night's Fighting Irish win over Penn State, 27-24. Notre Dame winning the game with a late fourth quarter pick, followed by a game-winning field goal with 10 seconds left on the clock. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You could also head to Odyssey.com.
$8:35, we'll get into NFL playoff picks. 8:18, Brian Baldinger to help spotlight some of the big matchups in the NFL playoffs. College football playoffs are winding down. Last night,
or ramping up,
depending on how you look at it, only 2 more games left in the season. And last night delivered. I know all these playoff games haven't been good watches, John. Last night was dramatic. It was theater. It was compelling. It was 2 Midwest brands throwing haymakers at each other. And at the end of the day, it was James Franklin losing another big game.
Love to see it. Love to see the final vision that we all had of James Franklin with hands on knees, head down, just looking absolutely defeated. It's one of the great memories I will have of the 2024 football season.
I know you're kind of down on college football.
It's not, I don't like the way things are going. There needs to be somebody step up with some leadership. I don't know where it comes from or how they eventually get it done. And there's a lot of people with ideas, and implementation has been a big issue. But the path that college sports in general, but college football, which so many people love, is just going down a path where there's just no rules. It's anything goes. And the one thing, and I know exactly what your response is going to be. And every time I say this, every time I say this, people are like, "Oh, well, they're adults; they make their own decisions." Blah 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 blah. We have lost sight of the ultimate goal of a student athlete: graduation. Like that's all part of the equation. If there is no path to graduation, and you're looking at individuals who start out 1 year at a university, transfer the next year, and then all of a sudden, hey, a new player comes in because of the transfer portal, they transfer in year 3. We have seen guys play at 4 or more different colleges. I have no idea how they find a path to graduation.
So one of the extremes, like I'm sure you saw, Jaden Rashada is back in the portal. So he was committed to Miami at one point, Florida at one point. He went to Arizona State. And now Georgia, and now the portal
was
again.
Was Tennessee in the mix?
They may have been.
I don't know.
And he'll be at his 4th school. He's been committed to more than 4 schools, and there's been money that may or may not have been changed hands, and he's suing Florida. He's one of the, I guess you would say, cautionary tales, John, because he's not playing. He's not getting even the education. He's just kind of drifting through the college experience. And I am sympathetic to that. I am. But ultimately, you make your own choices. Like, John, I'll give you an example. Some people get in credit card debt, like really problematic credit card debt. That doesn't mean the rest of us aren't allowed to use credit. Like, everybody's allowed to transfer. Not everyone's going to make good decisions. And sometimes there's a lesson in making bad decisions. And he may have to learn that lesson 3 or 4 times. He may have to learn it the hard way. That doesn't mean other players shouldn't transfer or have the freedom to transfer or to better their situation.
No, but there should be.
I agree.
We live in a society of rules, laws, all of these things that protect us from the evils that we as humans tend to go to.
And John, I'm not telling you it's perfect. They do need some guardrails. They do. But the sport, to me, is going in the right direction. This playoff, blowouts and all, has been what the sport needed. Like, Notre Dame played Georgia on the field. It wasn't hypothetical that Georgia was better. They played and Notre Dame won, right? Penn State, Notre Dame gave us a thriller last night. And Texas, Arizona State gave us a thriller. They're not all going to be thrillers. Hell, there may be some blowouts in the NFL this weekend. I hope people don't cancel the playoff. I think the sport's moving in the right direction when instead of it always being Alabama, Clemson, we are getting Notre Dame, Penn State. We're getting Arizona State, Indiana. Like, this is positive overall. And when I hear you and Tom and others, help Valeni on the podcast, oh, you're going to defend this product. You like where this is going? I do like where this is going.
I like
by
parity.
And large.
I like parity. And I think that's what the transfer portal and NIL has done. But let's not lose sight of all the other things that are a part of this age group. And they are playing for universities. They are playing for colleges. They are given the opportunity to get a great education. And that's part of the equation. It's not the entirety of it. But and here's the thing. On game days, college football still wins. Right? It's the other 6 days of the week, if we're on a 7-day work week, that it just is nauseating to think about where this player is going, the decisions that these individuals are making, the money that is being passed around for individuals that haven't done anything. And you're watching guys that are affected by those decisions and situations. Then, hey, well, if this player is going to make this amount of money, well, I can go to this school and make this amount of money. It is. I'm fine with free agency in the NFL, but there's also rules involved.
There's contracts.
There's
commitments.
And there's commitment, and this isn't all just the athlete. This is the schools. It's the institution. There are commitments that are made by franchises. Right now, do you think Cleveland would like to get out of the contract with Deshaun Watson? Sure, but they made a commitment. They have to live with the consequences of it. Universities, colleges should do the same.
Can I share something you brought up off air? It's these offensive linemen getting paid, I think, that bothers you too. You've talked about that.
Well, I mean, there are offensive linemen that are going to schools that are, haven't done anything. I've seen so many players, and it's really, regardless of the position, that are getting money, large sums of money, and they'll never play a down.
I think what's tough about that position, and you will be able to speak to this way more than me, offensive linemen that get to college as 18-year-olds, there's a lot of work that still needs to be put in with their body, the strength program, development. I think a tackle who gets to school at 18 years old is very different than the player who stands in front of you 3 and 4 years later. So that position may be more than any.
There's no Orlando Paces in college football right now.
Right. So if you're going to invest $500,000 into a tackle or more, and their body hasn't developed and they haven't played, and that could be a lot of empty.
It's the ultimate gamble.
Yeah, that maybe is the biggest empty pit that teams will throw money at. But the opposite is you're not winning in major college football without the trenches. You're not winning with that.
Right.
I mean, Notre Dame is down to backup offensive linemen, but they needed the trenches to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And Penn State was winning early because of the trenches in their offensive line.
Yeah, and you look at Michigan's success.
Yep.
I mean, it all started with a great offensive line. That offensive line falls apart, and you get 4 and 5 lost seasons. I trust me, you don't have to impose on me the importance of a good offensive line. So it's regardless of the position. It's all of the politics. It's the lack of leadership from, let's just, in a regular college season, from Sunday to Friday. But right now, they're still winning game day. At some point, that's going to get eroded away because of the lack of leadership.
Whenever we bring up a topic like this, we both get ripped.
Sure.
John is so wet behind the ears. The kids don't care about graduating. It's about money and the NFL. That's what matters.
They don't care about graduating right now. But at some point, having that degree will matter. And yes, don't give me the stories of, this person never had a college degree and they're a billionaire. Yeah, there's a lot of stories too about, this person has all the tools to be an NFL player. Well, they didn't make it.
Texter says they can go to school later in life with all the money they made transferring with NIL.
Yeah, as long as they still have that money at that time.
Well, that's a personal issue at that point, not a system issue. But listen, people are going at me. Cookies is on a roll with stupid takes this morning, and we got another caller who wants to disagree with me. Andrew in Madison Heights. Andrew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Cookies. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
Yeah, I totally disagree with you, Cookies, because I think where a lot of people go, and my problem with this is that college sports aren't supposed to be professional sports. The purpose of it, when you say the sport is going in the right direction, I disagree, because the sport was great for me beforehand because I enjoyed watching young guys progress and learn how to play the game, and I didn't expect to see professional product until they got to the professional leagues. So this, to me, when you say that it's from the perspective of a consumer who wants to see professional sports 5 days a week, I disagree with that, and I just think that when we get back to where kids are staying there and we're watching them learn the game, especially our teams, right? Our Big Ten teams or our ACC teams. You know what I mean? I'm an ACC guy. But
Andrew, I understand we've lost some continuity. We've lost the recognizing the players going from their sophomore to their junior to their senior year and being a contiguous group. We've lost the continuity. I understand that point. But when you say you don't like it because it's becoming professional, I would argue it's always.
I don't like it. I don't say I don't like it. It's entertaining, yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is when we press the issue for college sports to allow these kinds of things, it's because we want it to be like pro sports, and we're forcing a consumer perspective on something that should be designed for these youth to learn the game, but also get an education. I mean, I don't know why we don't just turn professional sports into a degree so that at least when they're transferring, they're staying on some kind of curriculum that's universal across the United States. What about these kids that go in as an engineer or something? If they want to transfer 4 times, guess what? They got to retake 1,000 different classes. Like
But
football players
isn't that up to them to
sports,
decide? Like, it may be worth it, Andrew. Sorry to cut you off. They may be worth it if they say, I'm getting $500,000. I'm not going to make that in 5 years in the workforce. I can make it in one season in college, and I'll make it up later, and it's my choice.
I will never disagree with you that these kids should be getting whatever money gets made or some chunk of the money that's getting made for the amount of money that the NCAA is generating by putting this product out and making these deals. Like, I absolutely agree. They should get that money, yes. But they still, like, I'm just saying that I think pressing these changes is predicated on the idea that the consumers want something. It's not for the kids. No one in the NCAA is creating these rules for the students or for the student athletes. They're doing it for themselves and for the rest of us who are spending money on trash. That's why they're doing it, and that's the truth of the matter.
See, I disagree. I think they're doing this for the athletes. They're doing it for freedom of movement, for money going in their pockets. It's for them. I think maybe the product suffers a little bit, but it's actually for their individual benefit.
Well, but the other thing, I mean, with revenue share, there should be collectively bargained contracts. And it's, okay, if we're going to treat this as a professional sport, and yeah, hey, fine. They are making money for the schools. They're making money for the NCAA. They're making money for all these other entities. They should profit as well. But along the way, there needs to be a clearly defined set of rules and contracts. If your argument is, hey, you're at 18 years old, you can make an adult decision, then so be it. Then you can assign an adult contract.
Agreed.
And so sign a contract that is for 4 years or for 5 years or for 3 years, whatever it is.
John, I wouldn't fight you on that. I think that's maybe the best way to kind of keep the guardrails in the game.
My issue is there's no leadership. There's no one that wants to stand up and be counted as taking a stand. It's all, well, we're going to lose in court, so it's whatever's best for the athlete. Well, okay, you want to do what's best for the athlete. You want to do what's best, but you're not doing anything that's best for the sport.
Let's get to Brian Baldinger next. We'll get to the picks end of the hour. We'll talk more about the Lions' potential opponents and who you want at 8:50. It's 97.1.
I tell you, I do want to tell you what about football fans, because we've got something going on that's amazing. It started last night, the first time ever. We've got 5 straight nights of playoff football, 5 straight days, whether it's college or the pros. FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. There's a no sweat same game parlay every single day for all 5 days. You got 4 left with a no sweat SGP. You can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger payday. And if your bet doesn't hit, you're going to get bonus bets back. So not only do you get to watch 5 nights, 5 straight days of playoff football, there's also 5 chances to win big. 4 remain. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required as well. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Something about playoff football, baby. It's in the air, and it gets going this weekend. We're joined by Brian Baldinger. Good morning, Baldi.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're good. We're glad the playoffs are finally here. Certainly, we're glad that the Lions have the 1 seed. They're off this weekend, so let's start with everybody else. What is the number one storyline that you've got your eye on this weekend of playoff football?
I guess it's the rookie quarterbacks. You know, Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. I mean, we're always talking about quarterbacks as it is, and they've got their teams in the playoffs, and they both played really well throughout the season and started every single game. And so I'm kind of looking at these rookie quarterbacks, and can they kind of rock an upset? Both of them are on the road. Of course, Denver on the road in Buffalo, and then Bo Nix, has to, do his thing too. So, I mean, I think Jaden Daniels against Tampa is going to be a lot of fun. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, John.
Which one has the best chance to pull off the upset, or who do you think does pull off the upset?
Well, I think Jaden does. I mean, this is a rematch from week 1. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I think what does matter in that game was how often and frequent Todd Bowles blitzed the rookie quarterback in his first NFL start, and kind of how Jaden responded. I mean, he saw the field well. He made some plays. He made some throws in that game. I mean, they blitzed him right to the end, and he was still kind of handling things with the way he did all year, just with a lot of poise. And it wasn't a close game at that point, but I think Washington's gotten a lot better since that time.
We're curious if Minnesota is able to bounce back after a big emotional loss last week to the Lions. They've got the Rams. How do you think they show?
Well, was that just an aberration by Sam Darnold? Because it was plays that he had made all year long that he didn't make. And, there was good play calls and good play designs, and he didn't execute them. And you wonder, was the moment too big? Is this what Sam really is? Or is that just an aberration? He goes back and playing the type of football that he played all year. I think that's the big question right now about Sam Darnold in Minnesota, because everything else was there. They intercepted Jared Goff twice. They had a lot of splash defensive plays, negative plays. They got great field position for the offense. They just couldn't, punch the ball across the goal line at all, or even close to it. And so they were held to 3 field goals. And that's the question. Can he go to SoFi Stadium and do what he had been doing most of the season?
The other question that I have is who do you think is the best matchup for the Lions in the divisional round? Who's the worst matchup? And obviously the opponents could be either the Vikings, the Rams, the Commanders, or the Packers. Who's the best matchup? Who's the one that concerns you the most for the Lions?
Well, I think what they just did to Minnesota should give them the most, the best feeling of all the possible matchups, but by how they just played. I mean, they just completely shut them down. And, defensively, obviously they're getting better. Anzalone got back in there, and it looked like Amik Robertson, was a tough matchup for Justin Jefferson in that game. So I thought they matched up really well. And so if I was Detroit and I got to see Minnesota again at Detroit, I'd feel pretty good about my chances.
Talking to Brian Baldinger. He's our insider, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store. It's that extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Staying in the NFC, Eagles. Jalen Hurts has been in concussion protocol. I think the expectation is he'll play. How gettable are the Eagles for Green Bay?
Well, I mean, that's the question mark really is, what is Jalen going to be like? I mean, I saw him week 16 when he got hurt against Washington and hasn't played or really practiced since. Limited practice on Wednesday. So, and Thursday, I mean, we just got to see what kind of timing he has. I think he's going to start. I think he's going to play. But I think Philadelphia physically is just so much better than Green Bay. I mean, we saw it week 1 in São Paulo, Brazil, when Saquon had over 100 yards rushing. He had 3 touchdowns. Probably could have scored a 4th touchdown. It's just that they kind of shut it down at the end of that game. But I thought Philadelphia's offensive line was superior to what Green Bay put up.
He's Brian Baldinger. We check in all season long, and we appreciate your time. Enjoy the playoffs.
Yeah, I plan on you too, guys. See
Thanks,
you now.
Baldi.
So one day after being given a weekly honor, Jahmyr Gibbs won a monthly award and was named a finalist for a yearly honor, which is pretty darn cool. On Wednesday, he was named NFC Offensive Player of the Week, and then he was named the NFC's Player of the Month for December and January, and he was nominated for the 2024 FedEx Air and Ground Players of the Year.
All right.
I think we had a feeling that when Montgomery went down, Gibbs could handle it. More than handled it.
Answered that question.
Yeah, great job.
Yep. If you haven't heard, the NFL has moved Monday night's wild card game between the Rams and the Vikings to Arizona.
I wonder if Baldi heard.
He said SoFi. I mean, the news is fast changing.
He might not have heard.
Yeah.
Now he knows.
Now
he
he
knows.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're doing this because of the wildfires, and they say they're doing this in the interest of public safety. It's the best decision. You've all seen the photos, the videos. You've heard the news of what's going on there. It's devastating. So they'll now be playing at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Speaking of the fires, as they just continue to rage across Los Angeles, celebrities and corporations are stepping up to help. Jamie Lee Curtis is now donating $1 million to the California wildfire relief efforts. Planet Fitness is stepping up. They're actually opening their doors to everyone in LA, providing access to showers, Wi-Fi, shelter, right?
Yeah,
I mean, not
the basics.
like things you need. First responders, if you just need come in and take a shower, you don't have anywhere to go, you can go to Planet Fitness. Wolfgang Puck is also handing out free food to all of the first responders from his restaurant, Spago, which is like a really, really nice restaurant. Several other restaurants are also doing the same as well.
You got to pitch in. You got to help one another.
And it's just so sad because even these celebrities they're all affected too, right? Like they're losing their communities if they haven't lost their homes and everything that was inside that house. They're all impacted as well. A Florida woman was busted after she accidentally texted a cop instead of a drug dealer. She basically, narked on herself. So this woman, of all places, was heading to rehab on New Year's Eve. But before she got there, she decided to text a man that she had stored in her phone as PJ, who she thought was a drug dealer, offered him $45 for whatever she wanted, and they had planned to meet up. Well, when she met with him, she was shocked when she found a narcotics officer waiting for her. Turns out that PJ wasn't actually the drug dealer. He was an investigator with the local sheriff's office. And they had some sort of interaction in the past, and she saved him as PJ, which was close to the name of the drug dealer. Busted. So not only was she charged with that, she was also charged with unlawful use of a communications device and driving with a suspended license. Lots of charges going her way. This is pretty cool. A woman who was caught in a riptide in South Africa was saved by a fish hook in her jeans. So she got stuck out in the water, which can get very scary, very dangerous. No one was able to help her. Well, last Wednesday, this fisherman noticed her. He kind of walked out into the shallow water and repeatedly cast his line towards her. Well, eventually, a hook attached to her jeans.
Right.
And he just reeled
her in. It's amazing.
And it never pierced her skin, which is even more amazing.
Right.
That
yes.
somehow it's a larger hook I'm taking.
Yeah, it's a treble hook, yeah.
I know nothing about that. This cod, whatever, he's a cod fisherman. And it didn't end up piercing her skin, just got her jeans, reeled her in, walked her to shore, totally fine.
Amazing. First of all, what's she doing out there?
Well,
shark bait.
It does say, I don't think she meant to get where
that
she
far
was.
Out, yeah.
It was because you're not recommended to swim in this area because there is high currents, and she was swimming and then she got caught up. I mean, probably not her plan to get caught by a riptide.
No. Amazing, though, that you're able to do that and just hook her enough to not injure her, but reel her in.
Unreal. Bloomfield
probably
Township.
a Hallmark movie somewhere going to be made
sure.
there.
Yeah.
Happily ever after.
Well, and probably hot too. Like he could rip his shirt off while he's out in the, like Hot Frosty. He's got to be out there shirtless while he's rescuing this
flexing
woman
his muscles as he's reeling her
the
in.
Sweat dripping down his body.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
anyway.
she's smoking hot too.
Sure.
And it does rip her clothes.
Whoa!
Oh, hey, there we go.
A Bloomfield Township man was arrested after embezzling nearly $30,000 from Tropical Smoothie Cafe. He was arrested on Thursday after police say he embezzled all of this money, $30,000 worth of cash deposits from the restaurant on Telegraph over a 5-month period last year. So he did post bond, but he'll be in court again later this month.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Heather makes picks, and we all just kind of
get annoyed.
Yeah. You going to have a bad week one of these weeks?
I don't think so. I'm unstoppable.
Why would you ask the question?
Come on now.
Nothing's worked. It's next 97.1.
Good to go? All right. 92-93 FanDuel. From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel.
Another week of the picks and another week of Heather in first place, 78-54. There's no drop-off coming. She went 4-1 last week with her people, the people of Detroit,
Yes,
celebrating
you know it.
a Lions victory. Heather, when she goes on an island, is 8-3. I mean, everything she touches has turned to gold. If you haven't been betting with her, I don't know what to tell you. Second place is now Tom. He's 13 games back. I am 14 back. Greg, 18. And John, with a record better than James Franklin, but still 19 games back.
Yep. Happens sometimes. Defending champ is obviously going to be dethroned.
Kind of like the Wolverines. All right, let's get to the picks.
Only 6 NFL games this week, so we're going to start off with the NHL. Wings try to stay hot at home against the Blackhawks. Costa.
You just put that one on a tee for him to play that drop.
This seems so obvious. I'm taking the Wings, but that's what actually concerns me. The Blackhawks are very bad in goals scored and goals allowed.
Ditto. I don't know what else to say other than the Blackhawks are bad, and the Wings seem to have found some juice, so I'm going to keep going with the Wings.
Yeah, they're on a winning streak, right? Let's keep it going. I'm going to go with the Wings, too.
Chicago sports teams are going through a rough one right now. Let's go Red Wings.
Wings are your adopted people? Is that what you're talking,
You
Heather?
said you went to games growing up.
Oh, no, I've always been a Wings fan.
Yeah, but they're not. They're your adopted people. Your people. We'll get to your people later.
Well, no.
You can't have multiple people.
Yes, I can.
Why not?
I was born and raised right here in Metro Detroit, so these are my people.
You've
A
gone- but
tradition
you've gone to
unlike
your-
any other. The Texans are hosting a wild card game Saturday at 4:30. Chargers are favored by 2.5 points. Gov.
Yeah, Houston, every time they've been in the playoffs, has played at 4:30 on Saturday since like 2011. I'm going to go Chargers
Thanks,
here.
Stoney.
Yeah, exactly. I heard that on the way in this morning. I couldn't wait to use it.
I will back you up. That's a good stat.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
Oh,
A
okay.
compliment from Greg.
Yes.
I feel so. I'm going
Validated?
Chargers. Yes. Trust Harbaugh here in this situation. Texans, I just don't think they're a very good team. I think they're the best team in the AFC South. I think those are different things. I'll take the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking NFC South, AFC South. Like, there's a lot of things where you could say, okay, you made the playoffs, but you're not necessarily a good team. I feel the same way, and it's kind of disappointing with the way the NFL set up that you are playing at the Texans, because I do think the Chargers are a better team. I think Justin Herbert and what they bring to the table, I think they at least get one, if not multiple wins, but I'm going to go with this one.
Yeah, I kind of wish I wasn't, because I like to choose something different, but I'm also going with the Chargers just because they're LA Chargers. I want to give some love to Los Angeles a little bit from what they're going through. Plus, it's the shirt I got in the mystery box. I'm just rooting for them.
Jim Harbaugh
What,
in a
John?
playoff game in Houston. Dad energy rising. Chargers. Jim
Harbaugh allegedly believes and remembers the day he was born. He's a weird dude, but he's exactly what this franchise needed. I think this is when Justin Herbert finally shows what he's capable of and wins a playoff game. They've got the run game, they've got a defense, and I think they go into Houston, favored for a reason, and get it done.
Ravens host the Steelers as 9.5-point favorites. John.
I don't think there's any doubt the Ravens win this game, but I think the Steelers' defense is too good to be basically blown out. You're talking about a 10-point win. So give me the Steelers. Give me Mike Tomlin. Again, a very average team. I don't know if they score a lot of points, but I also don't think that the Ravens score a lot of points in this one. So give me the Steelers.
Okay, I'll go with the Ravens.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of talk about how the Steelers made the playoffs just to face a division rival. That cuts both ways. The Ravens have to face a heated rival too. I'll take the Steelers. Jim.
Steelers' offense is broken.
It's Russell Wilson.
Haven't topped 17 points the last 4 weeks. They've had their doors blown off in 3 of the 4. Ravens are a cut above. Lamar struggles later in the playoffs. They'll take care of business in game 1.
I'm going Steelers here. I think the Steelers, for the most part, have played Lamar extremely well, and I think the anomaly was just the last game they played, and people have short memories. There's no Zay Flowers. He had a big game in that game. Steelers will play them tight. They'll lose. Classic Stoney. Ravens win. Steelers cover.
That's more like Stoney. Bills play the Broncos in the playoffs for the first time since the AFC Championship game in January of the year of our Lord, 1992. Bills laying 8.5. Heather.
I'm going to pick the Broncos. I don't think they're necessarily going to win. I feel like they're underdogs, and I'm going with them.
Bronc Bros before Broncos. Give me the Bills.
Broncos great against the spread all year long. You got a rookie quarterback going on the road, but you've got a defense and you've got a coach to help set him up in this spot. The Broncos have only lost by more than 8 points once this season. Give me Denver.
And that game was at Baltimore, and I think a lot of people use that game as when Denver plays the big boys, they get destroyed. We're way later in the year now. Sean Payton's been in this spot before. I think the Bills' defense is at least questionable to where the Broncos will be able to score some points. The cold's not going to affect them. They're used to that in Denver. I will take the points here and take the Broncos.
Broncos with Bo Nix. Bo Nix, I think, has got obviously a bright future, especially if Sean Payton, that duo can really be good together, but not this weekend. I think the Bills are going to make a point. Sean McDermott wants to make a point. And when you do rookie things as a quarterback and you're playing against a team that can make you pay for those, I think the Bills win this one running away.
Packers travel to the Link, getting 4.5 points from the hosting Eagles. The Eagles have championship mettle that the Packers simply do not have. EAGLES. Eagles. Jim.
I think they drop a bomb on the Packers, who are frauds with a capital F. They have struggled against the heavy hitters in the NFC. 1-5 in this division, 2-5 against playoff teams. Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, I'm going to go Eagles here, too. And I feel like the Eagles are almost like politics to a certain degree. There seems to be such a divide on people who think they're really good and people who think, oh, my gosh, this implosion's coming internally. I buy that they're really good. I bought it since before the season, and I think they crushed the Packers, who I think are falling apart.
Eagles win, Packers cover, but I think the Packers, Jordan Love, this is going to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole, so stick with me. He always seems to do in the last couple of years enough at the end of the season to make everybody believe that the Packers are going to be contenders. They have won one game in the division. They're not contenders. They are not going to be contenders next year. Jordan Love is going to do enough in this game to make people believe he's worth the contract, to make people believe the Packers are going to have a better season next year. So he keeps it close, but eventually does a Jordan Love thing and costs them the game. So I'm going to take the Packers, but I still think the Eagles win.
I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Buccaneers host the Commanders. Tampa Bay favored by 2.5. John Jansen waking up in a cold sweat thinking about Dan Turk and Brett Conway.
Oh! Oh! Down at the pirate ship.
You know how to needle him.
I had to live that one on the 31st. Now you got to bring it up again?
I like the Bucs in this spot. I like a Bulls defense against a rookie quarterback. Give me Tampa. Fire the cannons.
Yeah, I'm going Tampa here, and the Lions are off this week, but they did play last Sunday night, and the double-digit disco was open at Ford Field. Now the double-digit disco is open for a second straight Sunday night. It's eye patch night at the disco. Give me the Buccaneers, and what I think is going to be the biggest blowout of the weekend.
Ooh. Wow. The biggest blowout of the weekend. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. In fact, I'm taking the Commanders. I don't know if it's...
Where's your blazer?
It's, you know what? It's in storage.
Yeah. Like everything
else around here. And I think that they make enough plays to keep it close. I think that they actually, not to keep it close, but they actually win this game. And it's been 24 years in the making. How about a reckoning? You brought it up. Dan Turk, Brett Conway. Part of my disdain for kickers is people learn just a little bit more about me every week. Yeah, that's where it started, and they finally find a way to right a wrong.
I'm going with the Buccaneers.
Good for you.
You like Pirates?
No.
Arg.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do.
Does Colin have an eye patch?
No. Tom, he doesn't.
Not during the day.
But on Sunday night.
Commanders are trendy, but the Bucs are still favored. Vita Vea is a terrifying human being. Bucs. Vikings favored by 1.5 against the Rams. Game moved to State Farm Stadium in Arizona, the Ford Field of the West Coast. Gov.
This is a tough one to call, but when it's a tough one to call, I go with who I think is the better coach, and that's not a dismissal of Kevin O'Connell, but I think McVay's a better coach. I think Stafford's a better quarterback, and I think only the Lions are the team that will ever be able.
Question up. It's the easiest way to weigh in. We, of course, want your reasoning, and you can do that on ticket text and phone calls. The Lions don't play this weekend, but we're going to learn who they do play in their first playoff game, and it could be one of 4 teams. It could be the Rams, could be the Packers, could be the Commanders, or it could be the Minnesota Vikings. Who do you most want to see? Who do you least want to see? 248-539-9797. You can vote in that poll question on it may be. You can vote on X, Costa, and Jansen. We'll update those results as the show goes. And I believe the Commanders are currently winning that poll. John, who do you most want to see?
I most want to see in the first round the Commanders for a number of different reasons. One, I'd like them to win their first playoff game. I'd like to see Jaden Daniels have a little bit of success, kind of like we saw C.J. Stroud on the other side in the AFC last year. And then there's something special. I still carry a grudge about the way I was released in Washington. Still, yeah, obviously. And so I would love for them to knock out the Commanders in that first round. And not that it's the easiest one, it's not the hardest one. I think it would be the most unique one, because I think in the years to come, Washington is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Now you get a chance to get them with a young quarterback, knock them out, let them know who the boss is, and then in the second week, I want to face the Eagles. Maybe it's the division, maybe it's just the old me coming out a little bit, but if they are proclaimed to be the best opponent that you can beat in the NFC Championship game to go to the Super Bowl, then give me the best one at that point. And then it's, if we're going all the way to the Super Bowl, I want to beat the Chiefs. So there's my 3.
You want the Commanders the most.
Yeah, I want the Commanders, the Eagles, and then the Chefs.
Who do you least want to face next week?
Only because of the topics. I don't want to play the Rams. I don't want to do Goff, Stafford. I don't want to talk about Matthew's wife. I just want to talk about football. And all of these other ancillary topics come in if you are playing the Rams. I would much rather play any other team other than the Rams. And I get it. It's Puka Nacua, and that wide receiving core is really good. Matthew Stafford is still good. Sean McVay has a Super Bowl ring. None of that plays. I'm not afraid of any of them. I just don't want to do that radio.
55% of the audience wants the Commanders. Says bring on a rookie quarterback.
Let's go.
Something new. They've played all the other teams, beat all the other teams.
That's part of it as well. Like, okay, when you talk about the teams that they could play, it's the Vikings, the Rams, the Commanders, the Packers. Vikings, been there, done that twice. Packers, been there, done that twice. Rams, been there, done that. Did that last year in the playoffs, did it at the beginning of this year. So been there, done that twice. Commanders, haven't seen them in a while.
If the Lions lose a playoff game, it's going to be because the defense can't get a key stop.
Most likely that's the reason.
Most likely. So I don't want to play dangerous quarterbacks. I don't want to play the Rams because if you have to blitz, veteran quarterbacks are going to dice it up. They've got the weapons. They nearly beat the Lions in a playoff game last year, and if not for a coin flip, they may have won the game to kick off this season. Look, I think the Lions will beat the Rams. But of the group, they're the team I least want to play. And all the nauseating stuff. Like I used to really get into, hey, it's the narrative and the storyline and Stafford and return. We've done it. We've done it twice now. I'm done. It's nauseating. I don't need any of it. The team I most want the Lions to play, Green Bay Packers. 2 birds, 1 stone. Literally. It knocks out the Eagles, and it gives you the most favorable matchup. Jordan Love, I think you can heat him up. I do. I think you can make him a mistake-prone quarterback. And John, you talked about the emotion of, the Commanders for you. The team I want to inflict the most pain on of anybody is the Green Bay Packers. They have dished it out to us. I would like to give it back to them. Beat them 3 times in one season. Don't like the Cheeseheads, right? I know some people don't like the Vikings and don't like the Bears. To me, the Packers are the most frustrating team in this division. They've dealt us so much heartbreak. Let's return the favor this year in the postseason. So to me, bring on the Packers. That's who I want most.
I get it. It's a division opponent. You want to keep, kicking a dead horse. That's fine. And Jordan Love, we talked about in the picks. I think Jordan Love is that type of quarterback that always just does enough to make the fan base believe in him. Oh, next year is going to be better. Did you see how he ended the season? Or the rest of the NFL fan bases that think Green Bay can't possibly be down. They can't possibly have that next quarterback. And the narrative going into the offseason is going to be, oh, just wait till next year. Okay, well, let's wait till next year, and we'll kick your ass again.
So the Commanders have 55% of the vote. Packers 36%, 4% for the Vikings, 4% for the Rams. Makes sense. You want the 6 and the 7 seed.
Yeah. I get it. If you're looking for the easiest path, I'm not necessarily looking for the easiest path. I'm just looking to settle some scores.
Yeah, it's not about the easy. I think they'll beat all 4 of these teams.
And maybe if it is about settling scores, we've settled the scores with all those other teams
besides the Commanders.
Yeah,
but I don't have the animosity that you do. And I know some Lions fans
we haven't played them.
Some Lions fans remember 91, right? NFC Championship game. They get eliminated by the then Redskins. And another time in the 90s, Washington eliminated Barry Sanders. And
you're welcome.
You just had to bring that up.
But you brought it up.
Oh, you just had to revel in it, though.
Sure. Why not?
But I don't have the same animosity towards that franchise as I do towards Green Bay.
Oh, nobody's going to have the same animosity towards them or the Eagles.
Yeah.
Even though there have been some hard losses to the Eagles in the past decade, some of it is just something new. I just want something new. I want to see Jane Daniels in person. I want to see that defense in person. They can't stop the run.
So your path was Commanders, Eagles, Chiefs.
Yes. That's the Eagles and Chefs, to be accurate.
Of course. I would give you the Packers first round. I'd rather not face Stafford in the second round or Baker in the second round. Give me Sam Darnold in the second round.
Oh, Vikings, Lions
Packers.
For the NFC supreme dominance.
They could finish 8-0 in the best division in football, beat both of them 3 times.
I like where your head's at.
And then you go to the Super Bowl, and of that group, man, it's so tough.
It is the best division in football, so it would stem to reason that you would face both division opponents on your path.
And then in the Super Bowl, I guess it is the Chiefs. I know I never want to say bring on Mahomes, but I think it is the Chiefs. Just because if it's a lower scoring game, it's more chances, obviously, for their offense to score late, but the Lions have the best offense. And we haven't seen a team three-peat ever, so maybe this is what keeps them from three-peating. The Lions get it done in the Super Bowl. Texter says, who do I want to see? It doesn't matter. Bring on anyone. Who am I afraid of? No one. Bring on anyone. Who wants to come here and try us? They'll find out. It's a fun answer, but it doesn't answer the question. Texter says, let's not forget the Commanders kept us from going to the Super Bowl in the 90s. I want that revenge factor. That's E in Detroit.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, guys. I'll be boogieing in my club seats no matter who it is. Jack and Coke Jerry. You don't want Washington, John. A young mobile quarterback, he'll chew up Glenn's defensive schemes and spit them out.
Okay. I disagree.
If he wins his first playoff game on the road against a Bulls team that's going to blitz, it would give me pause with him coming in here, right?
Sure. Do you think a rookie quarterback can continue to play at that level and dissect defenses at that level as a rookie? I just don't believe it.
Who are the most... in terms of the dangerous quarterbacks in the NFC playoffs, he's certainly not at the bottom.
No. Well, all right.
Like, it's Darnold and Love are probably the least dangerous quarterbacks.
Right. Yet we still say it's the best division in football.
Well, they're good teams around them, right? I mean, isn't that the point, is that Darnold has...
defense,
good protection, a defense that gets in the ball back, ton of turnovers. He's got Jefferson, he's got Addison, Hawkinson's healthy, and Kevin O'Connell calls a great game. I think he's maybe the most gettable because he holds the football, and we saw that in Ford Field last week.
Jordan Love is the one that will give you the football the most?
Yeah, sure. Here you go. You take it. Go ahead, short field, turnover touchdowns. Perfect. You guys let us know. I think it's a fun conversation with the Lions sitting on the couch this week. You're going to be watching these teams. Who do you want to play most, and who do you least want to play? It's 97-1. right, John, before we get back to who you want to play most and least, Lions' potential opponents, teams that are in action this weekend, you heard the update. Tarek Skubal, avoid arbitration, 1-year deal. Did you have a reaction to it?
Well, first I wanted to know what the parameters were if they went to arbitration. And it was, 8 to 11 on the very high end?
Those are the estimates.
Yeah. So they aired on the higher end. Both sides agreed. I think it's a good deal for both sides. The team still has control, and they will have it again next year. So they don't have to come with a long-term deal. Tarek Skubal has had an arm event, so you're protecting yourself and your investment, and you're also showing a little bit of respect by saying, hey, we're not gonna take this to arbitration. We're going to give you the high end of it.
He won the Cy Young. Arbitration was going to be friendly to him. It's still less than he's worth, but that's just the reality of baseball. Arbitration helps teams keep the costs down, and the Tigers can keep the cost down, to your point, this year and next year. And I don't know if they're going to get a long-term deal done. Like, I would probably side on the side of them not getting a long-term deal done with Tarek Skubal. And I don't want to fire up the trade talks right now. What I want to stress is win with him right now then, right? Round out the offseason with a Bregman-level bat, and let's try to win something this year and next year before you even get to free agency with Tarek Skubal, before you even have to entertain trades and worlds without Tarek Skubal on this team.
The best thing that could happen would be if Skubal went out without a deal all season long and pitched like he did last year. Then the Tigers say, okay, he deserves to be the highest paid pitcher in baseball as long as you don't count Ohtani and all that, which is a little clouded anyways. Right. But and he has to take it, right? Like, to me, you put it back in their court because, I'm a Boris client and I'm going to free agency, so you're going to do 2 more years of this. To me, that would be the best case scenario.
You can do a game of chicken because Boris is not going to want to settle, especially if he knows.
But if you make him the highest paid pitcher in baseball, how can he turn that down? He's going to bet on.
Well, it'd be a number of years. It'd be a number of years. Are you giving him an 8-year deal? Because the Boris side of things are going to say, hey, 40 to 50 million is great for a 4-year deal, but we want an 8-year deal. I mean, you get what I'm saying, Tom?
Is Tarek Skubal going to pull a Juan Soto? And
bet on himself?
Yeah. Well, that's where you put the pressure back on, where you give him. You kind of give him what he wants, and I think everybody's cool with it because he earned it a second year. To John's point, when he had the arm event, and I'm not concerned about him getting hurt again, but it's always hanging out there.
Right.
The Tigers have control right now.
Well,
but they could quickly lose it and get pie in their face on this.
Right. And in regards to they have all the leverage right now because of the way baseball is set up. But on the flip side of it, when you think about offering a guy for 8 years. All right. You won't have to do that until next year or even in the middle of not next year after that season. And at that point, is he a year removed from winning the Cy Young? Does he have the same juice next year? We all think he will. We all hope he does. Does he win back-to-back Cy Youngs? And if he's betting on himself, that number that you have to offer him continues to go up. There's no question about that. But if you get to 2 more years down the road, and he's 2 years removed from a Cy Young, and he hasn't pitched the same, still been good, but hasn't pitched the same, now that number's not quite what maybe you would have given him.
Well, he's probably gone if that happens.
Could be.
I mean, and the other thing with that is, I mean, I just think there's no way the Tigers would pay him at that point.
I think for a number of reasons, he is a barometer for so much of the organization's direction. What I mean by that is their willingness to spend and win. And those don't have to be, like, if they say we're not going to spend $300 million on a pitcher who has potential for an arm event, right? We're going to use him up for the next 2 years. We just don't feel comfortable paying him long term. That could be their fault, their philosophy. And that would send a message as to the level of spend, but they do need to try to win while they have him. So I think it's fascinating to see how they handle Tarek Skubal. If they decide they don't want to pay him, what does that say about their commitment to payroll? And if they don't try to win, what does it say about their commitment to winning? I very much view, like, he is the like Rosetta Stone, if you will. He allows us to kind of translate where the Tigers are in terms of their seriousness, right?
No, I agree with that and stuff. But that, again, you can let this year play out. You can see if he does it again. You can see how the team performs. Do they actually get better? Do the young players get better? And then if all the answers are yes, you give him what he wants and you go get a big-name free agent to put the icing on the cake. and then your young players are coming, and Clark's may even be coming by 2026, right?
Yeah, I mean, you also could just do it right now.
You could. But to John's point,
but their choice not to also says something, though. That's all I'm saying is they could do it now. Their choice not to says something. What you read into that is your business. It could be they are undetermined as to how good these young players are. They are not necessarily in a mindset of spending big money. They might not necessarily believe in Tarek Skubel's longevity from a health standpoint. However you want to interpret it, it does send a message if they don't get a long-term deal done and they don't add a big free agent right now.
But I think if you just let it play out like I just described, you pay them next year. What's the difference?
Well, the difference
is what, $25 million because the market went up.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you get for waiting it out. That is the one thing the Tigers would have to sacrifice. It's simply total money.
Yeah.
Because every year contracts go up.
Yeah. I just think my big thing is if you're not committing to an extension right now, okay, are you trying to win while you have him? Right. Are you doing everything you can to win in the window that you have Tarek Skubel in these these more affordable years?
You're also forcing him to be his best.
Yes.
If he wants that big payday, he's going to have to continue to pitch at that same level. So you're forcing him to remain and stay at that level, at or near that level. And so if you're going to get that performance from one of your pitchers, then you better be able to build around him, because if he does pitch at or near that level, which you're pushing him to do, you might not have him in 3 years.
Waiting keeps all options open. I mean, he could perform 95% of what he did last year. That'd still be a really, really good season. He could finish second in the Cy Young, and then you're sitting there and you're looking at the rest of your organization, and you're like, oh, boy, the young guys aren't developing. Let's trade Skubel to the Orioles for two of their guys. And you're right back where you were last summer.
248-539-9797. We're going to get an update on the Lions coaching searches, right? You know, Aaron Glenn's involved, although he turned down an interview from one NFL team. The latest on Ben Johnson and a Lions assistant. John, you think this could be the biggest loss if he leaves? Yeah. We'll get to that coming up at 9:18. Couple ticket texts on who you want to play from the teams this weekend. Texter says getting the Packers in the playoffs would be like another bye week. You might be able to rest guys again.
I'm not going to go that far, and I know what I've said about Jordan Love. Without Christian Watson, I think it even minimizes more. I just don't think Jordan Love is a guy that's going to go out there and win you games at this point of his career. He's just proven that in big moments, he comes up small.
I want the Commanders and the Eagles, so we will have beaten every team in the conference under Dan Campbell, Kyle, and Troy. I didn't realize those are like the final two stones missing on the Infinity Gauntlet. But yeah, he hasn't beaten either of them, right?
So Giants check that one, Saints check that one, Panthers check.
Has he beaten the Panthers?
I don't think he's beaten the Panthers. That's not. What was it in his first year? Did he lose to the Panthers, or was that one of the final wins? I'll have to go back and check that one.
I don't think so. Did they mention the Commanders? That was their win after they.
Yeah, was Hutch had like 3 sacks in that game? Yeah. So I don't know that that's necessarily accurate.
You know, when Hutch was a bust in week 1.
Right.
He has beaten the Panthers. 2023, they beat the Panthers 42-24.
Okay. All right. Obviously, they beat the Niners, the Cowboys, the Cardinals.
I'm just going to trust him on this. I don't think we need to go through every single team.
Yeah. But it goes to, getting the monkey off your back. And if there's certainly still no monkey on your back regarding Matthew Stafford and the Rams. They've handled that every time, even though maybe you could say it's been close, it's been overtime. Doesn't matter. They still won.
Yeah, I mean, if they face the Rams, and that's who I think they're going to face, and they beat the Rams, it's the same old, same old. Hey, we beat Stafford and we move on.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to endure the whole week of, is Kelly going to the game? And what about her kids and revenge for Stafford? And we've done these storylines. And if they lose, you're going to get people who start invoking 3-letter acronyms. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to deal with the Rams. I don't want to face them. It may be the Rams, and if it is, so be it. I think the Lions will win. But that's part of the conversation today. Texter says, John, I want the Bucks and the Bills, since they are the only teams to beat us this season en route to the Super Bowl. That's from Tony in Clinton Township. And you couldn't face the Bucks in the first round, but you could face them in the NFC title.
Sure.
And then the Bills in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, rights and wrongs.
John, use your head. You want to play a team you've beaten into oblivion already, not a young upstart team with nothing to lose as a wild card.
What if it's the Packers and then the Vikings?
That's what I said. I think that's the most.
Like that would be, but that would validate the season in the division. In terms of
The best division in football.
going 15-2 and beating both your division rivals who were in the best division in football.
Go 8-0 in the division.
Yeah.
So has that ever happened before?
I can't imagine.
Going 8-0 in your division?
I know. I'd be shocked if that happened.
Because I don't think it's very often that even 3 teams make it from the same division.
Tampa used to be in the division. So was there somebody when the Central
Less
was
teams in the playoffs.
True.
There was only 5 teams in the playoffs.
Okay, I'm just talking about division. You had more teams in your division, so you had the opportunity.
Yeah, right. Then somebody did go 8-0, yes.
Probably.
I mean, the Bears did in '85 because they lost to Miami.
Right. And the Dolphins, I don't know how many were in their divisions when they went undefeated. That's a long time ago. Yeah. 14 games, right, yeah, but were there 8 division games?
I have no idea.
Moving
Stoney,
on.
Calling
Mike,
Stoney.
please, Mike, stop.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Michael.
We have the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Coming up next, updates on Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, and Hank Fraley. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. They've been with me every step of the way for the last, 4 years, and helped me every single time. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And I mentioned every step of the way, they have adjusted the plan. They've accommodated everything that I've needed. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, we told you the Lions gave Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson 3 days to do some interviews. Yesterday, today, and Saturday are big days. Aaron Glenn said, I don't need to interview with the Patriots. Withdrew his name. I think he saw them fire a coach after one season. I think he also assumes that it's just going to be Mike Vrabel, and it was a waste of his time. Mm-hmm. John, he's also interviewed with the Jets, and that appears to be the best landing spot for him. He played there. Their defense desperately needs to get back to some consistency. For as much attention as Rodgers got as a sideshow, their defense took a step back, and I think he makes sense as a head coach. I really do. I think he's a player's coach, but he can also give you tough love. I think he's a good mix, and I think he's going to be the New York Jets head coach. I think that's the best spot for him.
I think so as well, especially if they go with Spielman as their GM. To me, it then sounds like a no-brainer. And we talk all the time about Ben Johnson and which quarterback would be enticing for him. And I think for Aaron Glenn as a defensive coach, when you look at the reputation that defense has, and there's still a lot of great components of that defense, that's one that he would probably salivate over a little bit, especially with Sauce out on the edge. As a young player, that to me would be that's probably comparable to, the quarterback situation for an offensive coordinator. Maybe it's an edge rusher that would be a little bit more enticing, but they're going to have a high pick.
Thing to watch with Ben Johnson. There's the discussion about him wanting to make sure there's a unified vision with the general manager. Mm-hmm. Raiders fire their GM. There's reports that the Jags would consider firing Balki for the right coach.
Or at least moving him in the organization, moving him out of that general manager position.
Opening up a spot for some continuity with potentially a Ben Johnson. I don't know where he ends up. I really don't. I think he's the ultimate wild card here. I mean, everybody's interviewing him. Everybody wants to hire him. So we'll wait on an update there. But a headline yesterday that maybe caught some people off guard. Hank Fraley, the Lions offensive line coach, interviewed for the Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator job.
I didn't know it was even a headline until I got a text from a buddy up in Seattle that said, hey, tell me a little bit more about Hank Fraley. So, well, why do you want to know about our offensive line coach? And he says, well, he's going to be up here tomorrow interviewing for the OC job.
Did you tell him he's bad at his job, he's late, he's lazy?
If he wasn't such a good dude, yeah. But, and I sang his praises.
How dare you, John?
In regards to what he is, who he is, the offense that I believe he would run, and his open-mindedness, the technician, the teacher that he is. But in regards to what it means for the Lions, your offensive line coach at almost every level in every team is the heart and soul of that team. And, I mean, yes, we know what Dan Campbell is. This is not to take away what he does, but when it comes down to the nuts and bolts, when your head coach is in his office and he's doing head coach things, the O-line coach, probably backed up by the D-line coach, those are the guys that have the best relationships out of anybody on the team across any position group. And if you lose your offensive line coach, especially as one that is as good, and I already mentioned, a great teacher, a great technician, that would be a huge loss for this team. Not that another guy can't come in here and do just as good, if not better. I think it would take more time. We talk about the acclimation period for an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator or head coach whenever that happens. I just think it's a little bit longer for that O-line coach because there's so much trust that has to be built. There's a lot of trust in that room. You get a new body, a new mindset, a new voice, and there's a lot of trust that has to be rebuilt.
Strength of the team is the offensive line. Hank Fraley's regarded as one of the best offensive line coaches in football. Losing him would obviously matter. It would matter for developing guys, too. You're trying to develop Giovanni Manu, Mahogany, Awasika. I don't know how much it hurts the five up front. They've got 600 starts between them. They're all pros. They're vets. I do think continuity will still be there. If there's ever a group that could absorb the loss of an O-line coach,
it's a very veteran group.
It's a veteran group like the one we have in Detroit. But you think Fraley could be the biggest loss of the offseason if he leaves?
I do. For all the reasons I just mentioned. It's the heartbeat of a team.
Do you think some of this is setting up for if Ben Johnson were to leave, he doesn't have to go be an OC somewhere else. They could give him the title here in Detroit, whether he calls plays or not.
Oh, you mean the canary in the coal mine?
Yep.
If he is offered the job but turns it down, why does he turn it down to stay the O-line coach? Oh, well, maybe behind the scenes he knows what's going on with Ben Johnson, and he would eventually be named the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions.
Goes both ways. If you were to take an OC job,
maybe it means Ben Johnson's staying, and that road to be in the OC looks like it's too far down the road. Who knows?
It's a lot to keep an eye on. Lions don't play this week, so we spent a lot of time talking about it. It's the headlines that they're involved in. We'll get the cookie jar at 9:35. Here's Heather with the news.
So the ex-boyfriend of that missing Macomb County woman, Ashley Elkins, has been charged and arraigned with lying to police while they continue to search for her. They have yet to find her. DeAndre Booker, 32 years old, was arraigned in Roseville. He had his bond set at $250,000 and was ordered to wear a GPS tether if he does post bail. He faces up to 4 years in prison if convicted. But authorities are saying that, he just was repeatedly lying to police between January 4th and 7th when they were asking him questions about his ex-girlfriend, right? And that he willfully provided false and misleading information about the disappearance of Elkins. And what they released during this arraignment were some of his Google searches, which aren't helping him out.
It's unbelievable.
Right? I mean, people, I don't know if people think that those just disappear.
Well, he tried to Google that.
He did try to Google, how do I clear my Google searches, my Google history.
What else did he search?
But he also searched, routes out of the state. Like, how do I quickest way out of here? Where should I go? What do I do while on the run? What? What? How to beat a polygraph test. Yikes. And the worst one is blood traceable.
Tell me you're not guilty by telling me you're not guilty.
Exactly. It's not looking good. And you just hope and pray that this woman is going to be found alive and well.
Yeah. Was there anything in there about where to hide a dead body?
I don't think they didn't release that one. So no, that wasn't there. A Westland woman surprised her family on Christmas Eve, letting them know that she won $1 million in a Powerball drawing. Pretty cool. She won during the September 4th drawing after playing the same number she says she plays every single time. So she and her husband kept the news secret for months, obviously, and then surprised her family with it on Christmas Eve, let the kids know. She says she plans to invest, save for retirement, and then contribute to her grandchildren's college funds.
Good for her.
Yeah, very cool. Let's talk a little bit more about these wildfires. Just a little update when it comes to the wildfires. Right now, there's 4 major fires that are still raging across the LA area. I did see that another one has popped up. Like, that's what's so crazy is that if you are starting to gain ground, it's like another one is appearing somewhere else. So these other they're not little, but smaller fires are appearing all over. At least 10 people have died. Whole neighborhoods just completely devastated, right? As many as 10,000 structures have been destroyed in several of the fires. And firefighters are just saying, hey, we don't have good news coming our way. We've got more wind, more dry conditions into the next week. And we need these winds to die down in order for us to really do anything. Also going to be a very, very costly, the costliest fire in U.S. history, already expected to exceed $135 billion. Yeah, real sad. A social media post by one Jets player may have been a little too saucy and is now causing legal issues not only for himself, but also for a well-known sports media company. Yes, Sauce Gardner and Barstool Sports are being sued for defamation.
Uh-oh.
Have you seen any of this going on? Okay, so there's a woman, a mom from Mississippi. She's filed a lawsuit alleging that Sauce Gardner defamed her by falsely saying on social media that she had an OnlyFans page. So he had posted on Twitter, he had posted a picture in a room in his house. There was boxes and a ladder under construction, right? And he just captioned it, "Do I even have to say what I'm getting built in my new house?" And she is a Bills fan. And she had kind of a snarky remark, commented on his post. Well, the next day, he decided to comment on her comment. And he said, "I'm sure your husband wouldn't like it if I told him you DM'd me your OnlyFans link, would he?" And she responded to him and was like, "Well, I don't have an OnlyFans, but if you have the link, send it my way. I'd love to see it," right? Anyway, she says that this has been seen millions and millions of times, gained a lot of views. And then
she started the conversation.
Well, he started it. He asked the question, "What do you think I'm
going to
build in my room?" She did.
If you're going to trash talk, you got to be able to take it as much as give it out.
But she is now saying, after Barstool Sports then posted a story about it as well, it got even more traction. And she's saying that her children and her husband have been subjected to harassment and disparagement. So she is suing for damages.
Hey, be careful what you post on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem a little
Petty.
yeah, like
Yeah. If I'm a Bills fan, I'm going to take a shot at a Jets player. They're not going to fire back.
but like she doesn't have an OnlyFans page. She doesn't have an OnlyFans page. Good
Right.
for her.
Yeah.
There's nothing to hide. There's nothing like what? I don't know.
Well.
But anyway, she's doing it. There's a lawsuit out there. Finally, guys, not that I think you've wondered this, but maybe you have. If you've ever wondered which country has the most well-endowed men, you're in luck, 'cause I'm about to tell you. It's not the U.S. Scientists actually went around and
measured?
tallied, men's sizes from around the globe and determined that the men in the U.S. didn't even make the top 10. Actually, you guys came in 68th place. Pretty low on the list.
One
But
away
it
from
was
that
the
would have been awesome.
the good men of Sudan that came in at number 1.
Well,
Yes.
it's warm there, right?
Average size of 7.07 inches. However,
Is that in which position? I mean, we got to know all of the details of the exam.
Relaxed or attention?
Yeah.
at attention. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But, however, they say there is one caveat to all of this, is that many of the measurements were actually self-reported.
Oh, well, then this whole thing is not the
Okay, but then why wouldn't the guys in the U.S. be like, okay, well, guess what?
Yeah.
So you
We're just
let's
a bunch
say
of humble
you
people
give
is
yourself
what
a
we
couple inches or whatnot. Why not? Everyone
Just
should
go
have come
for
in
it,
at number
yeah.
one.
We're going to under promise and over deliver is what we're going to do. We're
I thought it was going to be
humble.
Greenland. That's why we want it.
Right, yes.
No, seriously, who had the smallest?
You want to take a guess?
Oh, boy.
I don't think it's-
no matter what
don't.
I guess, I lose.
Yeah, don't.
It was, I'll tell
I know
you,
what I want to guess. I'm not guessing.
What does the data say?
went to the men in Thailand.
It's Heather with the news.
Followed by?
Oh, we're going to go right down the list?
No.
Cookie jars next. A much needed break. It's 97.1. It's Friday. It's the Cookie Jar, and it's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. 6 questions. Need your answers. The first, you may look outside. It's cold, miserable, but you don't see much snow. Do you miss the snow?
I do. I miss the snow. I miss it more because, and when it does come, I bemoan it sometimes just because I can't play in it like I used to, whether it's snowmobiling, ice fishing, although snow isn't great for ice fishing. I do miss being in a snowier climate. Used to live in Petoskey for 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, right now, if it's going to be cold out, I want it to snow. I want the snow. In general, I never miss the snow. I don't love snow. I don't love being cold. But yes, if it's going to be winter and cold here, bring on the snow.
Otherwise, it just looks like gross and bleak.
Yeah.
All shades of gray.
Nah.
You don't miss it?
Nah. Not 50 Shades, but it's just shades of gray.
Tom?
I do miss it. I mean, I love winter in Michigan just as much. I love the season changes and stuff. It gets old in mid-February, although it melts quick then too. But I really just miss, like, the kids aren't doing what that I did as a kid. We went sledding so much as a kid.
Right.
And it's, like, non-existent anymore.
And that's the way it looks after a fresh layer of powder. It's all clean.
I mean, some of my best childhood memories are from the winter going sledding and playing ice hockey on ponds, which you can't do hardly anymore either. Now, it's been cold enough now to where you should be able to. But
make it ice.
Yeah, I miss it.
Inspired by our conversation earlier this week, what's the longest road trip you've ever taken?
So probably by distance, I don't even know the distance, but by time, I took a 3-week road trip with the kids before I moved back down here. We left from Petoskey, and we went up through the UP, stopped at Marquette, Wisconsin, Boulder Junction, Walker, Minnesota, Leech Lake, fished it. This is when the story I was telling you about having the truck, the fifth wheel, and the boat. And then went up to Lake of the Woods, fished that for a little bit, came down to Minneapolis, took the kids to Mall of America, did that whole deal, Wisconsin Dells. Then we went to Manitowoc, Wisconsin, and picked up the ferry that comes across to Ludington, and then stayed at Silver Lake Sand Dunes, did the Sand Dunes for a while, and then eventually headed back to Petoskey. So 3 weeks, and it was amazing.
That's sweet.
It was awesome.
That's
and
awesome.
The best part about it was all campgrounds. There was a couple of nights where we stayed in a Walmart parking lot just because we couldn't find a reservation. But that was fine too. Yeah.
I would love to do something like that. I've never done anything like that. One day I think I will. But my longest road trip is actually a road trip that I haven't even left Michigan doing. It's going up to the cottage, which is all the way basically almost into Wisconsin in Ironwood. But you make a couple stops if you do like Tequamanon Falls first. You're kind of going in the opposite direction. Then you got to go back down and go across the
Picture Rocks.
Probably over 11 hours. Oh, yeah.
Picture Rocks, yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Longest is spring break Florida, but a lot of people have done that. Best is leaving Friday morning to go to Lexington, Kentucky, watch Michigan Fab Five play in the regional semifinals and final, and driving back to Kalamazoo to go back to college Monday morning, all while the album Octoon Baby had just came out.
There you go.
So you're probably guessing mine is like 3 hours or something?
Yeah, it was not to
It ain't Frankenmuth, we know that.
Mm-hmm.
9 hours.
Okay.
Post-college, had a buddy move out to Virginia. They were in like the Blacksburg, Roanoke area.
Yeah.
So bunch of buddies from college. We made the 9-hour trek. We left like after work, earlier in the day, got in after midnight, hit the Waffle House.
Oh, there you go.
One in the morning. You're starting to drag as the night goes on. But yeah, about 9-10 hours. Yeah. Greg?
When I was a kid, we went out to Green River, Wyoming.
Oh.
It is 21 hours of a drive from our house in Brighton.
Wow.
We went out there. It took 3 days to get out there.
Wow. Nice.
What is the best way to eat leftover pizza?
For me, it is in the microwave, but before you put it in there, you put a couple of pads of butter on the crust so that it absorbs the butter. You salt the pizza just a little bit when it comes out, and it's just wonderful. And then any that drips off, you get to sop up with part of the pizza.
You salt the pizza?
Oh, I salt every piece of pizza I ever eat.
Oh, that's...
I can't be the only one that finds that odd, right?
You add salt to it? I thought you were meaning the butter kind of salts it. You
add
salt
to the butter. Yeah, even when we order buddies, I always salt the pizza.
Oh, wow.
And microwave, I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah,
You get
I'm
the
surprised you
cheese
said
get,
microwave,
like
too.
from a
How
guy
are you
who
supposed
likes
to melt the
food.
butter?
Oven.
You can put it in the oven, the broiler. Some people do it on like a stovetop pan. The microwave, you get like
It gets
the
chewy.
yeah, it gets chewy, and the cheese gets kind of gross.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I mean, I don't think there's any wrong way to eat leftover pizza.
No.
I mean, for me, I eat it cold. I mean, I don't even need to heat it. I'll just take it
Yeah.
as it is. I'll dip it in a little bit of ranch. Good to go.
You're
Straight
such
out
a
of-
Michigander. Dip it in ranch.
Oh, yeah, Heather, you got it. Straight out of the fridge, homie dog.
Yep.
Remember the show cold pizza?
Yeah.
Hey,
Woody
no,
Page?
Yeah, I think anyways, right? But the best way is actually let it set out for about 15 minutes, go to the toaster oven, and just put it on warm. It gets almost like it's brand new. Although I have heard, that's why I wanted to get in on this, the air fryer is the way to go. I haven't done it yet, but I've heard air fryer is very good.
I believe it.
I've heard the stovetop is the way to go. I've done oven.
Okay.
Oven is the way that I reheat pizza.
Well, when I want it now. So microwave is the way to go.
There's also a fair response of what is leftover pizza. What age does your kid no longer need a babysitter? Can I go first just because I don't have kids and I think
Sure.
you guys can
Sure.
judge away here? In my brain, I think 12.
Depends on boys or girls. Girls are much more responsible. And so for my girls, it was right around the age of 10.
Oh, wow.
For Jack, if he was going to be left home alone, it was not until 12. And maybe even because boys do stupid things. They have different ideas and things that they think is fun, which I think is fun too, but it's much more risky and dangerous.
Heather?
I'm actually with you. I wrote down 12, and 12 is the age I started babysitting.
Okay.
So if I was a babysitter at 12, I could babysit myself. I don't know what I'll do with my kids yet until they
Yeah.
get around that
Each
age.
one's a little bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have a number, but I was thinking middle school. So middle school age is
Yeah.
you don't need a babysitter anymore.
All right, favorite zoo animal. I ask this because you may have seen on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
I got the little experience with the penguins at the
penguins,
Detroit
yeah.
Zoo where you can feed them. What's your favorite zoo animal?
Did you pet one?
Yeah, you can pet them.
Could you
Okay.
hold him?
No, you shouldn't pick them up, but they all
Oh,
have
that
like
would've
little
been fun.
personalities, and you get to feed them the fish and everything. It's actually pretty cool.
That's
And they
cool.
don't cheat you on time. It's not like 5 minutes and you're out. It was
My favorite one is the gorillas. They're badass. I mean, just to see something that big, that powerful, and what sets you apart is that little plexiglass. You're like, oh man, I'm not sure if this holds, but
So you
man,
can go up to him and look at him and go, "Roar."
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, stand next to him, see how compare.
you were a member at the zoo for a while. Are you
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Still members. Gorillas are great. Monkeys, like the chimpanzees, I like. The monkeys in general are probably my favorite just because they're really active. So they're fun to go and
Sure.
watch and see. Those are my favorite.
If I'm going to be on brand here, it's got to be donkey.
Why?
Because you're a jackass.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't thinking. I'm not that mean.
Oh no, that's the one I thought of.
All right. My answer is actually not penguins. It would be the polar bears. If you've seen the polar bears at the Detroit
Oh, yeah.
Zoo.
But you have to know, the key is to know what time they do the feeding.
Right.
Yes.
Because then you'll get to actually see them swim over the glass dome. Otherwise, you might not actually see them under there.
Yeah. They've got you can see them in the water
You
underwater
can,
too.
but not all. But I'm saying when you're under there, you don't always see them. They're not always there. But if they do the feeding, find out the time because
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Last one. Would you rather know when or how you die?
Oh, I think this one's easy. When? Because there's a lot I still want to do. I want to know when so I can get it all done and go out with a balance sheet of 0. How you die, you're going to be dead either way. I don't care.
I would not want to know how I was going to die. Let's say it's a car crash. Like every time I got in my car, I'd be like, is today going to be the day? Like that
Right,
would be
yeah.
awful. Like I'm just headed to Kroger. Is this
Yeah,
it? Is this
ride
how
your
I
bike.
end? I'd rather know when as well.
If you knew how, then you could avoid it. Like if you're
Well,
going to
no.
die in a
Could,
car
I
crash,
guess, and I'd never
I-
get in a car again.
Yeah.
Which would suck. But
Yeah,
I'd
did
be
show
alive.
from home.
But is that what leads you to your death in the first place?
Yeah, that's true.
This is a great question. I think that knowing when I'll die is terrible because I'm going to be spending the rest of my life doing this.
Checking your
Watching the
watch.
clock.
No, but you
Not
don't need
gonna
to watch the clock.
You're
If
gonna
you
be
know exactly when it
traveling.
is,
You're gonna
yeah. Hey, it's going to be
okay, I've
you
got
know,
this much
20,
time left. I got this
45.
much time left. I got this much time left. Not going to do that. I'd rather know how.
How's
No,
terrifying? You're
it's-
looking over your
I'm
shoulder.
gonna drown.
Yeah, see,
Like,
Gray's getting
Whoa.
paranoid by this. I can definitely tell. And it'd be like the show 24, just that bing, bing, that would be going on in his
Yeah,
head the rest of his
right,
life, and
yeah.
it'd drive him insane. I have something. This might be very smart. I think this could be a quote that lives on for the rest of mankind.
Oh, come on.
Okay, jackass, let's go.
If I know when, how doesn't matter?
I suppose. You got like Robert Frost over here. I think the answer is when.
Yeah.
It's not ideal if they tell you like tomorrow. But if it's not, then you can live your life accordingly. If you know you're going to live to 85,
right? And then when the time comes, you could tell all the people that you love them, that you want to tell them you love them. You can mend the bridges that you think need to be mended. Yeah.
The reason this popped in my head is I saw a video about like people talking about retirement. We talked a little bit about retirement yesterday, and you have to basically plan for when you're going to die. Essentially, like how much money do you?
Go out with the balance sheet of zero.
You could, exactly, time it up perfectly. All right, that's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in because damn, it's cold outside right now. If you need your furnace serviced today, do what I did. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle. Up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
Before we get to Carson Anderson, I have a James Franklin question for you, John.
Oh, shoot it.
Well, I want to read some ticket text first because people have some stuff to say
I'll
on the
wait.
cookie jar. You can wait. Everybody can wait a couple minutes here. People are really fixated on the pizza.
Really?
Yeah, we asked a bunch of questions. Most people have opinions on the way
It's a pizza town.
you eat your
me.
pizza.
Oh,
Texter says, I lightly salt the pizza. It really brings out the flavors.
sure.
And John's reheat method is what I do minus the butter. I'm going to try that. Sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm. It is.
John is definitely going to drop of a heart attack in his 60s. All the salt and bacon and all that he adds to these meals.
I mean, so be it. I might not be able to think by that time anyway.
Oh, that's dark. Speaking of death, what happens if you find out you're going to die in 2 weeks?
It'd be the greatest 2 weeks of my life.
Yeah.
Well, you'd rather know, right?
Not working.
Right, yeah.
What else are you going to do?
Spend some money, have some fun.
Yeah.
Sit there in shock and waste your 2 weeks? Like, you have to go full throttle
Oh,
to
man,
say,
it's a bummer,
happening,
yeah.
kids. I'm sorry. This is the deal.
You can say
Let's
your
go.
goodbyes. You can live the fullest life possible.
I'm
if
pretty
you
sure
knew.
I'd walk right out of here right now. If I did.
You should if you found out you only had 2 weeks to live.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to spend it with us? Don't answer that. Another
Probably
No.
I wouldn't.
one segment. I want one more segment.
A farewell segment.
That's that one that's going to get you fired.
Not his problem anyway. Texter says, sprinkle some water on the pizza for moisture and stick it in the air fryer. Crisp, hot, no cold spots like a microwave. It says, just order another pizza if you're using the oven. Who has time for that, says Tony.
Just do it on broil, though. It's really quick. You don't need to like heat the oven to
400
300,
degrees.
400 degrees. Just broil it really quickly.
Yeah,
The
when I
water
want it, I
trick's
want it
good.
now.
It's pretty fast.
Freddie says, John, you need to fry bacon in a pan, then put the cold pizza on top of the bacon grease to warm it up.
Gosh.
Freddie, you're a genius. Is that Freddie the Pizza Man?
It doesn't say, but he spells it the same way.
He is a genius.
Guys, the only way to reheat pizza is the air fryer. Crust is crispy, cheese melts perfectly. Game changer, Todd in Plymouth. Several votes for the air fryer.
Okay.
John, would you mend the bridge with Portis if you knew when you were going to die?
No. No. I might look for a dark alley. If I knew I was going to go out, take my shots.
Yeah, if you knew when, then you know you could get away with it.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
But then
if
you
you're
could
talking
get
about all
arrested
the
and
fun
spend the
things,
rest of your life in jail. That'd be
Exactly.
Trust me. In some place, I have to choose the right place to do it because in this country, you don't even have to post bail.
And see, what if you die because you get shanked in prison? Because you killed Clint Portis.
Okay,
because
if they
you
say,
knew
hey,
how much time you had left.
Yeah.
Things to consider today. Sure. A thought-provoking episode of the cookie
Yeah,
jar.
she's going to die because you got shanked.
You chose when, not how. James Franklin, he lost another big game. How much blame should be placed on him? That's funny. It is. But how much of that is
1 in
him?
15. If you're playing an opponent that is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
How much is him? They blew a 10-point lead. They had him where they wanted him at halftime, and they lost. How much is him, and how much of it's just Drew Aller stinks?
Well, it's his quarterback. It's his coaching.
Yeah.
Kids, and yes, I still think they're kids. They make bad decisions in a lot of different ways. This one just came in the fourth quarter with about 20 seconds left or a little bit more. And I don't know that I can necessarily put this one on James Franklin. I can enjoy it as another James Franklin loss. It's his team that lost. But players, there's enough blame to go around. So I'm not sure the percentage I want to put on James Franklin, but it's certainly some of it falls on him.
Oh, I mean, I love that the narrative continues.
Oh, yeah.
Big game, James. But Drew Aller, even before that interception, had played a bad football game.
Oh, I mean, he was given a gift on the PI in the end zone when he throws the interception into triple, and there was a fourth on the way.
Notre Dame had 2 interceptions taken off the board for pass interference. And you could say by the letter of the rule they were both PI, but was it really catchable in triple coverage when the guy was going to intercept it, whether there was contact or not? Fine. By the letter of the rule, it was called properly, but Aller was not giving his receivers much of a chance.
No.
And the interception he threw was an all-time stupid. You're going to go back across the field with the read, throw it blind over the middle of the field. He deserved to lose that game.
No
and
question.
I've never been impressed with him for as much as, hey, 6'5", he's highly recruited. Fine, it didn't happen last year. They switched the OC. It's going to happen for Aller, right? Right?
Well, it doesn't. It didn't have to happen this year. Obviously, Penn State fans would have liked for it to happen. He's got another year of college eligibility, and for him, I like the self-awareness of I'm coming back to college. I'm going to come back. I've not accomplished as a team what I wanted to accomplish. Not accomplished as a player what I think I need to accomplish. Who knows what we're talking about in a year from now? He could be the best coming out of college in a year. That's the benefit of the ability to get better.
Yeah, push him to the portal, get somebody else.
Maybe they will. Who knows?
We talked about it before the show. This like musical chairs. I know. But the musical chairs that could happen here in college football, right? Beck is back in the portal. Ewers, people are speculating maybe he ends up somewhere else. Anyway.
Who's the one that lives in the portal? Jaden Rashada?
Rashada.
Yeah.
He's back.
It's amazing.
He does. Doug, Gator, what's going on?
How are we doing?
Good.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Friday.
Yeah. I'm breaking character a little bit today.
Beef on the menu.
Sort of the equivalent of that.
Oh.
Whoa.
My entire adult life, I've had a belief about sports, and Kang has rattled the foundation of that belief.
I'm intrigued.
Doug is fired up in a way that I did not expect it to be.
Are you getting this out of the gates?
Say what?
Are you
right out of the gates? Are you going to start
Yes.
with this?
Yes.
That's all right.
I'm going to care.
Yeah. And this is not like Doug at all.
No,
To care?
But it would
To
to care about this.
what he's gonna care about.
I'm worked up today.
Wow.
Fired up. He's fired up.
Wow. This had to happen in like the last half hour because last time I went out
Kind
there,
of did.
you weren't that
I
fired
was
up.
calm and all that. And
Yeah.
then
You were Doug.
we started talking, and then we did a little research, and then we did a little more research, and I've come out of it mad.
Oh, boy.
There we go.
Fired up. Good luck, Gator.
Well done, Kang. Should make for a good start. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on this Friday. Hope you're doing well. Quite a college football semifinal last night in the Orange Bowl. Notre Dame beats Penn State, last second field goal. And, hey, man, there's a reason why yesterday I made the comment, I just don't trust Drew Aller. And remember my prop bet, will he throw a pick? Yes. And that pick was very costly. He seemed to be somewhat committed to throwing a pick, although two of them erased by penalties, and one of them was a product of the penalty. But
Someone's $2 richer today.
Yep, you got that right. Look, I'd be sick today if I were a Penn State fan. absolutely sick.
Yeah, I mean, that decision was so horrific, beyond description, how bad that pass was and how bad the decision was to throw that pass. It's on Drew Aller, but I imagine some of that has to be on the offensive coordinator. Some.
I mean,
it's the quarterback. He's going through his progressions, and then he freaks out and then panics and throws it over where he shouldn't throw it. It's really unfortunate because Penn State played a pretty good game last night. It was a spirited game. You see Abdul Carter get out there with one arm, and he is a one-armed wrecking crew on defense. They're able to run the football pretty effectively against Notre Dame. At some points during the game, it just seemed like, yeah, we want to have a big drive. We can do that. I texted you guys. I thought earlier in the game when they had that touchdown drive was a soul-crushing drive. Not necessarily.
Notre Dame scored on 4 of the next 5 possessions, but that's the pick isn't even reason 1 or 2. Why I'd be sick if I were a Penn State fan today. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. I mentioned before the break that I'm going against one of my beliefs. Kang brought something up today, and I'm like, all right, and I kind of rolled my eyes. And by the end of our discussion, I'm like, that son of a bitch is right, and now I care.
Kang, when you brought this up to Doug this morning, did you know that you were going to try to get him fired up?
No, because I know Doug well enough to where he doesn't care about things like this, I brought up. I just kind of was venting a little bit, and I just told him, I was driving home, I was thinking about it, and I was just giving him my thoughts. And I could see Doug kind of like, whatever, right? But then...
That's 100% true.
But then we started
I was like, are we really doing this? And I'm like, because what you have to remember is that sometimes you bring up topics on the air that you think the community cares about more than you care about. But you bring them up because you're trying to talk about what the audience wants to hear. And I guess I've stated for a long time that when your team is good, I just don't care about individual awards. I don't. If the team is good, let everybody else win those awards. Just win the whole thing. If your team is bad and it's the only thing you have to cheer for, then cheer away. And let that be the reason why you're vested in watching your team's games is can your guy win the scoring title? Can your guy win the MVP? Whatever. Will your guy be an all-star?
Well, as you growing up as a sports fan, I mean, one of your favorite athletes, if not your favorite athlete of all time, is Tony Gwynn, who played on terrible teams most of his career.
Bad Padre team.
So were you always rooting
I wanted him to be an all-star, and I wanted him to win the batting title. But in the years they got good, and specifically the year they played the Yankees in the World Series, which was 2000? I think it was 2000. They played the Yankees in the World Series. And I didn't care about any of that stuff. And that's kind of where the whole thing maybe developed. But so Kang brings this up, and Kang, tell the audience what you said that made me roll my eyes.
I said there should be some more disrespect for the fact that Jared Goff's not even talked about as being a possible NFL MVP this year. And I know Doug doesn't care about individual awards, so I knew when I said that Doug would be like, okay, whatever, But also
we were correct.
But also I brought up too because we were just talking, hey, what's going on with the Lions, right? And
Yep.
I thought, well, this is a Lions-related thing that I thought the other day. And I said, listen, and I gave you some of my reasons, and so I think you were intrigued, right? And so you started doing some research.
I started down the wormhole, and this blew my mind, okay? It blew my mind.
Oh, before that, and I said to you, before I even gave you my reasons why necessarily and the data, I said if Jared Goff's name was Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady, he would be hands down the NFL MVP this year.
And I rolled my eyes at that too. I was like, okay, but I'm like, all right, do we have a topic here that we need to develop? And let's face it, Jared Goff is not winning the NFL MVP. Can we say that pretty?
Yeah, he's not winning it.
Is he finishing second?
No.
Are we sure he's even finishing third?
I don't think he will.
He's not going to finish third. I wonder how many third-place votes he'll get. He's not going to get – I don't think he'll get a single first- or second-place vote, but will he should get – you'd think he'd get some third.
Will Saquon Barkley finish third?
I think it's –
Or would Derrick Henry finish third?
Or would Joe Burrow finish third? I mean –
Okay.
Burrow's team didn't make the playoffs, so maybe that throws him out. But
will Jared Goff finish fourth? Because
I think that's probably the sweet spot for Jared Goff.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think that's the ceiling for Jared Goff. I think the best he can possibly finish in the NFL MVP award based on hype, okay? I mean, these are voters that are determining this. I think the best he can finish is 4th. And I think he might finish 5th and he might finish 6th.
Do you think he'll finish behind Patrick Mahomes or ahead of Patrick Mahomes?
That's a good question. Maybe Goff finishes 7th.
Does Goff get a vote, guys? 248.
Well, here's the thing,
No, but
okay?
honestly, he won't get first or second
No,
place
I think he
votes.
honestly finishes 4th behind. In any
did
order you want to
Barkley?
pick, Lamar, Josh Allen, Barkley's the 3rd guy, and then Goff.
I think that's probably accurate.
Okay. So I'm like, all right, well, let's take a look at the history of this award. And you can go back forever. You can go back to sort of where the league is now. So the last 4, 5, 6 years, what are the patterns that have been established for who wins the MVP? Last year, the MVP was Lamar Jackson. His team was a 1 seed in the playoffs. The year before, the MVP was Patrick Mahomes. His team was a 1 seed in the NFL playoffs.
Okay.
The year before, the MVP was Aaron Rodgers. That year, in 2021, his team was a 1 seed.
Huh. Okay.
2020, the MVP was Aaron Rodgers. Once again, the Packers were a 1 seed.
I did not know that. Back-to-back 1 seeds for the Packers and no championship out of that.
In 2019, the Baltimore Ravens were a 1 seed. The NFL MVP was their quarterback, Lamar Jackson.
He had a hell of a year there.
In 2018, the 1 seed in the AFC was the Kansas City Chiefs. The NFL MVP was Patrick Mahomes, their quarterback. In 2017, the 1 seed in the AFC were the New England Patriots. The NFL's MVP was their quarterback, Tom Brady. The last 7 NFL MVPs have come from the 1 seed quarterback position. And Jared Goff might finish 4th.
So you're really upset that Patrick Mahomes is not even being discussed.
Yeah, it's about time they give the Chiefs some respect, huh? The year prior to that, Atlanta was a 2 seed. Matt Ryan won the MVP as a quarterback of a 2 seed. Prior to that, in 2015, the 1 seed in the NFC was Carolina. The quarterback, Cam Newton, won the MVP. The last 7 years in a row, the MVP of the NFL came from the 1 seed's quarterback, and 8 of the last 9, the NFL MVP, the 1 seed's quarterback. This year, the 1 seed's quarterback, I think, is going to finish 4th. And that, my friends, feels to me like authentic disrespect. And I question why. Why? It's not even that he isn't winning the award, okay? Because he's not. And I was okay with that. But when you start thinking about the fact that he really isn't in the legitimate discussion, you don't hear any of the talking heads even bring up Jared Goff as a possibility as the MVP. I think that is authentic disrespect, and I think this pattern that the NFL has used for voting the MVP, why is it apparently not even close here after the 2024 season?
Well, I can offer up some I'm not even going to call it defense, but because it's not, I won't defend it. What I will say is I think I know why people say what they say and vote the way that they vote and spin their narrative the way they spin their narrative.
Kang, you think you have a reason?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
But I'm glad you said exactly perfectly, Doug. The criteria has been there for the last 7 years, last 8 out of 9, but all of a sudden, it doesn't matter. Huh.
It doesn't appear to matter this year for what was a repeated pattern of criteria that determined the NFL's MVP. And for the first time, I can say I authentically give a crap and I'm pissed off because it's not that he's not winning the award. He's not even really legitimately being discussed. We will give our theories. And if anybody else has any other theories or Or, I mean, I'm actually in some ways going, fine, pile on the disrespect. Playoffs are about to start. And Goff hears everything. 248-539-9797. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I typically don't care about these things. In fact, I can't remember the last time I cared this much. I think it's very odd that the pattern of the quarterback of a 1 seed has won the NFL's MVP the last 7 years. And this year, the quarterback of a 1 seed, Jared Goff, isn't likely to finish any higher than 4th. And who knows where he will finish in this thing. And is this authentic disrespect? And if so, why? Why does the pattern get broken the year the Lions are a 1 seed? And I don't know that this is anything that really is necessarily, I'm not going to lose sleep over this, but I am saying if you are the Detroit Lions and you are Jared Goff, I ask you, Jared, and I ask you, Lions, have you seen this? Because Jared Goff, from the I'm a poor man's nobody to I thought we weren't able to play in the weather to everybody questions Dan Campbell's decisions. Like, those guys hear stuff. And we are pointing out that for some reason, our guy doesn't get the benefit of the being the quarterback of a 1 seed that the last 7 MVPs got. But with that said, We have theories as to why. Gator, what's your theory?
I think there is mass prejudice at Jared Goff because he does not make plays with his feet and because he doesn't have the pedigree of being a previous Super Bowl winner. So when you look at these guys that have won the MVP, and you can say, well, Tom Brady's the GOAT, and Tom Brady has the reputation of being the Super Bowl champion. So you go back to maybe at this point, he only had 5 Super Bowl championships prior to winning the MVP, whatever he did in 2018 or 17 or whatever it was. So because he's the GOAT, because he has that pedigree of winning the championships, and when he has ridiculous seasons like he has statistically, it's hard to overlook that. So he gets that pass for being the immobile quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, same thing. He already had the pedigree of winning a Super Bowl before, and the statistical numbers he put up those seasons were ridiculous. Jared Goff had an amazing year. Jared Goff over like the last 3 seasons is insane how good he has been. He was second in yards passing this year. He was second in quarterback rating this year. And I think he was 4th in touchdown passes this year. Had a hell of a year. Second maybe in completion percentage. He was awesome. But when you're comparing him to Josh Allen, because Josh Allen ran for 12 touchdowns, and Josh Allen beat the Lions, his team beat the Lions, that's going to get noticed. When you're comparing it against Lamar Jackson, who, has whatever it was, did he have 1,000 yards rushing, close to 1,000 yards rushing, in addition to being incredibly accurate this year and throwing 41 touchdowns against 4 interceptions, I get why he's not stacking up with those two. It just happens to be the year. But there is, I think, that prejudice that goes into it that he doesn't run. And it immediately is dismissed. Well, he can't move, but these guys can. Yeah, but they won 15 games this year. And then here's the other thing that'll come in. Is I think everybody would say when you start looking at offensive lines in the league, one of the first things they'll say about the Lions is what an offensive line they have. So he gets to work behind that offensive line. He's got other weapons with him. He's got the running game with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. It's going to help him out. He's got Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he's got Sam Laporta, and here's Jamison Williams with a 1,000-yard season. When you're saying all these things, and then you're also probably not going to give him credit for helping to make those guys better, because that's what he does, and I agree with you. I think there's some disrespect here. I do also think, though, this is a year statistically that you can look at other guys and say they had better years, but I am so amazed at what Goff has done for 2 years. But is he being disrespected nationally? Yeah, in a backhanded kind of way, he is. Plus, the one coach that all the media really loves, and Sean McVay, and that they've been loving for years, he's the one who threw Jared Goff under the bus and made him the scapegoat of that team. Couldn't wait to get rid of him. Kicked him off the starting job as the team was getting ready to go to the playoffs. He has thumb surgery. They have to go back to Jared Goff, despite he's just days recovered from this thumb surgery, in a playoff game, which they win. Why, I hate's a strong word. I really despise Sean McVay and all the love that Sean McVay gets, but because they think that Sean McVay can do no wrong, they'll look at that example that he must have been right about Jared Goff, and it's just a nice reclamation story that Jared Goff he's like the best version you can get of the Sam Darnold story or the Baker Mayfield story that we're seeing now.
Kang, your theory?
Yeah, I have a few here, and it's a pie of theories, right? And it all contributes to why I don't think Goff is even discussed for the MVP, because it's true, Gator. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Saquon Barkley are having amazing years, at least stat-wise. They're doing amazing things. So there's other guys that you could debate to be the NFL MVP. My beef and gripe is, along with you, Doug, is he's not even in the discussion, okay? And part of the reason my theories is, one, you brought up the McVay thing. The McVay slander has followed Goff around and it won't leave him for some reason, which made the national media believe that Goff isn't that good, which now the national media has manipulated everybody else, including fans, to think Goff's not that good. And the fact that he isn't flashy, he doesn't use his legs, he doesn't make these unbelievable highlight reel plays all the time, so people kind of neglect the fact that what he's doing is still amazing, but just because he doesn't throw it behind his back 40 yards down the field doesn't make it any less, less great.
Let me just say, in addition to that, because I'm loving what you're saying, the other thing with the McVay stuff is that, Goff had to leave to get to where he is. And now it has turned into more Ben Johnson love than it is Jared Goff love. Not that Ben Johnson hasn't been great as an offensive coordinator. Now everybody's saying, well, yeah, you're in the Ben Johnson offense.
Gator, it's because, and my final theory is, he's just not that respected by everybody else. He's not completely disrespected, but he's not as respected as he should be because you bring up the Ben Johnson, the O-line, the weapons. Guess what? Go back at that list of NFL MVPs, Doug. They've had some good offensive weapons and good offensive lines and good offensive coordinators as well. Yep. And so people would say, well, it's the stats, guys. Lamar and Josh Allen, and they have these stats. Jared Goff is not just playing above average this year. This isn't like a Trent Dilfer year where the rest of the team's carrying him. He's fourth in touchdown passes, second in completion percentage, second in passer rating, second in passing yards, second in yards attempt. He's the only player in NFL history to complete 72% of his passes and throw for more than 4,500 yards in a season. The only player in NFL history. This year, he had 9 games of a completion percentage above 75%. The second greatest ever was Tom Brady in 2007 with 8. Brady won the MVP that year. Right. The 15-2 record with the number 1 seed. This is a thing with quarterbacks.
He's outpacing Tom Brady.
Yes, and the thing is, fine, he doesn't win it. He's not even being discussed.
Not even being discussed. Is the part that I'm with you. It's funny.
I don't want to talk about him.
You guys have touched on, but I personally think each and every year something that happens is the quarterback's ability to run gets a bigger slice of the pie of evaluating quarterbacks. It's a cool thing. I've always stated it's down my list of priorities when it comes to a quarterback. When you don't make the flashy run, I think it impacts negatively the perception of you. But let's talk to the people. 248-539-9797. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How we doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, I mean, I agree with you guys. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. But all those years that one seed quarterback won the MVP, what was the other, like, where did the other one seed finish? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have all the stats in front of me, but, like, I know it's Josh Allen this year that's probably going to win it. He's not the one seed. But I was just curious as to, like, where all those other quarterbacks finished in the MVP race to go along with that trend. But with Jared Goff, I think 2 games really hurt his credibility. It's the 5-interception game and the Tennessee game where they started, on the Titans' 25-yard line on every possession. I mean, I know that's not his fault, but he still didn't have, like, a big stat game for that game. And I don't think – like, I do think that he should be in the discussion, but I think it should just be him and Josh Allen. I think with Lamar's 5 losses, that shouldn't – like, great players will get their teams to victory, like Jared Goff and Josh Allen. But with 5 losses, I don't think Lamar – I think he's overhyped, overrated. I mean, the fact that he's only in this discussion is because he's won 2 MVPs before. But yeah, I think it's just a 2-man race. And, I mean, I kind of agree that he shouldn't be – or he should be getting talked about. But I honestly think this is Josh Allen's. This is his MVP year.
But Allen had back-to-back dog games, but they were early in the season. And people forget about the stuff that happens early in the season, like when they lost to Baltimore, when they got smoked by Baltimore 35-10.
Everyone forgot that.
People forget that. And then he follows that up the next week against Houston. They lose to Houston, and he goes 9 of 30 in the game. But people forget that. Because, look at that play he made with his feet and extended the play. And it's a highlight on, on every highlight show there is on ESPN or on the NFL Network.
Thank you for bringing that up because people will bring up the fact that, Goff lost to Allen and the Bills. Well, Allen and the Bills got smoked by the Ravens and Jackson. Yeah. And then Allen has had a bad game just like Goff had the 5-pick game.
And they got beat by the Rams the week before they beat the Lions. Now, look, everybody's got games on their schedule that they didn't look all that great. And clearly Goff has an awful game against Houston. And none of us are advocating for Jared Goff to be the MVP of the league.
No.
All we're saying is he should be in the discussion.
He's not.
And it's not. It's a 3-horse race, and nobody's even mentioning anybody else.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Look, I got to tell you, I got myself worked up this morning when I realized that a very specific pattern has been broken for choosing the NFL MVP, and it just so happens it's this year. And that is 7 consecutive NFL MVPs have been the quarterbacks of a team that was the 1 seed in the playoffs in either the AFC or the NFC. 7 straight times. This time around, well, quite frankly, I will be surprised if Jared Goff finishes north of 4th for the voting. Why is that? Why is it? And I think it can be seen as authentic disrespect, which it does nothing but help the Lions. I mean, honestly, I think they have gotten in a place where they're really, really good. They get a lot of love, and they still find authentic fuel with stuff like this.
Is it possible that it's not disrespect, it's just simply the year that Lamar has had is ridiculous. The year that Josh Allen had is really impressive. And Saquon Barkley ran for 2,000 yards is the first time we've seen this in a while. Is it possible that just the
that
year
there
for
were 3 freakish shows?
Yeah,
I mean, I guess I kind of started to believe that until Kang pointed out that he is pacing ahead of a Tom Brady MVP season in terms of completion percentage and yards and
Yeah, it's not like he doesn't have stats of his own. Like those 3 guys have amazing stats, but Goff also has his own stats. And you're right, it does play a role, Gator. But what I feel like the biggest slice of pie in this whole reason why Goff's not in the discussion is, honestly, I think it's a national disrespect. You can have national media members out there, and can call it hot takes or whatever you want. They actually called Jared Goff a civilian quarterback.
Dude,
But hey,
I know.
It sounds crazy, but that stuff has influence. You know, people.
Poor man's Matt Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. People believe that crap, you know? And then I think it affects him without even them knowing it. They're so like, well, he's not even talked about.
I mean, they said like 5 weeks ago because of one play that was made by Josh Allen. One throw. Like, oh, there it is. MVP. End the discussion today. We don't even need to talk about it. Just give him the MVP. And I'm like, have you not watched what Lamar Jackson has been doing this season? And then Lamar goes out and throws like 3 touchdowns, runs for another one, and like 100 yards in the game. And I'm like, how about that performance? Oh, we're going to forget that because Josh Allen, threw left-footed.
It was a jump ball to Keon Coleman. I didn't even understand why that was the play. I don't even understand why that would be the play.
That play is so infuriating to me. He has got nothing to do. It's a last-ditch effort. He throws it up literally for grabs. Keon Coleman bails him out because the defender's like, oh, I got it. Like he thinks it's 500 and can call guys off. No, it's not. Keon Coleman comes out of nowhere, snags it, and they're like, what a great pass by Josh
Give him
Allen.
the MVP.
Give him the MVP. Had nothing to do with Josh Allen.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Q in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Q.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing? Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year, Q.
So, look, I'm looking at some stats right now, Jared Goff. Over the last 3 seasons, Jared Goff lead the league in yards, touchdowns, and QB quarterback rating. So, for people to say Jared Goff is a civilian or he's not that good, man, something wrong with him. Now, they got to get rid of that narrative that, oh, it was Sean McVay. Jared Goff been gone for 4 years, and look how he turned his career around. He's better in Detroit than he's been in L.A.
No, but it changed the narrative, though. Now it's not Sean McVay. Now it's all Ben Johnson.
It's Ben Johnson. And it's just crazy to me because Jared Goff is an old-school quarterback. He's not like those. Peyton Manning didn't run out the pocket all the time. Tom Brady didn't run out the pocket all the time. So people need to realize the quarterback can stay in the pocket, especially if you know how to throw the ball. If that's his best attribute, let him stay in the pocket and do that. Because Jared Goff, over the last 3 years, has been the most healthy quarterback. He played the most games, has the most yards, and has the most wins, and have the most touchdowns. So what's going on? I'm not understanding this, guys. I really do not.
The only thing I'll disagree with you, Q, is nobody's saying he's not that good.
But
well, Nick Wright just said the civilian quarterback thing. Other people are saying it.
Little hands. The Lions beat Minnesota. Still don't get no respect. I don't understand it, but I love that they're not giving us respect.
Yeah.
They give us more fuel.
Yeah, 100%. And they know how to cultivate that chip and shine it up every week. And I love that they can do that. But yeah, now I'm getting as fired up as Doug's.
Dude, it's weird. I don't care. I know I don't care about this stuff, but as we started working our way through it today, I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
I get more fired up for the praise on Josh Allen because I feel like it's a slight to Lamar Jackson, what Lamar Jackson has done this year.
How about we even talk about Jared Goff as MVP, though? Brian on a cell, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. I honestly think that Jared Goff, that 5 interception game against Houston, MVP caliber players. I know you have a bad game, but 5 INTs, I mean, that's a little bit too much to ask for.
How about 9 for 30 in a game? In back-to-back losses. How about 9 for 30 in a game for Josh Allen, though? Nobody talks about that.
Well,
he went 9 for 30.
I guess to my point, I guess what separates Jared Goff from the other 2 quarterbacks, I guess Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, they can actually change the game single-handedly by, scrambling and in and out of the pocket. I think Goff relies on other parts of the offense, like Jahmyr Gibbs and the wide receivers like St. Brown and whatnot. But
arguably Lamar has the best running back in the league in his backfield, and I think Buffalo's skill position players are loaded. I think they have an up and coming group of receivers. They have
really
deep and tight end. They got a really good running back.
We all understand that, but what we don't what we have to understand is that Lamar Jackson can single-handedly, without any,
make a great highlight.
If the receivers are all covered, running backs are all covered, Lamar Jackson can, create a play, and that's what separates him.
Yeah, it's great that Lamar can do that, and they lost 5 games. So when they needed him to do it that one time, he didn't do it. And I love Lamar Jackson. Now you just made me slander Lamar Jackson.
Here's the thing
and
about
I don't want to do that.
Here's the thing about that, though. My man is onto something that I think is a real thing, and he clearly is accepting of it, and that is Lamar Jackson has cool highlights. And he's right.
Yeah, but again, I don't even want to make this about Lamar Jackson because he in my mind, is clearly the MVP. But the fact that guys can run around and make plays, extend plays with their feet, it gives them an extra dimension for sure, and I love that ability. Goff doesn't have that, and he still gets it done.
Yeah. ESPN's top 10 plays are never going to go. And number 1 on the list, watch how quickly Goff dissects the defense and makes a good choice. Our number 1 play.
Right.
Look at this good decision by Jared Goff.
Well, you know who will do that? Is Dan Orlovsky. He does a great job of that. And some of the other former quarterbacks on social media, they do like to point out the elite, what's elite about Jared Goff. And I don't like to throw the word elite out there, but his decision-making is elite. His accuracy is elite. He's one of the tops in the league. When I say tops, I don't mean top 15. I mean like top 2 in the league at being able to do that. He is a cerebral assassin. He's great at that. And he does get some recognition from some of those guys. But then it's like in the next sentence, they'll show a highlight of Lamar Jackson extending a play or Josh Allen, throwing his shoulder down and knocking over a linebacker, and everybody goes nuts.
Yep. Or quickly processing information.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the
Lions
Lions
doesn't make a highlight.
The Lions have to get the win at the last week of the season against the Vikings just to make sure they don't end up with a 5 seed with a 15-2 record.
Vince and Sterling Heights are on 97.1. Hi, Vince.
Hi, how's it going, guys? You guys got me cracking up over here. And you got me fired up, too, as I was telling the call screener. So I got a few different points. I'm going to try to condense it all into one, but I'm on the total Goff disrespect train, just like you guys. And I've been listening to, with you guys and Kang. I don't have all the stats in front of me. I'm just listening to what you guys, but obviously we all know what we see. But one of the biggest points is obviously we know it's a popularity contest. I always want to, kind of compare it to like jersey sales and stuff like that. But what I was telling your call screener, the point that I, kind of just popped up in my head is I want to, kind of put this analogy in your guys' head. So think of it like comic books, right? And I know, Doug, you probably aren't into comic books. I'm sure Kang is because he's got Kang Collects. But if you put it in like a superhero category, we all think Josh Allen is Superman, right? So let's say that Lamar Jackson is the Flash, or maybe he's Spider-Man, right? He's got amazing superpowers. Well, Goff, if he had a superpower, he's probably just super freaking smart and accurate, and he has a ton of weapons around him. So what superhero is that? Probably Batman, or you can even
right, yeah, because Batman gets by with his money to buy gadgets and makes him do things where he's not some superhuman or alien being that has some sort of superhuman power. Batman doesn't have that. You're right. I think it's accurate.
Yeah, so it's like, but when people want, what they want is highlights. You guys brought up highlights, right? So, they want to see Spider-Man's, go sling around on his web. They want to go see, Superman fly around town, but nobody really cares about the smart guy that's getting the job done.
And maybe this is just the NFL we're living in now, and it was different when Tom Brady was ruling the roost. But Tom Brady didn't have the highlight plays. Tom Brady just went out there each week and completed 70% of his passes, would throw 40 touchdown passes a year and, maybe 8 interceptions, have this great rating, and he just did it time and time again. And at the end of the year was hoisting the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing that Goff has to do, right? It's hoist the Lombardi Trophy. But if he gets this done, he's doing it clearly in the mold of Tom Brady.
And yes, we know that the voting is done before the playoffs.
Yes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. I'm actually pretty authentically pissed at Kang because I was perfectly fine today, and he got me all worked up this morning with he was like, there's authentic disrespect for Jared Goff. And I'm like, all right, what now? And then he points out that he's not really in the discussion for MVP. And I'm like, well, okay, it's an individual award. I don't really care. And then we started looking at what has determined the NFL MVP. What are some of the consistent things through the years? And you look at the stats. Well, the stat package is there for sure. Well, as a team, has he had team success? Well, the last 7 NFL MVPs have been the quarterbacks of teams that were 1 seeds in the playoffs. And then, as we worked our way through it, we're like, 23, 2022, 2021, 2020, holy crap, 2019, 2018. All these MVPs are quarterbacks of 1 seeds, and our guy isn't really even in the discussion. So he's got Tom Brady-like stats. He's got team success. They're a 1 seed. Not in the discussion, huh? You made me care.
I'm sorry, Doug.
They could do a similar show here in Cincinnati. The difference is that the record isn't as good.
They're not even close to the 1 seed.
Well, right, but I'm just saying that about the disrespect for a player. Joe Burrow has had an amazing year that nobody's talking about. He threw 43 touchdowns against 9 interceptions this year, 4,900 yards passing, 71% completion percentage, ran for another couple of touchdowns. His team was ranked 6th in scoring this year, but because their defense was so bad, no one's even going to give him a
I can't tell if you love or don't love Joe Burrow because you have this thing. You're like, you said Joe Burrow's never going to win a Super Bowl earlier this year. And now
but it's not because of Joe. It's because of the team around him because they've made horrible decisions there.
But Gator, we can all agree the MVP is kind of a combination of individual success and team success. The fact that the Bengals didn't even make the playoffs completely eliminates Joe Burrow. So I don't even want to
He doesn't even get a look.
Yeah, and that's fine. Jared Goff has the team success, and so will people point out, well, does he have the individual stats? Yes, he actually does, was my point. They played in the toughest division in football. They won that division. They won the conference, and he's not even talked about as being a possible MVP. That's why I found it.
Nary a mention.
Yeah.
Disrespectful. Ton of feedback here. Goff gets no respect. He never has. The narrative has always been that it's the talent he has around him, not his ability. I love it, though. Can't wait for him to smoke everyone. That's from David Warren.
Right. Does he make Amon-Ra St. Brown better at all? Is it a symbiotic relationship?
We've talked about yes.
I mean, is it all JMO or is some of that? Did Jared Goff make some of those throws at all? And anything? No. It's all JMO.
Apparently, from an unnamed texter, there's only 2 guys that should finish ahead of Goff in the MVP voting. Anything else is disrespect. Unnamed texter, MVP is a popularity contest. Lamar, Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, they are the most popular players in the sport, or they were at one time. Goff doesn't fit that mold, so he'll never win as long as Lamar, Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow are around.
Well, if the Lions go and let's say they do something great like win the Super Bowl, there will be a different aura about Jared Goff when it comes to the national media and how he is perceived.
He can change the narrative. Of course. I mean, for the individual award stuff, not that we care. I mean, of course, I'd rather have Jared Goff win the Super Bowl MVP above anything else. Okay.
Yeah.
But I found this fascinating. That's all.
All I did was light the fire and run away.
You kind of did. I got to be honest. You kind of did.
Yeah. Well, and here's what can happen next year. Because next year, let's say the Lions lose Ben Johnson to another gig and he's a head coach somewhere else. Well, there goes that ammunition for people that would have, the narrative against Jared Goff. Okay, can he do it without Ben Johnson? I firmly believe he can do it without Ben Johnson.
248-539-9797. Nick and Westlander next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. Look, I'm a big Goff guy. And, the disrespect stuff, that is there. That is, part of it for sure. But it's also the interceptions, especially when you compare to Lamar and Allen. Like you said, I think Lamar has 4. I think Allen only has 6. Goff has 12. That's a pretty big increase. And if you looked at Goff's MVP odds for the first half of the season, he was in a very similar spot to guys like Lamar and Allen. And then when the Houston game happened, his odds tanked, and they've never really come back up.
and it's not just the interceptions, it's when he's thrown them, like the games in which they've happened. I think out of his 12 picks, I want to say 9 of them are in prime time, just off the top of my head. 5 in Houston, 2 last week, 1 Thursday night Green Bay, I think 1 week 1 against the Rams. So I think at least 9 of his 12 are prime time. And so they're the ones that people see. So, you know, in a lot of the games that people have seen Goff, they see the interceptions. And, you know, you then mix that with the fact that he already has, like, a level of disrespect from media and the stuff with McVay. I think it just, when you combine the two, I just think, yeah, that's just not going to put him in the same category, guys, with like Lamar and Allen in a lot of people's minds.
Thank you for the phone call. Henry in Chesterfield, you're next. Hi, Henry.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Hey, let me just put it plain and simple. How many other players in the NFL, every stadium that he plays in, his name is being chanted? Jared Goff, Jared Goff. Other arenas where he's not even at, the Pistons games, the Red Wings game, the Tigers game, his name is being chanted. Jared Goff, Jared Goff. Grocery stores, he's not even around.
Billy Joel concerts.
Are those other guys' names being chanted everywhere? No. Jared Goff, Jared Goff. There's your MVP right there.
It's interesting, right? He's onto something. He's become a bit of a phenomenon. And Tirico's pointed it out on the national broadcast that the Jared Goff chants are everywhere. And as Gator mentioned, we had a caller call say they were at a Billy Joel concert in Vegas and a Jared Goff chant broke out.
And again, I don't think any of us are advocating he's the MVP. That's not it.
No, it's not even it.
It's that he's not even in the discussion. That nobody even wants to let's hash it out. Hey, who are the top 12 teams in college football? Who belongs in here, right? And if you're not discussing Alabama or Ole Miss, then there's something wrong with it. Well, they were discussed. Hey, who's in the discussion for MVP? And it's like they limit it to 3. That's it. We're only going to talk about Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Saquon Barkley. That's it.
Brady, Rodgers, etc. also had good lines and weapons. Goff is still suffering from McVay slandering him the last few seasons with the Rams. The only thing that will change the minds of the media is a Super Bowl victory.
You know, people have brought up the Buffalo game that Buffalo beat the Lions. Do you know what Jared Goff did in that game? Do you remember what he did?
Yeah, he was pretty good.
Threw for 494 yards and 5 touchdowns and no picks in that game.
Pretty good head-to-head matchup. But
the Lions are always those 2 scores behind.
Always 2 scores behind.
Yeah.
Wayne's in Detroit and next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Wayne.
What's up, boys? Doug, Gator, Kane, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Listen, I was telling the screener that, okay, so Jared is a victim of something that a lot of people are not talking about. He's a victim of Detroit Lions disrespect. Okay, if you think about Barry Sanders winning the MVP, he didn't even get an individual MVP award. He had to share it with Brett Favre that year, if you guys remember. He was the last 2,000-yard rushing MVP, but when they talk about Saquon Barkley and an MVP for running back, they immediately start talking about Adrian Peterson. They skip all over Barry like he never did that.
Right, and Barry had more yards than Saquon.
Exactly. And another thing, Gator, so they want to keep talking about these interceptions, that 5 interception game that Jared had. True enough. What they don't talk about is he won the game.
Right.
The first time in NFL history that a quarterback threw 5 innings and won the game.
Yeah. Like I'm glad you brought that up. It's something we've definitely brought up during the course of the season. It's like, oh, by the way, they won the game. But, I mean, for you to bring it up in this discussion is incredibly appropriate. If people use that for the number one bullet point against him, he threw 5 picks against Houston. And what happened in that game? Well, the Lions came back and won.
He won. And then lastly, guys, so then take this with you. 6-0 in the division, 8-0 on the road.
8-0 on the road.
I mean, all in the same season, when you throw all those other stats up against that, and to your point, Doug, not even in the discussion for MVP. It's flat out disrespect.
Wayne, thank you. 248-539-9797.
I love how we're all putting ourselves in the room, the conference room of all the people that have a vote for the MVP, and we're just, you guys have been here for an hour and a half talking about it. No one's mentioned Jared Goff.
Yeah, I guess we're going off the fact that it just doesn't come up on any of the talking head
does
shows.
not.
It doesn't come up on national radar. You don't hear an argument being made when there's an argument there. Not winning it isn't the disrespect. There's nobody's making the argument. And I guess that's where I think this is completely and totally disrespectful, given the formula that's been used. 7 consecutive NFL MVPs have been quarterbacks on 1 seed. This one, he's not finishing in the top 3. Who knows? He might finish 7th. I hope he even gets a vote. He might finish 10th, Gator.
Wow.
No, he's not going to finish that low.
He's going to finish 4th.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
So now what are we going to get pissed about?
What's that?
What are we going to get pissed about now?
Nothing. I'm gonna praise something and see if you're on board. I don't know why I'm doing this more and more, and I used to not do this, and I'm doing it all the time now. I am rating commercials.
Well, we know that you hate the wax figure commercial.
I can't. I think it's one of the creepiest things on television. I have no idea who this guy's supposed to be and why anybody would think it's cool to get a wax figure of themselves. He looks creepy. Now there's two of them, and one of them's a wax figure, which if a creepy guy makes a wax figure of himself, it's like multiplies the creep factor by 10. And they're trying to. I see. That I disagree with.
I think his reaction as the thing's melting. Nah. That to me is funny. What's scary to me, and I recognize, and I guess I do know this ahead of time, it's just a wax figure, but it breaks at the ankles, and I get the vibe going of watching athletes when they break their ankles. It's kind of what happens. It just snaps at the ankles, melts there. Yeah.
I love the Progressive Insurance. Don't turn into your parents.
Those are great commercials.
I love Travolta Santa.
I do not like that.
I know. I got to tell you, though.
What's the next one?
Nick Saban's bed and breakfast is fantastic.
I love it.
Nick Saban.
No fun.
No fun. No games.
It's a
no
two-flush
fun.
max.
Yeah. They've got variations of it. No showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. They have a variation where a woman kind of laughs and he says, "It's the rule."
Right.
And points at the
It's
book.
the rule.
Points at the book. It's the rule. Everything about those Nick Saban's bed and breakfast commercials are fantastic. The fact that he's in the hot tub with the couple is hysterical.
That's awesome. He's mowing the lawn. You know, I love this.
No games, no fun.
Saban, now that he's not coaching, is an interesting guy.
Yep. He's really good on TV.
He's great on TV.
The only thing it's so funny, and ESPN keeps putting him in this position, and it's fine. It's not that big a deal. At the beginning of College Game Day, they do this sort of like college whip around where they're just showing highlights of games that are coming up, and a different member on the desk previews the game. Well, Saban's reading a script, and he's not really good at reading scripts right now, so he sounds like he is reading a script when he previews Texas Tech at Baylor. And it doesn't really matter at all, but it's like the only thing that I find he's not great at. But Nick Saban, as a commercial actor, the Nick Saban bed and breakfast is a I just love it every time it comes on because he's so good at looking them in the eye and saying, "No games,
right?
No fun."
Check-ins at 3:00. It's 2:55. Exactly.
No, he says, "I know."
I know. It's like, you're early. You can't check in yet. We have rules.
So you're on board with Nick Saban bed and breakfast?
Love the
is
Nick
hysterical.
Saban commercials. Yeah.
Kang, you like those?
Yeah, I mean, they just basically told him, "Hey, if you did own, a rental property, how would you act?" And he goes, "Well, this is what I would do.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Do that."
Yep.
You know what? Even with the rules, I'd still want to stay at his place.
I think I would too.
No.
Unless one of those
No
rules
fun.
is no talking to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
you see?
All right, Coach. I'm not going to come. I'm just going to stay at home.
Big fan of the Nick Saban bed and breakfast commercials. Big fan.
You know what? It would be funny if they had a rival coach do a bread breakfast commercial and see how
So
fun
which coach would have the best bed and breakfast?
Yeah. Like what if they had like a Lane Kiffin bed and breakfast?
A Lane Kiffin bed and breakfast would be wild, I would imagine.
It's too bad Mike Leach is passed because Mike Leach would have
bed and breakfast would be fantastic.
Mike Leach is a pitch man. It really is. Now I'm sad because that guy had so much personality.
Yeah.
Would have been fantastic in stuff like this.
That's a good question. Which college football coach would have the most fun bed and breakfast? We know that Saban's is, as by rule, the least fun.
Right.
As one of the rules is no
Harbaugh
fun.
would be weird.
Harbaugh's would be very, very strange. Harbaugh would have you doing something that you didn't want to do. You're like, what am I doing?
He'd be there with his shirt off, like at all times. Like, dude.
With the khakis.
Yep.
Sitting up in a tree.
Right. You staying here with us, Coach?
Everything's a sleepover.
In the SEC bed and breakfast, you got to pay him with a brown paper bag.
Yeah. You know who would be fun would be Joe Tiller. You would love staying at Joe Tiller. Not that he's the head coach anymore, but you'd love staying at Joe Tiller's place.
5:00 somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
It'd be bourbon.
Yeah, lots of it.
Yep. By the way, I think that was the same year, Joe Tiller. I think he debuted at Purdue the same year that Nick Saban debuted at Michigan State. I think that was the same Big Ten meetings.
Like 95 or something?
Whatever it was. And Nick Saban got up in front of the media in Chicago, in the whole auditorium, and I immediately made a snap judgment because he walked up. He stood at the podium, and the way I remember it, and it was a while ago, Nick Saban stood at the podium, brand new to Michigan State, in front of the entire media contingent and said, on offense, we have little talent. On defense, we have little talent. And I'm like, my God.
What a solid coach.
Talk about throwing your returning roster under the bus. But anyway, what college coach would have the most fun bed and breakfast? Saban's is, by definition, the least fun.
Yeah, I think Kiffin would be a ton of fun. Like, what I mean, Kalen DeBoer, I don't think that sounds like any kind of fun.
I think
uptight.
Ryan Day would have a great bed and breakfast everywhere but Michigan.
What about, Sarkisian, he's a recovering alcoholic, so I don't know if that's going to be fun.
What about Deion's bed and breakfast?
Deion's could be fun.
Yep. I mean, Deion's could have a fun bed and breakfast.
Kurt Signetti.
Kurt Signetti would just tell you how great his bed and breakfast was.
Right, yeah, exactly. Google it.
Yeah.
That's his whole campaign of the, how do you know it's good? Google it. Check out the 5-star reviews. You guessed it, on Google.
I'm going to guess I wouldn't want to stay at Brian Kelly's bed and breakfast.
Be phony, right? It would look so good on the exterior, then you start to examine a little closer, and you're like, wait a minute, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Is this Formica? The pictures made this look like it was this beautiful marble. What is that, Formica?
I would like Marcus Freeman's bed and breakfast, or I wouldn't like his, but I would like Marcus Freeman.
Yeah, everybody, that's a perfect way to put it.
Right?
God, this house, I don't like this house.
No.
But the host is awesome.
This guy's really nice.
This guy's nice. I want to root for him.
James Franklin.
I would like some tea sandwiches, and I don't even know what those are.
James Franklin's bed and breakfast.
He would ruin it.
It would be trying that bed
You would
and
be
breakfast.
having the best time, and then he would show up, and you're like, oh, no.
I feel like James Franklin would be trying so hard to present his bed and breakfast as something special. Like in my bed and breakfast, it's all about the presentation.
Kirby Smart?
Who else? Kirby Smart. I think his bed and breakfast would be. I would not want to stay at Mel Tucker's bed and breakfast.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think so. I don't think you have to worry about that.
I got to tell you though, if they started incorporating more coaches leading into their personalities as hosting, these are Verbo commercials, right?
I believe
they are, right? Yeah. I mean, they could really have a great commercial line here, but anyway,
but Dabo Swinney would be totally outdated.
It probably would be. And he'd only let the same people that have always stay there. Nobody knew.
Right. Nothing new.
Behind the times, man.
Although they are, I just saw they did land a pretty big recruit in the portal.
Yeah,
so
they've started.
They have to do that now.
Yep.
Wait a minute. This is how it goes? Oh. Are we late to the game? Late to the dance here? Okay.
So Lions would. Talked about the MVP stuff. We'll get back to some Lions stuff a little bit later on. Are we talking to the Birchie Kid? We are today at 12:30. We go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid, of course, covers the team. Talk about what kind of went down this week and how they're approaching this weekend because there is a lot of football to watch, a lot of scouting to be done. There was the college football playoff game last night. We'll get to that today. Penn State and Notre Dame at 11:20.
I got one more name for you. PJ Fleck.
PJ Fleck's bed and breakfast would probably feel awesome at first, and then you'd grow tired of. PJ Fleck would say the same thing over and over and over. What's weird about PJ Fleck, honestly, I realized I'm back on board.
Well, the thing is, he's a lot of talk, and just when you doubt that there's any substance, you look at the record and like they just won 8 games again, Be a lot of rowing machines.
Yeah, that's right.
But it'd be fun. I think it would be on it would be like a lakefront. Get you out in the lake. And he'd be all about I think you would love going to a PJ Fleck bed and breakfast.
I think I probably would.
Because he's so high energy.
Yep.
Let's treat this day. Let's go.
Yep.
Sun's going to rise in 10 minutes, people. Let's go.
Win the day.
Yeah.
Yep, sure.
That's your guy.
There's all kinds of them coming in here. Harbaugh's bed and breakfast. Whose bed and breakfast is better than ours? Nobody. Connor Stallions would spy on you at his bed and breakfast. Ohio State's coach's bed and breakfast would have black ink dye, hair dye all over the sink. All right. We'll get to the college football playoff last night, 11:20. Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. This might be right up your alley, Gator. Kang, tell the people what's on Kang Collects podcast this week.
Oh, this week's episode, Doug?
Yeah.
I'm glad you asked. As people know, if they listen to the podcast, they know if you can collect it, I'll talk about it. And so it's not always sports cards or comic books or whatever. This week's episode is about bourbon and whiskey, my friend.
Ooh.
And I know, actually, I felt like when I was taping this episode, Gator, I thought, I should have had Gator co-host this one with me. Like, you would have really enjoyed it. Had probably better questions than I did. I'm a true novice when it comes to whiskey and bourbon, but hopefully it educated people, those that listen. You can download it for free on Odyssey, Doug, or wherever you get your podcast.
Nice. That's
Kang Collects, Khang Collects.
It's I assume that Pappy Van Winkle, that distillery is brought about.
That was brought up for sure.
Yeah.
That's a good one, huh, Gator?
Yeah. That perhaps Blanton's was brought up, maybe.
The word pour was brought up quite a few times.
Pour?
Yes.
Yeah,
A pour.
It's a good pour.
Yep.
Dude, honestly, you should have been a part of it.
Yes, he should have.
Is that Notes of Oak? Right, you would have had all the great questions.
Hints of leather and struggle.
No, that's just Las Vegas.
That's different. That's a cologne.
Yeah, right.
So who did you have on?
His name is Trevor Deal. He is a executive bourbon steward. So I mean, he knows a lot about this stuff, more than I do. And I didn't know how crazy the bourbon whiskey world was, to be honest with you. Like some bottles are, you can go to any liquor store, get a bottle of Jameson, whatever, right? But then there's other really high end stuff that are limited edition.
You can really spend a lot of money on some of these because they're aged and they're aged in different ways, and then there's limited runs on them, which makes it more expensive. That's why the Pappy stuff is so expensive, because they limit how many barrels they're going to produce, which means they're limiting how many bottles they're going to produce, and it's like impossible to find one just to walk into a store and get one. You never see it.
You never see it.
You have. I went to a Christmas party at one of my neighbors' houses, and they had set up in their basement. They had this beautiful room that was almost like a speakeasy type thing. You had to go through this kind of strange door to get there, and it was like a cave in a lot of respects, with lots of concrete and like exposed concrete and stuff. It was kind of cool. And they had a bourbon collection, and I'd never been there before. I couldn't believe how many bottles of bourbon there were, and all different kinds of bottles of bourbon. I'm like, I have a lot in my house, maybe 20 different kinds, and I think that's a lot. My man here had to be 75 different bottles of bourbon.
And they let a commoner like you in?
And they let a commoner like me in there. And he said, "You want to try?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to. I don't want to mess up your stuff. Maybe another time."
Well,
Kane Collects.
Wherever you find your podcast.
Did you guys get into scotch at all, or was it just bourbon and straight whiskey?
We might have, and I didn't even know.
It's funny. You say that, and honestly, I'm like, bourbon, whiskey, scotch. It's all the same. I have no idea the difference of any of them. You want some bourbon? No, I want some whiskey. Huh? I don't know.
Scotch comes from Scotland. Whether you have to use water and grains from Scotland, and bourbon is there's a different kind. The percentage of mash has to be corn or whatever, and rye and all this stuff. And it's like when you look at champagne and sparkling wine or prosecco. Champagne can only come from that Champagne region in France. Otherwise, it's sparkling wine. And in Italy, it's prosecco. There's sparkling wine.
Honest to God, you should have hosted this damn podcast.
How do you spell whiskey, Gator?
Well, you can spell with an H or without an H.
Or with an E or without an E.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what country you're getting the whiskey from.
You wanted the lesson on tequila that I gave you, a dozen years ago when we were at the airport?
Dude, that was so funny. I mean, Gator knows his liquor, right? And we're flying back from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, in Dallas.
And they had tequila tastings at the duty-free shop. And Gator walked up and acted like he knew nothing and had the girl explain to him as he put back another mini shot and another. This is a Blanco.
Here's a yeah. What is it? Is it Blanco? Oh, Blanco. Oh, okay.
So he's playing dumb.
This is I don't know how you say that. Reposado. Oh, okay. It means rested. Oh, okay. It means it's aged up to.
So he puts away 5 shots of tequila, and we're walking around the Dallas airport killing time, and we come across a second duty-free shop where they're doing the same thing, and Gator puts on the same act.
Big airport.
This time he was slurred when he was saying
it.
What's that?
We hopped on the direct flight from DFW to DTW, and guess what? Gator was hammered.
It's an easy flight.
It was for free, by the way.
Right.
Classic.
Can I get you something to drink? No, thank you. I've had maybe just a little taste.
Do you have a Repanejo?
Repanejo, I like that.
Anyway,
good times.
Ken Collects the podcast. Check it out. So last night, college football semifinal.
Yeah.
We had it. We had a good game.
That we did.
There's apparently nothing for the college football world to bitch about, although there probably is something. I'm amazed at how much, it doesn't matter the formula, people bitch about college football's postseason. But Gator, if I were a Penn State fan today, I would be kicking myself. I would be so mad that they didn't win that football game.
Yep.
And it's not the interception at the end, although that wouldn't
Well,
please
that's a
me.
pretty
That wouldn't
big reason
please
to be
me.
kicking yourself, yeah.
But I said it yesterday on the show. I don't trust Aller. He will throw a big pick. That's my prop bet of the day, and he did. And I feel bad for the kid. But it feels like so many Penn State quarterbacks over the years seem to do that. And I don't know what it is, and I don't like piling on. But he didn't have a very good game. He missed 2 touchdown passes, and one was a catchable ball. The one was that Singleton or Katron Allen? I think it was Singleton that didn't catch it. And the other one was out of the backfield, would have been like a 90-yard touchdown pass, but he overthrew him by a couple yards. But at halftime, the fact that the score was 10-3 when Penn State so controlled the first half of that game felt like, to me, that's where the game was lost. It should have been minimum 17-3, probably 24-3. Like, I can't believe they only led by 7. And additionally, I don't know how they did not recover the strip sack fumble when the Steve Angeli kid was in, and they sacked him right before the half, and the ball appeared to roll up right to a Penn State player who drops on the football. Then Notre Dame guys jump in late. I never really saw a replay of how Penn State didn't recover that ball. I think if they recover that ball, it would have been actually decent field position with some time left where they might have been able to get some points out of them themselves. It wouldn't have been a one-score game at half. Notre Dame getting that field goal with a backup quarterback and 2 backup offensive linemen in the game at the end of the half. I just feel like the focus will go to the end, and understandably so. But I think just as critical was their inability to take a bigger lead. Notre Dame survived the first half. Penn State controlled play and they were only up 10-3. And that's as much where I think the game was lost.
Yeah, I mean, when we discussed this game yesterday, I think we both said about the quarterbacks. Neither one was terribly impressive. They can make plays with their feet. That was Riley Leonard's thing. What he can do is he can make some plays with his feet, but you don't trust his arm. And sure enough, he throws 2 picks. You mentioned about Drew Aller, and you just had a feeling that he's going to throw an untimely interception because that's what he's done, and that's what he did. He threw an untimely interception on a horrific decision. And if you're Penn State, you're kicking yourselves all day long because they ran the ball very effectively. They had over 200 yards rushing. We're averaging 5 yards a carry against Notre Dame's defense, and they just it felt like when they wanted to, just go ahead and run it, and you'll take up huge chunks of yards. You'll eat up the clock, and you'll put the ball in the end zone when you need to. I mean, Singleton ended up with 3 touchdown runs, all by the goal line, and they were, hard fought runs. But in the end, they had some plays that definitely cost them. And then Notre Dame's got their running back, Jeremiah Love, who's got the knee injury. His touchdown run, I think it was his touchdown run by the goal line. Oh, my God, what an effort.
Wow.
What an absolute man that he showed to be in that effort. And as always with the college football games, being a Lions fan, you're watching these games and you're saying, okay, who's standing out here that I want to see in a Lions uniform at some point? And Abdul Carter, the defensive end, the pass rushing specialist for Penn State, who I believe is Mel Kiper's number 2 overall prospect in the draft, was playing basically with one arm. His left shoulder was messed up. So he only had one move to do, and that is to try to get to the outside of the right tackle and kind of use his good arm, his right arm, to get past him and get after the quarterback. And he did. Time and time again, he was able to do that. He was only credited with 1 sack, but I swear to God, I thought he had 3 sacks in the game. One was wiped out at the end on a hands to the face penalty that I know you can't stand, and those.
Well, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, those are tough. But he was great. Ends up with having a really nice game. And the other guy that stood out to me, I'm watching this player, and I'm like, number 6. Well, is it Wheatley? Who's this Wheatley guy? And he's listed as a safety, but he's also playing some corner. He's covering receivers wide out. I don't know if you saw the stats after the game, Doug. Zakee Wheatley, who's a junior, 16 tackles in the game.
Yep.
16. And what I loved about what he did is that once he diagnosed it was a running play, the way he would shoot into the backfield and make that play was just impressive. And, safety with ability to cover as a corner, can't have enough of those guys in the NFL. And, of course, Abdul Carter. And, the Lions were waiting for the moment where Brad Holmes gets up to the podium and it's an F them picks move, give you a couple first-round picks to get this guy. And if they could get Abdul Carter.
I can't see them trading up that far.
I don't think they could trade up because you'd have to trade up maybe in the top 5 to get him. If you get a couple quarterbacks gone and a couple of corners gone, is he the next guy that goes? Or is he the third player that goes?
I think it's way too far for them to trade up.
Good.
But, yeah, look, that Jeremiah Love run called into mind one of Michigan and one of Michigan State, and just a sheer determination. And I want to make those comps coming up today at 11:32. Plus, that game featured my 2 least favorite penalty calls. And you mentioned one of them already. We'll get to that, plus your phone calls and feedback. And a little preview of tonight's Texas-Ohio State game here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Bill is in Novi and on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hi, guys. How we doing?
Good, sir.
I know I'm doing great after last night's game. To answer one of your comments were made earlier, I think it was actually Abdul Carter that fell on the ball, that fumble, but with only one good arm, I think the Notre Dame linemen were able to out wrestle him underneath. But that guy is fantastic. He was unbelievable the whole game along, especially with the one arm. But I mean, just quick, and Notre Dame's got a couple injuries on the offensive line, but I don't care who was out there. He's just tremendous.
Yep.
But I gotta say, I kind of given up about. They dominated the first 28 minutes. I mean, Notre Dame was just getting pushed all around, and like you said, the score should have been a lot worse. But I mean, Notre Dame put it together at halftime, and
the thing that surprised the heck out of me was Riley Leonard actually being able to complete passes downfield. I haven't seen that much this year. And but that guy's a competitor and a leader, and I was just, proud of the team that they came back that way and want to put in the game. I think too much could be made on Penn State blowing it. I think Notre Dame played fantastic in the second half and took it from them.
I think that's fair to say. Notre Dame played a really good game. I mean, they had a couple of missteps, but their defense is very good as well. And they made plays when they needed to make plays. And if I can dog the terrible pass by Aller, but the reality is Notre Dame made a play on it. He also made the interception.
Well, and I mean, the unsung hero, right, is Steve Angeli comes into that game under those circumstances and goes, 6 of 7 on that drive, and gets into the field goal.
He hadn't made a competitive pass in a year. I mean, it's just mop-up duty all year long. And to come in against that defense and that pressure and just, hit a couple guys right on the numbers, looked like Jared Goff out there. And it was only 3 points, but I think it stemmed the tide and kind of helped turn the game for sure.
You go into half down 1 score, getting the football to start the second half is a way different feeling than being down 10-0. And I mean, clearly they modified their game plan, came out and got Jeremiah Love going. And his determination on that touchdown run, I mentioned this before the break, I think Michigan and Michigan State fans can harken back to runs where your running back would not be denied. L.J. Scott at the end of the Big Ten championship game against Iowa, and Blake Corum in overtime against Alabama, where you're breaking tackles, you're straining for every inch, and you get to the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, I knew you were going to say the L.J. Scott game. I just wanted to pull up the box score from that game. Michigan State's last drive in that championship effort, 22 plays, 82 yards, eating up 9 minutes and 4 seconds.
I was about to say, didn't they start that drive in the third quarter?
It was unbelievable. And they had, how many plays do you think MSU ran in that game? Normal college football game, final score 20-13.
Was that the score of that game? 20-13?
20-13. I'm sorry, no, it was the number of touchdown. It was 16-13.
Okay, I was like, I don't remember it being 20-13.
16-13.
Yep. Come on. How many plays did they run? I don't know. 80? 60?
79 plays.
Did they?
But that's a mess load of plays.
That's a lot of plays.
Yeah.
A lot of plays. In a low-scoring game.
In a low-scoring game. Well, I was involved, so.
Well, I guess it's true. It kind of goes. So that game also, that Notre Dame Penn State game featured 2 of my least favorite penalty calls. One, I just find sheer frustration over illegal hands to the face. Illegal hands to the face looks to me like something that feels like it happens 90% of plays. And illegal hands to the face feel like these are penalty flags that drop out of the sky and ruin good defensive plays. And they almost never have anything to do with the play either. Right? It's just it's a rush. It's typically a quarterback or a pass play where a defender gets their hands up into offensive players' face mask. And ultimately you see running backs stiff arm off face mask. That's allowed. That's not illegal hands to the face, but a defensive lineman can't do it to an offensive lineman. And maybe it just feels like there's a history where illegal hands to the face penalties have ruined so many good plays and teams that I root for is history. I hate illegal hands to the face.
Well, and it's one that should be reviewable in my book. And the same thing with face masking. And because it is so punitive. I mean, it ends up being a 15-yard penalty. That's massive. An automatic first down, the whole bit. And when it happens last night, was it a legitimate call? You betcha it was a legitimate call. I mean, a guy who was all up in his grill on 2 different, and the same play, but 2 different occasions on the same play. I don't like to, when it comes to that because of our PTSD with the Lions, when you go back to Trey Flowers against the Packers, got called for it twice in the same game, and it was clearly not hands to the face. It was annoying. That was called that way. And I believe it was Booger McFarland, I think, was part of the broadcast in that one, and they're doing the replays on it. He's like, that's not hands to the face. And then they would bring in the referee from the booth or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not." And then you'd get more frustrated, and here we are going back to the SOL days. But that's where it is. That's where it stems. That's why we don't necessarily like it.
The other call that I can't stand, and I don't know what can be done about it, I hate the pass interference call where it's on a deep ball, and it's underthrown, and the receiver slows down, and the defensive back runs into him, and the offense gets rewarded with a DPI because they're being rewarded for a crappy throw. And I don't know what a defender's supposed to do there. Like you want to react to the football, you're turning around when the receiver it starts to look like they're about to make a play on a football. And the first thing they do is stop running or slow down dramatically. And the DB runs into the wide receiver or the DB runs into the intended receiver and gets a pass interference because the quarterback underthrew the ball. I hate that. And I don't know what can be done about it. I just find it frustrating because it doesn't feel like the offense in that play under those circumstances is earning the yardage they're about to get.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they should. And you had the play that you're mentioning in the end zone, and it was called interference, and it's rightfully called interference. The defensive back didn't turn around. But you're right. It was woefully underthrown, and the interference had no effect on the interception.
Nope. The interception came from the third guy in.
Yeah, because it was so underthrown, and the wide receiver isn't going to be able to stop and then come back and make a play on it. He wasn't in position for it, and yet they do get rewarded for it. And that's I get it. There's a frustration there because it feels like, well, hold on, there's extenuating circumstances with this one, but they won't look at it that way.
So Notre Dame's defense did a great job. And their pass defense was very opportunistic and made some big plays. And the question is, can they handle Quinn Ewers and the Texas passing attack? I think everybody's wondering if that's going to be the case. No. Anyone? Okay. So you're not picking Texas to win the game tonight.
Oh no.
So what's interesting about this, you tell me if you're surprised. It feels like the whole world thinks Ohio State's winning this game. And they just played a game in the Rose Bowl where they looked like they were playing Stony Brook. Like they dominated Oregon. Why is this point spread only 5.5? It's only 5.5.
Well, I mean, you can't discount that Texas is good, right? Although Texas has rode to get here, beating Clemson, who is the worst ranked team to be in this in the college football playoff, and then beating Arizona State, who I don't think many people gave much of an opportunity to.
Wasn't Indiana worst ranked in Texas?
No, I don't
weren't?
believe so. Clemson is the worst ranked. I said they beat Clemson.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Clemson was ranked like 16th in the country, but got in because of their situation. So to beat Arizona State, it took 2 overtimes to do it, which I think people were surprised by. Like, should they really be struggling with Arizona State? But to your point, it's 5 points. Or now, ESPN has it as 6. It does seem like it's a little light, and Ohio State has thumped their last 2 opponents, Oregon and Tennessee. I guess I am a little surprised, but it's a semifinal game. Should it be more than that, though? It's a semifinal game.
The semifinal games have been blowouts historically.
Their
average margin of victory in those is actually bigger than the average margin of victory was in this playoff leading up to that. Like, they are historically blowouts. I don't know if that should have anything to do with it.
Well, I'm saying that it's also a different system this time around than it was before when you only had 4 teams. Now you actually had a playoff to get there, and Ohio State had to play in there. So they've been battle tested here to this point to get to this point, and I think so is Texas. So maybe that's going to play a role in it, that they expect it to be a closer game. I don't know. I mean, I would take Ohio State minus the points.
If Texas does lose to Ohio State, guys, do you think this is Quinn Ewers' last game as Texas's quarterback?
Could be.
Do you think it will be?
I mean, it's a total guess by me, but I guess, it feels like
Well, it
it
just
feels
seems
like the
like-
Carson Beck thing. I think Carson Beck is sick of getting disrespected and like, screw this, I'm out of here. And I think Quinn Ewers probably feels the same way.
And plus like $6 million.
I'll take it a step further. I think that if Texas is down at halftime by like 10 points, he's done playing.
Oh,
they're going
we
to
see Arch?
Absolutely. I think that they will. Sarkisian will do what his mentor did.
That
Nick
was
Saban.
crazy. When Tua came in?
Crazy, and it worked.
But they were down a lot, right?
When Tua came in?
Yeah, when
I don't think they were down.
I don't think
Was
they were
it?
down.
No?
I don't think so.
That was so crazy.
The one thing that Texas has, and I'd be interested to see if Sarkisian tries to have Jade Barron, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, travel with Jeremiah Smith. Or no matter where Jeremiah Smith lines up, does he put the Jim Thorpe Award winner on him? And then say, we'll handle everybody else, but we're going to put our Jim Thorpe Award winner on Jeremiah Smith.
Careful. I mean, if you do that, because you know what Iowa State likes to do with the receiving core when they decide to throw the ball, which hopefully that's what they do tonight if they want to win. Those guys run routes where they just cross all over each other, and you can get hung up with that. And next thing you know, he's way open.
Of course, but I don't know. If you got to strengthen the secondary, I would say that's
How about you just
try and
double
take him away.
How
Try
about
and
you
take him away.
You double them.
Well,
do that, and then have a safety also ready to go.
Triple him?
No, no. I'm saying have your Thorpe Award winner take him man to man, but he's got help.
Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. If someone in my family need an attorney for an accident, I would send them to our guy Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so we'll get back to some Lions stuff in the noon hour. Last night, we talked a little college football playoff, and man, pretty damn entertaining game. Notre Dame gets a win on a last-second field goal. Did you see that stat that, like, in the college football playoff, I don't know exactly what it was, but game-winning field goal attempts were 0 for 4?
Yeah, I did see that. I was like, wow. In the fourth quarter, yeah.
Which speaks to the pressure that that Jeter kid was under.
That or how few opportunities there are to do that.
You know what? The other thing that's creating some scrutiny today is Penn State on that final field goal attempt had two guys lined up 15 yards off the line of scrimmage. There's 12 seconds left in a tie game on 4th and 8 from the 25-yard line. The holder for Notre Dame is a kicker. It's not a backup quarterback. The probability of there being a fake field goal there, and the only thing I can think of is the reason why Penn State has two guys 15 yards off the line of scrimmage is because the only coach in football that would consider faking a field goal in that situation was coaching Penn State.
James Franklin can't help himself.
Is it weird?
When it comes to making dumb decisions. Because 100% with the last second field goal at 10 seconds left or whatever it was. 4th and 8, they're not going to fake it. They're going to try to kick it. Do everything in your power to block that kick.
Put your 2 6'7" guys in the middle of the line.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like Penn State hasn't come up with big block kicks in their history, because they have. Try to do this one to a team that really had struggled with kicking the football. Try that. It's a 41-yard attempt. It was no gimme. But that's not what they do, because that guy heads that team over.
It just seems weird to me. Maybe it's completely irrelevant, but I the possibility of there being a fake there is beyond minuscule. But whatever. All right, Pistons played last night. Golden State did not get the win. Cade went off in the fourth, finished with 32 points, and they're back at 500. Look, I mean, this isn't like a blown opportunity, and it's not particularly significant in the season. It would have been fun to be talking about a win over Golden State today, though. I'll just say that.
It would have been great.
I'm done. I can't believe they finally lost.
Furious comeback. Hey, first loss in a new year for a Detroit team. Red Wings play tonight at home against Chicago. Pistons are back at it tomorrow night at home against Toronto. It was a furious comeback in the fourth quarter. Cade Cunningham was a force in the fourth quarter, and they had a legit shot.
They did.
With just a few seconds left to try to tie things up. They were down by 3. I think Beasley took the shot, had a pretty good look at it, and unfortunately they missed the shot and missed the opportunity to tie it and go to overtime. But it's on them. They gotta. You can't get behind that much in the fourth quarter and try to expect to do it again. And I forget which one of you guys said it was off the air. I don't know if it was you, Doug, or Kang. That
was you got smart.
Yeah, because if it was me.
I think it probably was Kang. You got to take advantage of a game and a night where Steph Curry is 2 for 13 from 3-point land.
Yeah,
you got to take advantage of that. That was definitely Kang.
No, but I agree. It felt like a blown opportunity when Steph's not on and he's not cooking. Beat the Warriors. And I know the Warriors aren't the same team they used to be in the past, but he's off. Take advantage of it. It felt like they weren't getting loose balls. I do want to say something. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the Pistons, they did something perfectly last night, and I don't know if they could ever do it again.
I don't know that if you're talking about what I'm thinking about, I don't know that I've ever seen it executed better, and I don't think I'll ever see it executed better again.
Doug, never again, right? Like, that was perfect.
We're talking about the perfect intentionally missed free throw.
Bingo. Unbelievable. What?
Cade got the ball from the ref, fired a line drive at the rim, that just barely touched the rim, hit the backboard, and came back to him before anybody knew what happened.
Yeah.
The Pistons were down 3. He had one more free throw to go. I don't know that you will ever see it better executed than that.
And then he kicked out to Fantacchio to shoot a 3, but the refs already started blowing the whistle, be like, dude, you can't do that.
Like, can't do what? And let the play go through, and they don't, and
they review it.
Yep, and then they're
Which
like,
was a good thing because Fontecchio shot a 26-footer from 22 feet.
But it's funny because Kelser says in the broadcast, the TV broadcast last night, he goes, I didn't see it, George, but I heard it. And then they show the replay, and I'm just waiting to hear it. And you could definitely hear it, like, and he was right. It was should have been an easy review, and it took forever to get the review done. It's like, he definitely hit the rim. Let's go. Move on.
Well, I mean, look, great play from the Pistons of late. Awesome to see. And, yeah, it was a furious comeback. And it was the best executed intentionally missed free throw in the history of the game.
Right, that they had stopped play for. But I want to give props to your boy Gator, Ron Holland. I'm thoroughly impressed with him so far. He just comes in. He looks like he belongs in this league. He plays with high energy, high defense all the time. He didn't back down for anything. Remember, he almost threw hands earlier this year, Doug?
Yeah.
And then Draymond last night, the agitator he is, he doesn't back down from Draymond. I really like Ron Holland as well, man.
And he's only going to get better as a shooter, and he's one of those pupils under the shooting coach Vincent that he's going to get better at it. And if that adds to his game, if this guy's like a legit 35 or better percentage shooter from three-point land, they got a player. They got a real player in the draft.
It's funny because you guys mentioned what Steph Curry was from 3. Did you see what he was from the floor?
No.
5 of 21.
Oof.
Terrible. He was off, man.
He was way off.
Yep. Now, he didn't miss a free throw when we needed him to miss a free throw, but whatever.
He was 91% in his career. You don't expect him to miss them.
This is true. So anyway, good run for the Pistons, and they try and start a new streak coming up against the Raptors tomorrow. Red Wings, they play tonight, right? They play tonight.
Yes, they play tonight against Chicago at LCA.
And look, that's a team that's been streaking. That's a team that's white hot, and that's a team that's playing another game against an opponent I would like to think that they should beat and advance this win streak to 6 games.
That would be nice.
Yep.
Just keep it going.
Keep it going. All right, so coming up next hour, we'll talk to the Birchie Kid at 12:30. We'll go inside Allen Park. Got a question about whether or not this has happened at your work. Want to preview the wild card weekend. And where's the upset? Where's the upset brewing this weekend with the 6 games that obviously we have vested interest in, clearly in the NFC game? This is a first-time experience. And I don't know if this means you watch more football or less football. Because having a chance to win a Super Bowl feels like I'm more vested in the NFL playoffs than ever before. Not playing feels like an opportunity before what you hope is an epic run to get anything last-ditch things done on the weekend when the Lions aren't playing. Because we hope they have 3 more games left in 3 of the next 4 weekends after this one. But I feel like that's no reason to watch less football.
Oh, no.
I feel like I'm all in watching more football. But we tweeted out the question today and asked, where's the upset this weekend? And we will go over each and every matchup coming up next hour. More Lions Talk 12:30 with the Birchie Kid. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. If you're just joining us, for the first time, I think, since we've done the show together, I got mad about something. And it's thanks to Kang, our producer, who wanted to build this case that there was authentic disrespect of Jared Goff going on as it pertains to the NFL MVP. And I kind of rolled my eyes and said, okay, Kang, tell me why. By the end of the conversation, I was pissed because he's right. And most of it goes to, it seems like of late, the criteria to choose the NFL's MVP is, well, the quarterback of a 1 seed. In fact, the last 7 NFL MVPs are quarterbacks of 1 seeds. And it's not even that our quarterback of a 1 seed isn't going to win the NFL MVP, because each of those 7 years, there was a quarterback of a 1 seed that didn't, right? Because there's a 1 seed in the AFC and a 1 seed in the NFC. What seems unique about this time around is it feels like our quarterback at best can finish 4th based upon the hype. Now, maybe he will finish 3rd, but it warrants more discussion that Jared Goff is the NFL MVP, and it's getting almost no discussion. Now, is that a real thing? Like, is it just because certain media members aren't talking about it? I think they love to have the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson debate. But in the world of hot takes, it feels like somebody wouldn't have to stretch to have a hot take that it should be Jared Goff. Kang pointed out he's got some trends that are better than Tom Brady's this year when Brady won the MVP. Now, whatever reason why, and I actually, as we talked our way through it, I started to get pissed off, and I couldn't believe it.
I mean, the problem is every year is different. Everybody has different seasons at different times, and this year, I think it's clear that there are 3 front runners, with Barkley being the 3rd one, the running back, but it's Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. But to have the conversation and not even discuss Jared Goff and what he has done this year seems foolish. It seems disrespectful, as Kang said, and I would agree with that.
Another chip on the shoulder, boys. Another chip on the shoulder. Detroit versus everybody.
Feels like it. But anyway, I want to get to previewing the NFL playoffs this weekend. And guys, kind of work our way through the schedule, and we'll call the shot as to where the upset is. There almost always is. We'll do these in chronological order, kind of set the scene for each game and give you a little bit of backdrop of each one. Houston is actually at home as an underdog, a 2.5-point underdog to the LA Chargers. This is an interesting game because Justin Herbert under Jim Harbaugh has only thrown 3 interceptions. He is known as a quarterback-friendly coach. C.J. Stroud, in every measurable way, in terms of passing, seems worse than he was a year ago. But Houston's at home. I feel like they're a team that people just don't really like this year. What do you think of this game?
I've been very bullish on Houston all year long, and they haven't lived up to the hype at all. C.J. Stroud has looks like a step back from last year, but last year was an amazing start to his career. He's not as good as he was last year. They don't have the team that they thought they were going to have going into the season. They have had injuries that have hurt them significantly, and yet it's an opportunity now to clean the slate and get after it. You've got a home game. It's a playoff game. I actually like the home team underdog in the Texans. I know that the Chargers are favored by 3, but I'm not a believer yet in Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert's one of these guys that looks like he should be an amazing quarterback, and he's just been good. Can he take that next step? The next step's going to have to be with postseason wins. I would think that the Texans win this game.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Gang, your thoughts on Houston and the LA Chargers?
Yeah, the Stroud thing, the year he had last year was phenomenal. That just shows how great of a year, an unbelievable year he had as a rookie. And to come back a little bit doesn't mean he's not a good quarterback anymore, but it's hard to keep doing this year in and year out, right?
Yeah, I think Herbert is a different guy under Harbaugh. He is really good with quarterbacks, and I think his numbers reflects it. I think the Chargers do, as a favorite, get this win on the road. Pittsburgh at Baltimore. Pittsburgh's lost 4 in a row going into the playoffs. In those 4 games, they've scored all of 6 touchdowns. Lamar has a postseason reputation that ain't great. 2-4 is the record of Baltimore with Lamar, quarterback, into postseason. He's got 9 turnovers in those 6 games. Only 2 interceptions in his last 10 going into this one. And maybe the most stunning stat of the year, any stat. Kyle Van Noy has 12.5 sacks for Baltimore.
Look at that. Who's he?
Right. Former Detroit Lion. Did nothing here. Your thoughts?
I like the Ravens. I think the Ravens are one of the just a few teams that could win the Super Bowl. I think they're an outstanding football team. I love Lamar Jackson. I don't care about what was happened in the past with the postseason issues. You're taking on a Steelers team that is limping into the playoffs. It doesn't seem like they have a ton of confidence in their quarterback and Russell Wilson. If they make the switch to Justin Fields, has he got enough reps where he's going to be able to step in and get the job done? I just don't like what the Steelers offer offensively in this game. And Baltimore can beat you with the passing, or they can beat you just with blunt force trauma with the running back. And then when they get tired of that, then they can play action, and there goes Lamar off the side. So I think Ravens they're too good. I like them to win this game. The spread is 9.5. That's a lot of points to give up. But if you're just picking straight up, I don't see Pittsburgh winning this game, even though Pittsburgh beat Baltimore earlier in the year.
So the way Pittsburgh wins this game is Tomlin. I have so much respect for Tomlin, but John Harbaugh's a really good coach too. I agree. I like the 9.5 a lot, but I can't pick them to win this game.
Well, and Tomlin, I don't think has won since 2016.
Well, he's won.
Well, not a playoff game.
No, but he's always there because he's such a good coach.
But if you're always there and you're not progressing.
I can make the same case for Lamar.
He's got 2 wins.
But he struggles in the postseason.
But he's been more successful in the postseason than Mike Tomlin has lately.
Whatever. Kang?
I don't see how the Steelers can score enough points. I mean, there's talks in Pittsburgh about getting Justin Fields in the game somehow. So unless something dramatic happens, I like the Ravens. 9.5, whatever you're going to get at, is a pretty big number, though. Tomlin, unfortunately, he keeps making the playoffs. They might need not to make the playoffs so they can actually rebuild, because he keeps getting these teams in maybe that don't deserve to be in. So I think that hurts him, but I like the Ravens.
Denver's getting 8.5. At Buffalo, the Bills lost 3 straight playoff games when they are favored. Their last 3 times they've lost in the playoffs, they've been favored in all of those games.
I don't believe that. How could that possibly be? They have Josh Allen.
Denver's got a really good secondary that could maybe help them man up on the outside and gang up against the run and try and contain Allen and James Cook. It would become a legendary story if Bo Nix can get this win, but I don't think he can.
I like Bo Nix a lot, you know this. But Buffalo's the better team. Buffalo should win this game. The Broncos, they smoked the Kansas City team that did not throw Patrick Mahomes out there or Travis Kelce or Chris Jones or a bunch of people. So that game doesn't matter. The previous 2 games they lost. They lost to Cincinnati in overtime. Cincinnati needed to win that game to keep their playoff hopes alive, and they didn't make it. Previous to that, they lost to the Chargers by a touchdown, and it was on the road. So it's not good for them tracking going into this game. And with Buffalo, the thing that would give Broncos hope is that Buffalo's defense isn't top-notch. You can put up points against Buffalo, but can you stop Buffalo? I like a couple of players that the Broncos have on defense. They've got a really good linebacker, and Surtain is one of the best covers in the league. But all in all, it's just too much talent for Buffalo.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Bills in this one. Bo Nix, rookie quarterback, and he's an older rookie quarterback, but I just don't think it's going to fare well for him going to Buffalo in a big game like this. He's not ready yet. Sean Payton's done incredible things this year with Denver, but Buffalo moves on.
We'll get to our NFC picks coming up today at 12:18. 248-539-9797. Steve is on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I totally agree with you with this whole disrespect to Jared Goff, but I came up with an interesting fact or question. You guys were saying, like, Lamar gets it because he's so flashy. So with that said, is it possible that the 1 seed is the criteria, but then they give it to the flashier 1 seed? So, like, Lamar got it last year, right? But let's say he only had 30 touchdowns and the guy in the NFC had 40. Is it because Lamar is that much more flashier that he got it? Or is it straightly a statistical thing?
Well, I don't doubt that highlight reel stuff impacts the voting. And when Goff's superpower isn't something people don't watch the highlights and say, wow, did he dissect that defense? Wow, did he make a smart throw? Wow, that's the right read. Wow, he processed that information quickly. But Lamar does 2 or 3 wow things a game.
Yeah,
Okay, what about the game where
but
Goff
Lamar
was
also
perfect?
has
He went like 18 for 18.
I know.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Steve. Lamar also has the stats that back him up. Not only is he flashy,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
that-
the guy threw
and
for
so, like,
over
was he-
4,000
was
yards
he-
and had a ridiculous number of touchdown passes and very few interceptions. His quarterback rating was 7 points higher than Jared Goff's was. He had a hell of a season. A hell of a season. It's not just flash with him.
But that's what I'm asking. Like, is it always going to the higher statistics? So, like, if Lamar had 40 touchdowns and 4,000 yards, but somebody in the NFC that was the number 1 seed had 45 touchdowns and 5,000 yards, then shouldn't it have gone to the guy in the NFC? That's kind of my point.
Yeah, I guess it should have if that were the case. But, Goff's numbers are really good. But he threw fewer touchdowns and had a worse quarterback rating than Lamar Jackson. So I guess it kind of shoots that part down. But I understand what you're trying to say.
We will preview NFC playoff games next inside Allen Park at 12:30. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Look, you want to get ready and watch the NFL playoffs or hockey games, basketball games. The best place in town is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill, right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. It's awesome. Food's great. Awesome seating there. They have the flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. And with the playoffs starting this weekend, you get 375 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite for those games. And all day, every day, by the way. Plus, they have specials during the college basketball games as well. And for Detroit hockey and basketball games, $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. They got trivia. That's back on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. And 24 Seconds is also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays to get some of that great food. Awesome wings they have. The burgers are great, too. College football semis continue tonight with Ohio State and Texas. That's awesome. And if you want to save the hassle of parking and driving to Detroit's divisional home playoff game next weekend, and for the conference championship, let's hope the following weekend, here's what you do. You hop on a 24-second shuttle. You can have a drink on the way to the game, and it's only $40 round trip. And like I said, you avoid all the parking nightmares and the traffic hassle. Just enjoy yourself. And they've got $4 Honolulu Blue shots, $5 hot dog combos, $6 brat combos for that game as well. And on Saturday, January 18th, that's next week, UFC 311, no cover. Every seat's a great seat at 24 Seconds. That's where you're going to want to be. The food's awesome. The service is even better. You can check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, it's my favorite place to go. Right in the heart of downtown Berkeley, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile.
It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. All pro teams have been released. So, on offense, you've seen these, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, part of it I've seen.
On offense, 2 Lions make it. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell. On defense, 1 Lion makes it. It's Kirby Joseph.
Kirby Joseph was left off the Pro Bowl roster.
Yep.
But he's all pro.
Yep.
First team.
Yep.
That's right. Where he belongs.
The
Can't have a year like you had, and the media won't take any biases in there. At least they didn't when they voted on this.
First team All-Pro quarterback is Lamar Jackson. The second team is Josh Allen, which would be funny because I think Josh Allen's going to win the MVP. Second team All-Pro Frank Ragnow. And Khalif Raymond is a second team punt returner. I believe Jack Fox is first team.
So no Jahmyr Gibbs, but that'd be tough. Do they have 2 running backs for the first team or just 1 running back first team?
Oh, crap.
I know they do a full back.
I think it's just 1.
So that's going to be tough for him
it's
to
real
get
tough.
there because obviously Saquon Barkley had a year. Derrick Henry had a year. And he's in the mix. He's in the discussion, King. He should be in the discussion. But there are a couple of guys definitely ahead of him. Jonathan Taylor had a hell of a season. But so did Jahmyr. Jahmyr Gibbs had one hell of a season. 20 touchdowns is really hard to ignore.
Yeah, Jack Fox did make first team at punter. So there you go, the NFL All-Pro teams. We said we would preview the NFC playoff games. And Gator, we will start with the first game on Sunday. Green Bay is a 4.5-point underdog at Philadelphia. And I got to tell you, I don't feel like this is sexy at all, but this is my upset pick. And it's over the uncertainty regarding Jalen Hurts. The whole quarterback, concussion protocol thing. Everybody says he's playing, but until he clears protocol, which would be headline news everywhere, I don't know how we can know that. Now, without him, if he doesn't play, Saquon Barkley has killed Green Bay lately in the last few matchups. So it's not like they don't stand a chance. But at this point, this would be my upset pick.
Ian Rappaport just reported 1 minute ago on Twitter that Nick Sirianni, Eagles head coach, says Jalen Hurts has cleared the NFL's concussion protocol and he's good to go.
Scratch everything I just said. He has cleared protocol, huh?
He is good to go versus the Packers.
All right. Breaking news. That's what I was building it around. So never mind. I got Philly winning at home if he's playing in this game. Gator, your thoughts?
Well, I look at this game and I feel like I want Green Bay to win this game just to knock off Philadelphia because I think Philadelphia can be – I think that's the toughest out in the NFC outside of the Lions. And I'm not scared of Green Bay as a Lions fan, so it would be nice to do that. Philadelphia is just more talented. Hurts is going to play. He doesn't even have to throw it that much because they've got Saquon there, but the receivers are really good too. Packers are banged up a little bit defensively. A lot of guys limited in practice this week. Quay Walker was limited in practice. Edgerrin Cooper limited in practice. Those are some bigger names. We know Christian Watson is out with the knee injury. Zaire Alexander, he's out, right? The corner,
Alexander.
Yeah, he's done for the year, isn't he?
Yeah. So you've got real issues on the Packers side there. I just think it's too much to overcome. Even though I'd be rooting for Green Bay in this game.
Yeah, I like the Eagles. I just think up front they're just too strong on both sides of the ball. Offensive line, defensive line. Without Watson, one less weapon for Love. I think he'll be running for his life a little bit this game. I like the Eagles control the clock on offense. Eagles roll.
Next up, Washington is a 3-point underdog at Tampa. These two played in the season opener. And you know what's funny? At the time when they played and Tampa won big, we had no idea how their two quarterbacks were going to be perceived this year. Baker is like comeback player of the year kind of guy. And Jaden Daniels has been outstanding. He wasn't in that game. Baker had a huge game. I think he threw 4 touchdown passes, if I recall correctly. But It's funny that these two teams have played, and we can go back into film, but it feels like a complete non sequitur because now late in the year, both quarterbacks deserve a ton of respect. How do you see this one going down?
Well, I'm a huge fan of the Commanders. I think that they win this game. They're underdogs. Great. Have them be underdogs. That's fine. They're going to get a big player back. Marshawn Lattimore comes back for this game. He gets to match up against Mike Evans, and he has kind of owned Mike Evans. And if you can stop Mike Evans from being an impact player in this game, then you've effectively stopped Tampa Bay. Plus, I think there's some special players on the defense for the Washington team that can get after Baker Mayfield. And if you can get to Baker, rattle him, then you've got this game. I really like Washington. I think they're a dangerous team, and I think they win this game.
Okay.
I agree. I like the upset here, Gator. I know earlier I said Bo Nix, rookie quarterback on the road. I didn't like that, and I like Jaden Daniels here. He's a rookie quarterback on the road. I like it because I think the Commanders are a better team around him. Terry McLaurin is fantastic with Jaden Daniels this year. He's always been a good receiver, but he just needed a quarterback. Jaden Daniels has surpassed anything I thought he was going to be this year. I thought he'd be a good quarterback, but not this fast, this early. And I like them in a close game, though, to take out the Buccaneers.
I still believe in Baker, and I've been so impressed with what he's done this year, and I think they hold serve at home. Final game. The Rams in Minnesota. This game will be played in Phoenix, and normally I feel like this would affect a home team potentially, but this is probably the home team that's affected the least. The Rams losing home field advantage is probably the least impact on any team in the NFL.
Well, because it feels like every team that goes to L.A. has the opportunity to have that advantage. But when you're going into Phoenix, it really is advantage Minnesota because there are so many transplanted Minnesotans there. I'm not sure how this works ticket-wise. Are the tickets offered up to all the season ticket holders in L.A.? Like, hey, they're yours to have if you want them.
Just show up.
But even if that's the case, are they going to want to make the travel for the game? I don't know if they even care. There aren't L.A. football fans, just not enough. So it is a home game for the Vikings. But are the Rams going to take this upon themselves and say, we're doing this for L.A.? We're doing this because we need to have something to cheer about in the midst of what is going on with all the fires and all the devastation and everything that's happened there. And it's a nice mantle to try to carry. And I think they're going to carry it because I think Minnesota is fraudulent. I don't like Sam Darnold. And the Rams' defensive line can get after the quarterback. And we saw what the Lions did. If you can force Sam Darnold to make off-platform throws, get him out of the pocket, you've got something going there. And I think with Verse and company, they can do that exactly and make the plays. And I think the Rams end up winning this game.
So, look, I'm a huge believer in this game dictates Sam Darnold's future in Minnesota. I think if he does the 19 for 41 thing against the Lions and follows it up with a dud against the Rams, they're going to move on from him. But I'm not sure that means there's a ton of pressure on Darnold because I think if he plays poorly and hits the open market, somebody's going to sign him. And it's probably going to be a pretty damn big deal. But it does feel like he will do himself a lot of good and kind of lock up another contract, whether it be with Minnesota or anybody else, but he'll lock up what he wants with a big game. So I think there's some pressure on Darnold to perform. And I think he will. I think Minnesota wins this game.
I like the Rams as well, Gator, but I like them for different reasons than you. I don't think it has anything to do with the city and this, what's going on in California right now with the fires. I don't think it has anything to do with their defense necessarily. I think it has to do with their offense. The Vikings have lost to two teams this year, the Lions and the Rams. And I think it's because Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford know how to figure out Brian Flores' defense because he's a great defensive coordinator. He can confuse other quarterbacks. But I think Goff and Stafford have the mentality and just been in this league so long and the accuracy to figure it out. I think they eke this one out. I like the Rams on the road /home. Give me the home dog here.
Plus, Mafford's got guys to throw to.
Oh, he definitely has guys to throw to.
And if it's more than just one option there, that can Minnesota handle that? I think that you could see some big numbers from the Rams.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. We'll get to your phone calls a little bit later on. Next up, we go inside Allen Park. How did preparations go this week? What were the Lions up to as they have the weekend off, set to scout and get ready for their first playoff game next weekend. Our Birchie kid was there. We'll talk to him next here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Lions reporter, he's there all the time and gives us the insight on what's going on. And this week's a little bit different. And I want to start with a tweet you sent out yesterday that we retweeted. You were skating on, was it the pond at Belle Isle?
Yeah, it's the pond across from the DYC out on Belle Isle. And I mean, boys, like Mother Nature has bestowed glory upon us. I mean, we've had a week of sub-freezing temps. We have another week ahead of us and very little precipitation in the forecast. This has spawned nothing but glass and black ice across Metro Detroit. So, I mean, if you're not skating, what are you doing? I mean, get out there. And, I showed that video last night to Dan Miller and Woj. We were taping our pregame show for Sunday, and they were both like, oh, my God, the ice is too thin. You're going to fall through. Everybody relax. Just grab your skates, lace up, and go take a stroll somewhere on Belle Isle or any frozen pond near you.
I got to tell you, some of the video, it looks like there's standing water, and it does look like the ice is kind of thin. I was worried about you.
Oh, here you sound like my dad.
Will, you sound like his son.
Yeah. Exactly right. And the scary thought is I'm a dad myself now, unqualified.
Look, I was just worried about the dog.
His dog Gator chasing him, yeah.
But that
hey,
dog
no one forechecks like Gator. In fact, I think she might be cut from the Todd McClellan school of forechecking. She was going hard the whole time.
I was amazed at the traction the dog had on the ice in that video. It really is impressive.
So was I. She was using those claws better than I was using my edges. I mean, she was making tight turns out there.
And I do see you had a hockey stick with you.
Oh, yeah. Always got to bring the stick in the puck. Got to work on the hands, no off days.
Can you skate without a stick?
I can, yeah, but it just feels like skiing without ski poles. Like you just kind of feel naked. The stick just makes it a complete experience.
Sure. Well, you can check it out if you follow Birchie on Twitter, which is at Birchie_kid, or if you follow us on Twitter, you can see the video of him and his dog out there skating Belle Isle. All right, so this week, and I say this because I'm genuinely interested. What was it like in Allen Park?
We weren't in Allen Park. There was nothing going on in Allen Park. I mean, I know you guys talked to Jared on was that Monday or Tuesday, and I know he was in there, and some players were in there getting treatment and taking care of their bodies. But there wasn't any media access. There were a couple of Zoom calls yesterday for some bye-week interviews, but it was a very quiet week on the media front, and I think the players are enjoying themselves at home.
So let's look at a couple of the big stories. I mean, from a player standpoint, I don't think there's too much except for maybe getting Montgomery back and getting him into the fold and seeing if there anybody else that can come off the injury list and get there. But really, isn't it about the coordinators and the story about Spielman, and now there's Deshae Townsend getting interviews, and this Lions coaching staff and front office might get ravaged.
Yeah, and Hank Fraley, too, getting an OC interview, to no surprise. I mean, the Lions are the class of the NFL, and their coaches beneath Dan Campbell are being treated as such. And I'll be very surprised if Aaron Glenn is back here next season. I feel like he's been destined for the Saints head coaching job really ever since Dennis Allen got fired. He obviously has deep ties to that organization, having coached there for 5 years, having finished his playing career there, knows the ownership well, showed really well when they interviewed him for the head coaching job back in 2022 before they hired Dennis Allen, and also has an emotional attachment to New Orleans and to the Saints franchise. You can hear it in his voice anytime he talks about his time there in New Orleans and how fondly he reflects on his time with the Saints. I think a lot of people view that job as maybe the worst opening, given some of the salary cap hell, given the roster, just given the general trajectory there over the past 4 years. But I think Aaron Glenn sees that as an opportunity. I mean, he comes from the same psychology, the same line of thinking as Dan Campbell, who came here because he saw Detroit as an opportunity. And while others might see hurdles in Aaron Glenn's way, he sees obstacles to overcome. And I just think he would love nothing more if he gets the call than to go back to New Orleans and restore that proud franchise to glory and to its rightful place as a contender in the NFL. So I think that if that offer is made to him, that he accepts it. And I do think the Saints make the offer. He was endorsed by Drew Brees. Obviously, his voice carries a lot of weight with that franchise. And then Ben Johnson's tougher to call. I mean, I don't know if he loves any of the openings available. And I guess the roster that feels like it's the most stable would be the Jaguars. But I don't know if you want to go into that mess and sign up for 2 home games a year in London and work under an owner who has done nothing but really get in the franchise's way. So I don't think he goes to Chicago. I think that's becoming more and more of a pipe dream for Bears fans. I don't really even see him going to a division rival, even if that was an attractive destination.
Why is it that you don't think he goes to
Ben Johnson? But I think Aaron Glenn is destined for New Orleans.
Why is it that you don't think he goes to Chicago?
For one, I don't think he wants to go to a division rival. I think that matters to him. I don't think he would want to turn around and become an immediate rival of Dan Campbell and this organization and this coaching staff that he is so close with. And then for another, I just think every time their owner opens his mouth, he sticks it, he sticks his foot in his mouth. And I think that's a troubling and off-putting optic for any potential head coach. And is Ryan Poles going to be there? Is Caleb Williams truly a franchise quarterback? I think there are a lot of questions about that franchise that would potentially turn someone like Ben Johnson away. I do feel like, again, besides ownership, the Jags job makes a little bit of sense. We talked about this yesterday on our podcast, which you can get on the Odyssey app or anywhere you get your podcast. Rate, listen, and subscribe to the Detroit Football Network podcast. But just that Ben Johnson, unlike Aaron Glenn, might thrive in a market with less media scrutiny, with less intense outside pressure, and Jacksonville certainly fits that description. So maybe that's a destination for him. But again, I think especially if the Lions don't go the distance, I feel more and more like Ben Johnson returns.
Do you get a sense for there's a team that the Lions want or don't want in the playoffs, or do they even care?
I mean, I don't think they give a hoot. I think they welcome all comers. If it was my call and I was speaking on their behalf, I think the Commanders is the most favorable matchup, mostly because that defense just doesn't stop the run. And if you can't stop the Lions from running the ball, then you've got no chance of stopping them at all. I mean, the whole offense is designed around the run game to set up the play action pass. And the Commanders have been just kind of gouged on the ground all season long, almost 5 yards per carry against. I think they're third last in the league in rushing yards allowed per game. I think that's a matchup that the Lions offensively could just really exploit and feast on and put up 30, 40. And it wouldn't really even matter what Jaden Daniels did. I think the Lions offense would just have their way in that matchup. So that's the one that comes to me, also because I just don't think you want to deal with playing any of those other teams a third time in really the past 12 months, whether it's the Packers or the Vikings or the Rams. I think at that point, having already beaten those teams twice and those coaches and those quarterbacks, you're kind of inviting disaster. So I would see the Commanders, but again, don't think they care at all.
You look at the all-pro announcements came out today. We got, I think a quartet of Lions made the first team, all-pro teams with St. Brown and Sewell on offense and Kirby Joseph on defense, and I think Jack Fox was the punter. Yeah, your buddy, your man. What do you make of this? And was there any disrespect going on with the guys that didn't get there?
Yeah, wait. So mention the fourth on defense. I heard Kirby, St. Brown, Sewell. Who was the fourth?
Well, I said Jack Fox would have been.
Jack Fox on special teams.
Oh, nice. Yes, nice. Noted Breakman attendee, Jack Fox, who set the NFL record for net punting average, I believe, which is a serious accomplishment and obviously a team achievement. You got to give credit to Hogan and then the boys for getting downfield and covering. But I was reacting to the Kirby Joseph news because, I mean, it was such a clear snub for the Pro Bowl, and the same thing happened to St. Brown last year where he turns around and is named first-team All-Pro, and I'm glad that the people, or at least the media, came to their senses with Kirby Joseph because he's been the best safety in the NFL all year. His numbers speak for themselves, and I'm glad he gets his due honor. And obviously, Sewell and St. Brown are they're first class at their positions, but mostly for Kirby, man, because I think over the past week, certain fan bases, including two in the NFC North, have just kind of disparaged his name. And this dumb consensus has been formed, mostly stemming from Stafford's mic'd up comments last year when he called Kirby Joseph dirty, that he's a malicious player. And it's not true. I mean, he's been flagged, I think, once all season. He hasn't been fined, and he's not a dirty player. He's a great player who had 9 interceptions this season, several of which were game-changing picks. So good for Kirby Joseph to get his due.
So they could play Stafford again. This story, it'd be just...
You sound thrilled about that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? I think that we're all kind of sick of it, but we know it'll just be the recycled same old. Is there any, would the Lions be sick of it? Or are they, do they even pay attention to us? And not us, I don't mean us 97.1, I mean us, the mainstream media, who will make this another, hey, look who's playing each other kind of game.
Yeah, I just can't believe we'll see Dan Campbell and Jared Goff booing their kids again. I mean, that was crazy last year, and I can't believe that it might happen again. I'm kind of withdrawn about the idea too. I almost would rather see a third rematch with the Vikings. I don't think the Rams win for what it's worth on Monday night. I think people overrate their offense because the personnel is what it is, but they've really struggled to move the ball for much of the season. They don't really have explosive playmakers. They do have good players and guys like Nakua and Kupp and Kyron Williams, but they don't hit big plays. And I think the Vikings bounce back in a big way offensively Monday night. I don't think you can hold Kevin O'Connell, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison down for 2 games in a row. Say what you want about Sam Darnold. So I don't think we see the Rams come in here, but if they do, again, that's a little bit of a disconcerting matchup, just knowing that McVay and Stafford have come close to beating this team twice in the past year, and we get a third crack at it.
What's the one game you got your eye on for this weekend? Could be college too. Could be tonight's game.
Yeah, no. By the way, you guys see Jake Bates yesterday, his interview about how much he just loves watching football. He was asked if he's going to be watching football during his bye week, and he was like, "Oh, this is the best. We got the playoff game tonight. We got another playoff game tomorrow. We got NFL Saturday and Sunday. Holy cow, what a weekend for a bye."
That's awesome.
He is one of us. One of us. One of us.
You know what he is? He's ready for pigskin pandemonium. 5 days and nights of football.
Yes, now we're talking game day uncensored.
Uncensored.
You know what? I'm really intrigued by the Commanders-Bucks game just because I think it has the potential to kind of get chaotic and wonky with a quarterback in Baker who, threw 40 touchdowns but also led the league in interceptions, and another quarterback who's like maybe the most exciting young player in the NFL, and really great receivers on both sides. I think it could be like a 4-5 turnover game and just a bunch of like roller coaster moments. So I know it's maybe not like the marquee matchup that like Green Bay versus Philly might be, but I think that one has the possibility of making for the best theater on Sunday night, if that makes sense.
All right, so when are you back at it? When do they open up the doors? When is our next big news day as we get ready for the first playoff game?
Well, we'll be banging down the doors on Monday, demanding answers. I think we're waiting for word from the Lions. I would imagine there'll be some availability on Monday, and by then it still might not be clear who they're playing. So I would guess the locker room will open back up on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. We'll get our first glance at Amon-Ra St. Brown's new blue hair, which is always exciting. Did you guys see he announced a promotion with the bakery that made the life-size cake of his headstand celebration?
I did see that he's getting involved with them.
Yeah. So if you go to that bakery at any point next week, Monday through Thursday, and buy anything in the bakery, I guess now I'm part of this promotion too. You are entered into a chance to win 2 tickets to next weekend's playoff game. So cool gesture by St. Brown to kind of give back to the bakery that made that awesome cake. But yeah, we'll be back at it next Monday and Tuesday, and maybe I'll just call in daily, boys.
I've got no problem with that as we preview a huge game next week. Careful on the pond, and we'll talk again next week.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
There he is, the Birchie Kid, joining us as he does every Friday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass. All right, so the news today, Aaron Glenn met with the Jets this morning. I'm sorry, last night. He met with the Saints this morning. Virtual interview with the Raiders this afternoon. That's what I mean by met with. Jags tomorrow morning and Bears tomorrow afternoon. Ben Johnson virtually met with the Patriots this morning. Raiders this afternoon, and then Saturday, the Bears and the Jags. So that's the schedule, ongoing schedule, what our coordinators are up to. In the meantime, a story out of Oakland County, sheriff there, Michael Bouchard, issued an order authorizing police personnel to wear officially licensed Lions caps and beanies as part of their uniform throughout the team's playoff run. Cool little gesture there, huh?
Yeah, it is. You know, it's a simple little thing. I know that lots of businesses around town are kind of implementing the same thing. If they have dress codes during the week, that they might loosen up a little bit on Fridays. Say, hey, wear your Lions gear on Friday, and people enjoy stuff like that. If it's a regimented situation, let your freak flag fly a little bit.
Freak flag?
There you go.
Wow.
Wear your Gert hat.
I think they actually want grit because it's Lions.
They did say officially licensed.
Official, yeah. The Detroit Police Department as well is joining in this too, Doug. They're letting their officers wear Lions hats and skull caps and winter hats and things like that to show support as well.
So with that said, does your work have a Lions dress code? And by that, it can be as simple as you're encouraged to wear Lions stuff. You're rewarded for wearing Lions stuff. It is a requirement to wear Lions stuff. So we, our oldest had some friends over.
Some more flair?
More flair. Lions flair. I actually get that. That's a reference to a movie, Office Space.
Well, 15 is the bare minimum. But if you wanted to wear a little bit more, we're going to encourage it.
Tchotchkes?
Tchotchkes.
Tchotchkes. Tchotchkes was the name of the restaurant that Jennifer Aniston worked at when, I don't know, remember the dude's name from Office Space, but
Peter.
Thank you.
What's happening? It's a great movie. It's a low budget, under the radar movie when it came out, and has become a cult classic.
What is hysterical is that going on right outside our studio is a full office renovation. And I have literally asked this, where's my stapler? I have asked that in the renovation. True story.
Is it red?
It's not.
Were you told you could play music at a reasonable level?
I was not.
Oh.
But I did ask the question, where's my stapler? So anyway, at your work, do they encourage or is there any Lions dress code of any kind? 248-539-9797 or at school. So my wife's a school teacher. I've talked about this. And our oldest had a couple of friends over on Sunday to watch the Lions game. And part of it, we were provided some stuff, including some Lions cupcakes that my wife bought at a store, and there were 3 left over. And she decided Monday she was going to take the 3 Lions cupcakes to her classroom and then award them to any kids that were wearing Lions gear on Monday. And her thought was, we'll turn it into a bit of a project because unless there are 3 kids, fractions. So she was going to use the cupcakes. She brought a knife, and they were going to fraction them off but the kids were going to have to sort it out to equally distribute the cupcakes.
How many kids are in the class?
Oh, like 30.
A small ass portion of a cupcake.
Well,
I mean, I'm no math magician.
She didn't announce that she was doing this. She just brought
randomly see if any kid was wearing.
Brought the 3 cupcakes in and said, I will invite. And I think if all 30 were wearing Lion stuff, she probably would have scrapped the idea.
Okay.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So she shows up at class and then invites the kids, said, do you want to stay here for lunch? I'll have lunch with you. And there's a reward and a project. And there were 4 kids.
Oh, man, that's tough.
4 kids.
That knife's going to get a workout.
So she had the 4 kids work out the cupcakes and how it would work. 3 cupcakes.
Find a common denominator.
Did you? Do you want to try the project, Gator?
I could try. You're going to try to do that. 4 cupcakes.
4 kids, 3 cupcakes.
Could you imagine if Gator was one of the students, Doug? Oh my God.
He'd be like, I'll just go to lunch.
You know what?
He goes, I get 1 full cupcake. You guys split the other 2.
I'll tell you what,
right?
I'll give you $5 not to have a cupcake. So everybody just gets a cupcake, and the 4th one you get $5. That sounds like a plan right there.
Well, the kids worked out that they would cut 2 of the cupcakes in half and 1 of the cupcakes in quarters. And each kid would get a half of 1 cupcake and a quarter of another.
That sounds smart.
Anyway, the point.
I would have just took off I would have took off my Lions shirt and sent him out of here.
I realized the show is over at 2, and I didn't want to put Gator through the ringer.
So I'm the biggest kid here. So I'm taking a cupcake. Anybody got a problem with that? No? All right.
So anyway, the topic and what we want to know is, do you have a work-related Lions dress code? Either someone you're encouraged to do it, or just like the Oakland County Sheriff has, just like the Detroit Police Department has, and just like apparently. So what's funny is I asked my wife on Wednesday before she went to school, I said, because she did this on Monday. I said, how many kids showed up on Tuesday wearing Lions gear?
Right.
17.
Yeah.
Thinking they would score a free cupcake.
Incidentally, the way that I would have done it, and I think I like her way better.
Well, it was the kids that came
kid.
up with it. They should made the kids come up with it.
I would have cut each of the 3 cupcakes into 4ths and then said, everybody take 3 pieces of it.
Accomplish the same thing.
Yeah, it does accomplish the same thing rather than having to go, hey, you get half of
Well,
this.
you would have made more cuts.
Yeah, you would have made it longer, Gator.
Yeah. But it would have worked.
I said a knife would have gotten a workout.
In Gator's scenario, more of a workout. But, I wonder if, like, a lot of restaurants, like, there's that back of the house, you could pretty much wear whatever you want, most restaurants. But front of the house, maybe they're letting, the servers, the hosts, like, hey, you can rock Lions gear until the playoff runs over or whatever.
Well, I mean, if
you work in a restaurant industry.
You would think for a sports bar, too, it might make sense for the boss to buy everybody, like, a Lions hat so they can all wear them during, football games and all that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the servers at 24 Seconds are probably encouraged to wear some Lion stuff.
Oh, encouraged. What's the minimum, you think?
That's Bob. Bob, what's the minimum on there? Got to wear at least a hat. Okay.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. So we're just wondering if anybody's following suit with what's going on everywhere, and that is Lions gear at work. People are being encouraged to wear Lions gear at work. Oakland County Sheriff, they've got officially licensed Lions gear that they are wearing. Same thing with the Detroit Police Department. Is it happening at your work? I talked about how my wife had the cupcake reward for kids who wore Lions stuff to her classroom, although she did it unannounced. So she just grabbed the 4 kids that were wearing Lions stuff and said, all right, here's 3 cupcakes. Fractions. Figure it out. And they did. 248-539-9797. You did eventually. Yeah, you got it. I'm proud of you, buddy.
Thanks,
proud
man.
of you.
Thanks.
You deserve 1/2 and 1/4 of a cupcake.
Or just,
or 3/4, as Gator would have done it.
Gator's solution. Let's cut it to 100 pieces. Everyone gets 25
Well,
pieces.
it's just making the same cuts on each cupcake rather than, I did I add an extra 2 cuts? I did, and I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But I got to the same conclusion.
Yes, you did. It's a word problem. Like for Gator, this is the SAT right here. And you passed.
Passed.
Yeah. Let's go to Dan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Love your show.
Appreciate it.
I work part-time at Lowe's, semi-retired.
Okay.
And I got an email from the store manager saying, wear your Lions gear. I wear my Lions hat every day and walk around with a red vest on. And I'm growing a goatee in honor of Dan Campbell.
Nice. Okay, so prior to Dan, prior to this, you were already wearing your Lions hat every day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Every day. So when my wife sees me leaving the house and we have our in-laws living with us, they know I'm going to work. My Lions hat is on every day when I go to work.
So but before before the Lowe's employees were encouraged, you were the OG of this.
Well, I don't know if I'd call me the OG, but
I'm going to go ahead and call you the OG. You are the OG of this.
Yeah. And so I told my wife actually 2 days ago, I said, I'm growing a goatee for Dan Campbell.
Oh,
so that's what I'm working on right now.
Is your wife going to like it?
Oh, yeah. She's like, go for it.
When was the last time you rocked some facial hair, Dan?
A couple of years ago, I had a goatee and actually went to a wedding down in Tennessee. And then I shaved it off, and I am wearing the goatee until after they win the Super Bowl. And they will win the Super Bowl. And one of the things that I love about my wife is she said, whatever comes out of your mouth goes into the universe. So this is specific to Doug, because I listen to you guys every day. Whatever comes out of your mouth goes in the universe. So all the other employees, like when we played Minnesota, are they going to be okay, or are they going to win? And I said, yeah, they're going to win. And they won. Because what comes out of your mouth goes in the universe.
Speak it, and it happens. Speak it into existence.
Why was that Doug specific?
Why was that? What did I do?
Take credit, man. He's giving it to you. Just take it.
Huh. This one's for you, Doug. I'm going to give some random statements.
You're that kind of guy.
And it's for you. All right, so if you're at Lowe's, if anybody's doing any shopping at Lowe's, Lowe's is encouraging their employees to wear Lions gear. Thank you for the phone call. Sauce and how. My wife is a nurse, and they let them wear Lions gear sometimes. Sheriff Murphy for Livingston County also authorized Lions gear.
There we go. Getting some county by county support.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get arrested.
Right.
At least you're getting arrested by a Lions fan.
Or if I'm going to get pulled over and, maybe I was speeding and the officer has a Lions hat on, do I feel better about it? Okay. And maybe he's going to be friendlier. But wouldn't that be the case? So if you see a cop approaching you and he's got the Lions hat on, does that, I would think psychologically, honestly, that would have an effect on you to maybe put you at ease a little bit. Maybe you feel less tense about a situation.
I was thinking if you're rocking Lions gear and the cop's rocking Lions gear and he pulls you over,
maybe it's just
it's
a
like,
warning.
Hey, slow down.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Right?
Is that go Lions?
Come on.
Right? Is that where we are
Go
as a
Lions.
community? That's where we are as a community.
That's the hope, man.
This is like the Purge.
Let's not do anything.
Yeah, don't go there.
That compares with that ridiculous.
Yeah,
premise.
I didn't see it. I have no idea if it's like the Purge or not.
It's not. They were a lot meaner.
Andrew in a brown truck. I'm locking Lions gloves, but not really supposed to. It's NBD. No big deal.
Oh, the old bank? The old National Bank of Detroit, really?
You're talking Gators language.
Name Texter. I work at FedEx, and every day I wear a Lions hat. I started doing this when I started, and I've done it every day since, and nobody has said anything to me. That's from Jordan, driving a FedEx truck. Gator would have worn his cleats to school every Monday after that.
After a cupcake fiasco like that?
Yeah.
Well, again, if there's cupcakes involved, then get the fight for the cupcake. You got to wear the cleats.
How about this one?
Got to be prepared.
David Algonac. I'm an elementary PE teacher, and we have Lions Victory Monday. So is this like every Monday, all the kids that have gym class?
A lot of fun.
Told to wear Lions gear? Are you rocking Lions gear at work? Are you encouraged to rock Lions gear at work? I just looked down. I want to make a comment here. I'm coming up is my FanDuel read here about the 5 straight days of playoff football. And we were trying to nickname it yesterday.
Right.
Something was pointed out to me. What was your nickname for the 5 straight days of football?
The pigskin pentamonium.
But how did you say it?
The pigskin pentamonium. Hell yes. Uncensored. Game day.
It was pointed out to me that leave it to Gator to come up with a name that sounds like it would be the promotion of a 5-band metal tour coming to Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
Like Pentamonium.
Yes.
Featuring
5-Finger Death Punch. Slayer. Iron Maiden. Sabotage. And Saxon.
Right? Wouldn't a metal show with 5 bands be called Pentamonium?
Each band gets 58 minutes on stage. No more, no less.
Or you die.
Or you perish. Wait, I'm getting an edit. Or you die.
Well, there you go.
I like it.
I think it's true. Speak the truth. 248-539-9797. Do you have a Lions-related dress code at work? Hey, want to thank everybody for listening on the Odyssey app from around the country. AUDACY. Download a free mobile device today, and someday you're going to be out of town. You're going to wish you could hear what's going on in Detroit. You'll be glad you have the Odyssey app. Again, get it today. AUDACY. Also streaming to our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket, and you can participate in the streaming chat on both those sites.
The funny thing about the Odyssey app, Doug, is a lot of people do use it. They rewind, they go back, listen to segments, whatever. And they text us in real time, though. So I've had so many texts right now arguing about the Goff MVP debate, and a couple of them realized they're behind finally and said, wait a second, I'm an hour behind. Disregard my last text. What are you guys talking about? So if you listen on the Odyssey app, that's cool. But if you send a text, you might be a little late.
You might be. You could be. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Football fans, buckle up, because for the first time ever, 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. Some people like to call it the pigskin
pentamonium.
There's a no sweat same game parlay for each of all 5 days of the pentamonium. With the no sweat same game parlay, you can combine your bets for a same game parlay for your chance of bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, like mine didn't hit last night, I got $10 in bonus bets to play with tonight for the college football game between Texas and Ohio State. That's right. You get your money back and you can bet it. You got to bet it quickly, and you got to make sure you opt in. You got to make sure you click the button. So do all that. FanDuel.com/Doug to be part of this epic run. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. It's the great playoff payoff, a.k.a. Pentamonium, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. That opt-in is required, so look for that in the top bar. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You know, the crossover fun when your teams are good, the crossover fun, what I'm talking about last night, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs at the Piston game, Brad Holmes was at the Piston game, DJ Reader, I heard Tim Patrick was there, and those guys get up on the scoreboard, and the place goes bananas.
Yeah, as it should.
Love the crossover fun as part of the success the Detroit Lions are having, and they get into other arenas and other stadiums.
See if anybody's there tonight for the Red Wing game.
Yep, you never know. You can crank that horn. You'll have a Lion do that at the beginning of the game.
See the Ken Cal did the horn the other day?
I did. Kenny's the best.
Get the crowd all fired up.
Kenny is seriously one of the best people in the media. It was funny during the commercial break, you told me that the point that Penn State didn't complete a pass to a wide receiver last night. And strangely, I can relate to that.
Yeah?
Yeah. Strangely.
Got a small nugget of Lions breaking news.
Yeah.
Ennis Rakestraw, rookie cornerback. His return to practice window has been started.
Oh, good.
So it looks like they may have some more depth for their second-round playoff game.
Yeah, I got to hand it to some of their depth guys who had to make an appearance and played pretty well. And if Terrion Arnold looks like, day-to-day is pretty encouraging. But with Terrion Arnold, there is some question there. Having anybody else available is not a small deal, in my opinion. So good luck to Ennis, and hopefully he'll be back. 248-539-9797. We are taking your calls. Does work have a Lions-related dress code? Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. The bank I work at won't allow it unless they get to the NFC Championship game. That's from Trevor in St. Clair Shores.
Sorry, no fun until then.
Yeah.
Was Nick Saban the branch manager? There's no fun allowed.
Wearing Lions underwear to really get the lady in the mood. That's from Eric. Does that work?
Doug, try it out.
First thing I have to do is purchase some Lions underwear. We encourage.
And then you have to parade around in it so that she can Get excited about it.
Oh, I can parade.
Yeah, we know you can parade. You got skills.
Aiden in his car, we encourage Lions gear at the office on Mondays, Fridays, or Thursdays, depending on what day they play. Shout out to my United States Postal Service carrier, Travis, who's been rocking Lions gear for several years now. That's from Brian in Northville. Airline captain, I wear a Lions hat sometimes in the flight deck. That's badass. Get on a plane, your captain's wearing a Lions hat.
I like it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Max. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Max.
How you doing?
We're good, Max.
I work for Meijer Stores, and Meijer, of course, is a sponsor of the Lions, and they were established in 1934.
You were there.
So they made T-shirts, Lions T-shirts, black with the blue numbers, number 34, which is Alex Anzalone.
Yep.
But we are encouraged to wear them, and you'll see team members throughout our stores wearing T-shirts, Lions T-shirts, number 34.
Okay, so that'll be in Meijer Stores now?
All the Meijer stores, yes.
When did that start, or has it been put into place yet?
Well, it's been out there for quite some time. A lot of our customer service people in the stores wear them. I work in the distribution center, and we wear them at the distribution center as well.
It's cool. All right, so Look for your Meijer workers wearing the Lions 34 T-shirts. I assume these are T-shirts?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Max. 248-539-9797. Paul's in his car next. Hi, Paul.
How you doing, my man?
We're great, Paul.
How you doing, Gator?
All right.
Hey, you got to change that Stafford into Jared. But about the Lions gear, I used to fly when I was a rescue swimmer in the Navy, and then we had to wear a flight helmet, and it had to be 80% reflective. Well, I kind of, took that as, 20% can be non-reflective. So I had a Lion sticker, and I cut it out, so right around the whole logo. It was before they changed it up a little bit. But anyway, I put that on my helmet. Boy, I caught a lot of flack over it, but not because of the team. I got a lot of support because of the team. I got flack because I had a sticker on my helmet. Well, what do you think happened after that? Then every time, those guys, everybody started putting stickers on their helmet, just in a very discreet kind of a manner. But I actually was the innovator of that. Well, so I think.
Look at you.
I don't know.
Look at you. What was your call sign, Paul?
I'm sorry.
What was your call sign? What was your call sign?
Oh, you don't want to go there, man. I was okay. You really want to know?
It's too ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Buster Hyman, but it was only because things were going on in the Middle East. We had to wear fake patches. It's called cleansing yourself, and that's what I don't know if I made it up. Somebody else did. Yeah, we had hairy balls.
Oh, come on! You really want me to go there, do you? Want me to go there? Well, sort of, with discretion.
Discretion was not used. That call sign was something else.
Once I did that every time, and all the other guys, like he used discretion there. He was I'm gonna back off on using the names Dick and Harry, right?
But I'm gonna say
Dick and Harry, but hey, Buster, right there, right? and Harry, guys, come on, man, you're awesome, and you can wear that sticker on your helmet anytime. I am dangerous.
He was dangerous.
His wingman's call sign.
Guys, we hit the danger zone there, man.
Without question.
What was said, many of you did not hear. Suffice it to say, his call sign was risque.
Risque. Yeah.
Some of you streaming perhaps did hear.
Look, Buster Olney is one of those great follows we have on Twitter. For his knowledge.
Harry Belafonte. Well, anyway.
Harry Belafonte is Oh.
There are calls, and then there are calls. 248-539-9797. TJ is next. Hi, TJ.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good.
First time, long time.
Thank you.
I just want to let you know that the Detroit Public Library employees can wear any and all Lions gear on the Monday after a Sunday victory.
Nice.
All right. So have you been doing it?
Absolutely.
What percentage of public library employees are following this?
I would say 30 to 40.
Okay, gotcha. Is it gaining momentum? Is this move gaining momentum?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool.
You got a lot of employees who really aren't, you got librarians who aren't really football fans, but they're getting into it now.
I was about to say, I don't know if that's kind of on brand for the librarian to be a Lions fan, but what do you do at the library, TJ?
I'm a technical specialist.
Gotcha. All right, so
that's kind of
vague. Computer stuff.
That's very vague.
It is kind of vague. I bet he's good at it. I bet at some point you'd need his help.
Yeah, absolutely.
TJ, thanks. 248-539-9797. Dre is in Detroit and on 97 a ticket. Hi, Dre.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Hi, Dre.
I'm still laughing from that prior caller. Holy crap, man. That was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, it was. Hey, I was just calling to chime in because, I work for a pretty large insurance company. It goes across the whole United States. But our region, for my team, our team is pretty much is Illinois, Wisconsin, all of everybody that's in our conference or in our conference with the Lions. I've been wearing Lions gear for years, getting clowned by the team. And and everything now because of COVID, we're working from home more often, and we're doing everything through Teams meetings. So of course I'm wearing Lions gear. My wife and daughter buy me these novelty shirts to say like the Lions make me drink, or our team sucks but our colors rock. So I wore them to meetings and everything. Let everybody clown me. Now I'm wearing my gear, and I got my grit sign up on the wall, my Lions flag behind me when we're in the meetings, and of course everybody's now on board. Dre, your team is doing great. Go Lions. This and that. I said, okay. Well, a little while ago, you guys were clowning me. So it's just it feels great right now with the team doing as well as they are, and the other teams. In our the people on our teams from like Green Bay. Like one of the managers, he had to back up my manager last week because my manager's on vacation. He's a Minnesota Viking fan, so I did not send anything for any kind of request for any kind of payments to him last week because I'm sure he was going to scrutinize
Wouldn't have gone
everything.
over well, huh?
Yeah, I don't think it went over well with him because he was hot. He was hot, and and you hear all of those excuses. Oh, the refs were against us, and I said no. I said the Lions played a good game, man. Just accept the fact we played a good game. We beat you guys fair and square, and we beat you guys earlier in the season. So it's just great to be right now with the unit that I'm in because everybody that's on our team, there's two of us in Michigan, and then everybody else is like Green Bay Packer fans, Minnesota Viking fans, and Chicago Bear fans. So right now, I'm the king of the team right now.
There you go.
So,
it's great to be great time to be a Lions fan. Thank you for the phone call, Dre. Carson Anderson. We're going to pick some games coming up in about 13 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Still some college football stuff. I'll complain. 2 mediocre teams with below average quarterbacks. You knew the game was going to be decided by which quarterback would make the bigger mistake. How could either of these teams be in the Final Four? Okay. You think those 2 teams were mediocre last night? You think Notre Dame and Penn State were mediocre? Who's good?
I mean, honestly.
Who's good then?
Because you're going to say Oregon, and look, I thought Oregon was the best team in college football, and then Ohio State just said, get out of here. You have no business being in this playoff. So what do you want to say? Alabama, because they should have been in there. They got beat by a depleted Michigan team. Who belongs there that isn't there right now?
Because mediocre literally
Georgia?
Mediocre implies middle of the pack. A middle of the pack college football team.
How good is Georgia? They got
Georgia's
beat by
pretty
one of those
damn
teams
good.
that you think isn't very good. So I don't know what to say.
I unfortunately do not think that Notre Dame will beat Ohio State in the playoff, but we know for sure that Penn State would not win that big game, so at least this is our best chance.
Well, it's the easy button to blame to say that Penn State wouldn't win a big game, but they did win a couple big games to get there.
So part of the fallout of a future possible scenario, if Marcus Freeman, the former Buckeye, leads Notre Dame to a national championship game win over Ohio State. Gator, do you think Ohio State fans will ask for Marcus Freeman, will try to get Marcus Freeman, will want Marcus Freeman as their head coach?
100%.
In every way, with every fiber of their being?
Yes, 100%. And would Ryan Day then be on these interview lists for NFL head coaching jobs?
Do you believe that stuff?
Did he'd be interviewed?
No, that people are already saying that he would not only is on people's list, that he would listen.
Yeah, I believe he would listen. Look, didn't the Jets just get done interviewing Loxley?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, you're going to interview, Mike Loxley, who average at best teams in Maryland. I get it, it's Maryland, and it's hard to win with Maryland, but it's still, that's what he is. And you're going to interview him for a head coaching job, but you wouldn't want to interview Ryan Day?
I don't know. I don't have intimate knowledge. I really don't. Like, we see some of what Ohio State fans think and feel, and some of what it's like to be in Ryan Day's shoes. But it's become a storyline for people that are like involved. That it's really uncomfortable being Ryan Day right now in Columbus. I don't know what these 2 playoff wins have done for him. And the question is does the 2 playoff wins, has it made up for the disappointment from the extremists that find Ryan Day to be unforgivable for what's happened to Michigan in the last 4 years? Does the 2 playoff wins satisfy that crowd?
No, it doesn't satisfy the crowd. What satisfies the crowd is if you win a national championship. And that's, last night in game day, Nick Saban made the comment that he said that, we had a pretty big rival when I was in Alabama and Auburn. And one year we lost to Auburn, but won the national championship. Nobody remembers that we lost to Auburn. And he said the same thing would happen with Ohio State. And Desmond Howard was quick to say, no, that's not the case. Look, there are always going to be some people on the fringe that'll complain about that. But if you win a national championship, nobody cares. You shouldn't care.
Well,
and like I said, there'll always be some that do, but the vast majority, it's the easiest comeback in the world. If you run into a Michigan fan and they get it in your face because they've owned you for the last 4 years, so you can come back and say, okay, we won a national championship, so we got that going for us.
I feel you're very comfortable speaking for Ohio State fans.
I think the majority of Ohio State fans would feel that way. I think, look, everybody on the other side of the rivalry is going to say the other thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it means more.
I'm saying I don't know because I really don't. It does seem as though Ohio State fans are wired differently, and that's why this has become somewhat of a national story, is because they are wired differently. But More feedback here to the Carson Anderson inbox.
Well, I guess they're just going to have to win the national championship. We can find out.
Yeah, well, test it. Notre Dame won the game again on the 2-for-1 at halftime. They did the same thing against Georgia, scoring 17 points in 53 seconds of gameplay. Been a huge advantage by getting those 2-for-1 points. Yeah, I mean, the middle eight, which has become this new focus of college football. I've heard more coaches talk about the middle eight, the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half were great for Notre Dame. And it really helps when you get the football to start the second half to win the middle eight, because you can possess the football maybe for the entire middle eight and swing the game. And that's what they did. I mean, their quarterback gets knocked out. Huge cult hero status to Steve Angeli, who drives as the backup quarterback, drives Notre Dame into field goal range on a day where no quarterback for Notre Dame had much time.
No. And I was, watching the game last night, I started thinking to myself, when was the last time that we saw Notre Dame have an elite quarterback from college football? It's been a while. Like Rick Meyer got all the hype, and he was okay. Was he elite? I mean, he was drafted high in the NFL, but didn't really amount to anything. But when was the last time they've gotten this thing done? And Riley Leonard's okay, but he's nowhere near elite. It's not like this guy's throwing the ball all over the place, 300-yard passing games all the time, and a force to be reckoned with. He's a good quarterback, but they're going to compete for a national championship here, and they don't have that elite quarterback. Is that going to change under Marcus Freeman? Because it has been a while since they've had that guy. CJ Carr was, recruited to be that. We'll see.
The last time Notre Dame had a quarterback taken in the first round, Brady Quinn, 2007. 248-539-9797. Penn State fan here. I'm absolutely gutted from last night's game. However, Penn State lost when Franklin kicked the field goal from the 2. Made me appreciate Dan Campbell even more. Yeah, I thought that was... I was okay with it because it didn't even look... That was the 2 pushing the 3. Like, that was long. I think if they had it a little bit closer. And that was right after they threw the pass on third down. It was a little bit short and Singleton dropped it. It would have been an easy touchdown.
Yeah.
And Aller, that was Aller had a rough game. He was like 4 for 12 at one point.
But then also made some really nice throws.
He really did. I feel bad because I think there's a lot of it's his fault kind of banter that goes on in after that game, but the whole team didn't capitalize.
Well, you don't have wide receivers to throw to, and then he doesn't throw to wide receivers. Yeah, you've got running backs and a tight end. That's what they had on offense. And occasionally Aller would take off and get some yards as well. But they were running the ball pretty effectively. And I was surprised that maybe they went away from that a little bit. But in the end, give credit to Notre Dame and their defense for getting it done and for shutting down the possibility of throwing it to a wide receiver. You still have to make that part of the play. And they did it without their best player on the defensive line. They did it with a banged-up running back. And they did it with a roster that was full of guys that were dealing with the flu. So good job for Notre Dame.
Well, let's get back to your open line calls. Harrison in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Harrison.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good.
I just wanted to kind of give you my thoughts on a quick take on the rivalry and how it kind of parlays into the college playoff now. If you look at the trajectory from the BCS through the 4-team playoff, now with a 12-team playoff, I think we all logically can ascertain that it went from rivalries meaning almost everything to win in the rivalry game, to win the national championship in the BCS era, and then a little bit softened in the 4-team because you could still get in with one loss, as you've cited the Auburn-Alabama scenario. But I think more so now, if you look at Michigan, Ohio State this year, for instance, it helped both teams tremendously. It was like the perfect storm. It helped Michigan with Sharon Moore and to salvage their season, and now it jump-started this $20 million roster in Ohio State to get them woken up, so to speak, because they go into the rivalry games now thinking, even if we lose, we have a good chance of still getting into the big dance. So I think I was just going to make a real clear point that this year was kind of like the one year that close to home here we can say all parties involved, it helped. But more importantly, I think moving forward, you're going to see a lot of rivalry games being either a jump start into the college playoff and maybe downplayed on the rivalry game, or it's going to help the team that maybe isn't having such a good season. So I just thought I'd just clarify the logical side of it.
We appreciate the clarification. Yeah, I mean, any loss can help you in the big picture. You can use a loss for motivation. Yeah, if you
learn from your failures. Yeah.
I mean, the question that an Ohio State fan or someone who covers the Buckeyes might be able to answer way better than us is, would they be where they are today if they didn't lose to Michigan? If they beat Michigan, would they be where they are?
I think they would.
I don't know why. I don't know why they wouldn't. They picked a really bad day to have a really bad day. But anyway, let's get to the picks. All right, so on the year, Gators picking at a 57% clip. I'm picking at a 56% clip. Gators strength, the NFL, 35-15-1. My strength, the locks of the week, 11-6. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
We can pick tonight's game if you so choose, and two pro games. I will start, and I'm going to tonight's game, Ohio State and Texas. Lots of points will be put up. I will take the over 52.5 tonight, Texas and Ohio State.
Well, I like that game as well, but I like it for different reasons. I just think Ohio State's offense is going to be dominant. They're going to do to Texas what they've done to Oregon, what they've done to Tennessee. I like -6 Ohio State.
Next up, I said it earlier. I think that's way too many points to be giving a Mike Tomlin team. I will take Pittsburgh plus the 9.5 at Baltimore.
Looking at the Washington-Tampa Bay game, I'm surprised that Washington's actually an underdog in this game, so I'll take the field goal. In fact, it's my shoot the boot lock of the week. The Commanders +3 at Tampa Bay.
Final game is a Monday night game, Minnesota and LA. Love these offenses. I will take the over 48 on Monday night.
All right, I'm going to go with the Green Bay game at Philadelphia. This is an interesting game for us locally, looking at to see what's going to happen with the number 2 seed in the NFC in Philadelphia. I like Green Bay getting the points. I don't know if they win this game. I think they have a real shot to win it. I think they keep it close. I like the Packers +5 at Philly.
There you go. Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. And Kang, you love a pick and hate a pick. Sorry I didn't send you mine, but I literally just got mine in.
No worries. I love one of your picks, Doug. I like the over in the Ohio State-Texas game. I think a lot of points will be scored. Take the over.
I don't know if I said it, but that was my lock. And which one do you hate?
Well, then I like your lock, Doug. One of the game I don't like, Doug, I know you're a big Mike Tomlin fan. I think the Ravens roll, though. 9 is a big number. I think Lamar, I know he has struggles in the playoffs, but the first round, he won't have a struggle this time around. I think Ravens by double digits.
I live by a rule. Don't give Mike Tomlin 9.5 points. It's one of my rules. It's a policy.
It's a policy?
Yeah. Thank you, Kang, and we will continue. Next, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Look, it's really cold outside. It's been cold for days right now, and I know some of you people may have to deal with a furnace that isn't working properly. You maybe got some busted pipes, and you're not sure what to do. You're in a bind right now. Here's what you do. You see those red, white, and blue trucks all over the place? They're there for a reason, because they're helping people. They belong to Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These people are amazing. You can call the expert technicians over there, and they're going to help make sure that your 2025 gets started off in the right way with some peace of mind. But you don't just have to take my word for it. Of course not. Check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. How about some of their 5-star reviews on Google? They've come to my house a couple times in the last several years, and they have been wonderful. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. There's one thing that we haven't talked about, Gator, and I think we should bring it up. So I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
The Ohio State-Texas game tonight is being played in the Cotton Bowl, which is in Dallas, Texas. So one of the things that came up with this whole playoff is, will fans travel to support their team through what could be 4 postseason games? Ohio State was at home in the first round. The Rose Bowl was filled. Will they be dramatically outnumbered tonight? Will this feel like a Texas home game in the Cotton Bowl?
I imagine it will feel like a Texas, particularly Ohio State fans were going to Miami to watch Ohio State play, even though they're playing in Texas.
I don't know if it was an abundance of them, but there was reports of, yes, Ohio State fans showing up. Showing up in Miami because one guy was quoted by a Penn State writer that he met saying he read the bracket wrong and went to the Orange Bowl. Whoops.
Yeah, that's a big whoops. Yeah, I would imagine it's overrun with Texas fans. Absolutely. And this is part of the problem when you play, the northern teams have to go elsewhere to play bowl games. Because the big cities, like, you're going to play a game in a Sugar Bowl, is there a possibility you might have to face LSU there, or Alabama, where it's a short drive, or Texas teams? I mean, yeah, this is an issue that northern teams have always had to face.
Do you remember we had the guy on from the Detroit Sports Commission?
Yeah.
And he admitted on the air, he's like, yeah, I'm sick of Indy.
Yeah, he is.
I'm kind of sick of Atlanta. Like, Atlanta got the Peach Bowl, part of the playoff, and they also get the championship game.
Right.
Why is that?
And they get the SEC championship.
I mean, that makes sense. That's the SEC's home base, but shouldn't some other venue have been included, like, say, Indianapolis or some other place that could have hosted?
Ford Field?
I mean, Ford Field. It's not like they're playing the national championship game in the Peach Bowl. The Peach Bowl has been played. This is the one-off BCS title game.
Yeah, it feels like if you're going to host one of these quarterfinal games or whatever, that you don't get to do that, right?
I'm surprised that we've set up a system where Atlanta is twice the host of a postseason football game, a playoff game. Seems a little weird.
Well, it's a lot weird.
We'll say it again, though. I'm enjoying this. Do I think it's too big? Yeah, I thought it was too big originally. Would I play the games on campus sites? Absolutely, in both of the first 2 rounds. But I think this isn't that positive for college basketball, or college football. And as it stands right now, I think this weekend shapes up to be one of the more fun weekends that a sports fan could have. I'm admittedly a huge college football fan, more than an NFL fan, but the idea of 6 NFL playoff games and 2 college football playoff games with this kind of premium on them, I think it's going to be short-lived, because I think the college calendar is going to get moved, where they're going to try and align them with the semesters a little bit more and have the championship game earlier. So I don't know that this great weekend is going to last very long.
You don't think we're going to have pigskin pandemonium?
Wow. Gator, get it in while you can.
Enjoy it. With anthrax.
Anthrax, Manowar, Dokken, Judas Priest, and Van Halen.
I wonder how many combinations, like off the cuff, you could rip of just metal bands. 5 metal bands, Pentamonium. Because that's now, you've done it twice with 5 different bands each time.
Yeah. Let's push this, Gator.
Do we want to push this? Wasp, Striper, Anvil, Helmet, AC/DC. Trying to go with the more obscure ones.
You've got now 3 different tickets for Pentamonium, 3 different shows.
This is great.
All with varying degrees of interest.
Mm-hmm. Doug, I think we're getting close to him saying Maroon 5, though, at one point here. and Nickelback.
I'm running out of names. And Dave Matthews Band. Wouldn't quite fit.
Sirith Ungol, Celtic Frost, Venom, Merciful Fate, and Poison.
It's 4 shows he's put together.
That's a show I wouldn't want to see.
The other 3 you'd see.
The other 3 their ass. I would. I mean, the Poison part I wouldn't mind, but the Sirathungal, Celtic Frost, Venom, and Merciful Fate, that's just not up my alley.
Yeah, me either.
I was out because of Venom.
You know what? Somewhere out there's probably like 7 guys that know all those bands that Gator just mentioned. They're all like, hell yeah, Gator, hell yeah.
Rock on. And they all went to Gators High School.
That's entirely possible.
They're all probably Google searching. When does this show come to Detroit? Anyway, big weekend ahead. Ideal world. Do you want Ohio State to win or lose tonight?
Win.
Do you?
Win big.
You want them to win the whole thing?
Yep.
Do you?
Well, I want the Big Ten to win, and I got no beef with Ohio State.
It'd probably beat you. Oh, no, you don't. You have a lot in common with Ohio State. The Big Ten winning back-to-back national championships would be a nice little feather in the cap. I do like that already. I guess Texas could win it. So Texas could win it. Texas and Notre Dame, didn't they? They were the 2 teams that met in the infamous Texas's back game, right? It feels like this would be if it's Texas versus Notre Dame for the national championship, this would be the matchup of the 2 programs that over the last couple of decades have been proclaimed to be back the most.
Right?
Right? Hey, Notre Dame's back.
No, they're back.
Hey, Texas is back.
Oh, they're back.
I think by definition, they will be back.
Well, they made it to the
They'll be
Final
playing,
Four.
and
One team's
they
going
are-
to be playing for a championship.
This time they are actually back. National championship game if it's Texas versus Notre Dame. Well, here is Mike Stone.
What up, boys?
How you doing?
Hello, Michael.
Good. The good mic is off today, so off mic is in.
Off mic.
With Rico.
Faux Mike?
Yes.
Mike Light?
Mike Light, exactly.
Low blood pressure Mike?
Michelob Light.
Here, now presenting Mike with less rage.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
How you doing, Mike with less rage?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. Good. Things good in your world?
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be in attendance scouting, but I'm going to visit my mom tomorrow. So there might be an extra ticket for the Eagles-Packers game, but I doubt it.
Oh, dude. I want you to go to that game and report back.
Yeah. It's, you know what? Too cold. I'm not, some of my friends have season tickets. They say, well, if my kid doesn't want to go, you can go. I said, okay, well, I'll be there.
The reason the kids won't want to go is because it's too cold. So
yes.
If cold's a problem, Stoney.
I haven't been to a home Philly playoff game in decades.
Me either.
I did go to a Super Bowl, but that doesn't count.
You weren't at like the 59-38 game, were you?
Oh no, the Lomas guarantee game.
Yeah,
no,
that wasn't the score of that game. I don't remember what the score was.
No, but it was pretty close to that.
Yeah,
yeah.
That score
the
alone.
The Hail Mary at halftime.
Yeah,
Rodney Pete. That was the worst.
I had a bar appearance for that game, and let's just say I didn't see as much of that game as I probably should have.
Oh,
yeah, but
I watched that game in Florida. That was the first big game I think I rooted against the Philadelphia team.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Gotcha. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, TJ will join us at 3 o'clock. I'm going to defend the indefensible coach coming up sometime during the show. And Rico and then Kenny, they came up with this really good idea. We're going to rank the Lions opponents that who you want to see here next week and rank them.
Have a great show. I'm sure you will. Every Friday, we leave you with a Gator rant, football, pants, pigskin, pandemonium, 5 straight days of football. How do you get more time in front of the TV? Gator negotiates for you.
Brought to you by Verizon Wireless. Lions safety Kirby Joseph was left off the Pro Bowl roster, but he was named on the All-Pro today by the AP. Becomes the first Lions safety to earn the honor since Yale Larry did it in 1962. Receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, offensive tackle Penny Sewell, and punter Jack Fox joins him on the list as well. The 4 players ties the team record since the AFL-NFL merger. The Lions have also opened up the 21-day practice window for second-round pick Ennis Rakestraw. For Brian Windhorst, the Pistons are considering trades to upgrade their roster this season, which marks a change in strategy. They have $14 million in cap space remaining. The Red Wings host the Blackhawks tonight. Detroit riding high in a 5-game winning streak, but their second periods have not been up to snuff lately. The head coach addressed that this morning with the media. Mark Ryan has the pregame for you right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45. According to Pete Thamel, Georgia quarterback Carson Beck is transferring to Miami. Ian Rappaport also reporting that Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson has ruptured his Achilles again. That could rule him out for the entire 25-26 season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mr. Big Stuff is off today. Mr. Small Stuff is here. That's me, Stoney, with the one, the only Rico Beard, as usual. And by the way, Rico just scored a basket for Michigan State. They now lead Washington by 95 points.
That was a game that nobody watched.
I watched a little bit of it.
Nobody watched that game.
Yeah.
I promise you.
I know.
With everything going on last night, people probably looked and said, oh, the MSU women beat Washington. No.
I turned it on and they said, holy God, it's like 48-13 or something crazy like that.
At one point, it was 18-1 before Washington scored their first basket.
Wow.
And MSU had missed a ton of shots before that. So,
we got the 2 good Big Ten college teams in this area. Of course, they're not going to play till February 21st. Good scheduling by the Big Ten, and they play like
actually
2 weeks later.
No.
I'd rather
the last game of the season.
Yeah, I'd rather them play like halfway and then the other way.
Think about it. What did everybody love last week? Lions, Vikings, everything on the line. They play the last game of the year in the Big Ten. That game could mean a ton.
Well, the last game is fine. I just don't think the first one, since they're playing twice, should be that close together.
Yeah, they got to play the West Coast stuff.
Yeah, I understand that. Anyway, how you doing? Everybody good?
Oh, yeah.
Good. TJ will
Better
be
than
here.
James Franklin.
We'll get to him in a little bit. TJ is here at 3 o'clock. And yes, early thoughts on the Penn State Notre Dame game. Congratulations to the Fighting Irish. Robin Brighton, the big Notre Dame fan who I always argue with because I can't stand Notre Dame, but yeah, they were the better team for most of the game. They won the game. They deserve it. I love their coach, and I love their starting offensive guard who only played the first half. Rocco Spindler, Mark Spindler's son.
Yeah.
So way to go, Spin Dog and family. So that was good. And tonight we got Ohio State in Texas, and I think that's going to be a what do they call that? Jail sex, basically. No.
What
do you call it when you?
It's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a carbon copy of last night's game, except for probably the score is going to be in the 30s rather than the 20s.
I hope you're right. I hope it is a good game. I hope Texas wins, but
it's 2 Texases. It's the Texas that can run the ball, and then it's the Texas that cannot run the ball.
Right.
If Texas can run tonight, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
if Texas can't, oh boy.
I know, which is what I think is going to happen. I think Ohio State's going to kill them. And I said when they lost to Michigan, they just guaranteed themselves the national champion. Because I think as good as Notre Dame's defense is, I think Ohio State will beat them in the national championship. But Lions fans can just basically chill out and do what Lion fans have done for a while when your team didn't make the playoffs, and it's just watch the NFL playoffs. But now you're watching the NFL playoffs, Rico, while you're scouting them, too, as a fan.
Mm-hmm. Whether you like it or not.
Yes, absolutely. And our telephone number is 248-539-9797. And, you'll watch the AFC with maybe betting interest and things like that because, maybe you think Buffalo and Baltimore might be your Super Bowl opponent if the Lions go. But you're really going to be concerned with the NFC games. And that would be Washington and Tampa, Philly and Green Bay, and, of course, Monday night, you have to wait for that, Minnesota and the Rams, which, by the way, was officially announced. That game has been moved to Phoenix, so there will be less Ram fans than even when they're in L.A.
See, I don't know if it's going to be any fans there.
I know. I did read that the Rams are providing, buses.
They have 15 buses, up to 750 seats.
No, I guess I'm thinking if I'm a Viking fan.
Right.
You booked a flight.
Yeah, they're not going to be there.
You're screwed.
No, they're not going to be there.
I mean, that would be nice if the Rams or you know what? Look, Minnesota bought tickets for the Lions games here.
Right.
Maybe the Minnesota Vikings can rent some buses to every fan that's there. We'll transport you back and forth.
You're already in LA. We'll take you there and take you back.
It's like a 5-hour drive.
Yeah.
So you know what? It's doable. I mean, think about it from here to Chicago or here to Indianapolis.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what that drive is. If I'm the Minnesota, anybody that's there, because other than that, you're screwed. You paid all of that money for what?
Why do you? I didn't check to see stadium availability, but why do you think they picked that
closest?
Vegas is closer, right? Isn't it? Vegas is 4 hours. I've made that drive before.
Yeah, but But Vegas is
maybe it's tougher to get hotels.
I was about to say
it could have been a venue issue.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And there's always a conference going on in Vegas as well. So, yeah, you're right. That may have been booked out already for the national, horse trainers conference.
Yes, the accountants.
Yeah.
The Accountants Hall of Fame selection committee will be there. I don't know. I just think, first of all, the Rams have the Chargers is probably a little worse, but one of the worst home field advantages in the National Football League. It's now even worse. I mean, look, that's small problems compared to what a lot of the players and their families are going through in LA. I don't want to minimize that, but that's going to be Viking Central because a lot of Minnesotans vacation in Arizona. It's not like Florida because it's closer to Arizona than it is to Florida. So there'll be a lot of Viking fans there.
There will be.
And hopefully the airlines, under these ridiculous circumstances that we have, unfortunately, will say, you know what, even though you have a flight booked to Los Angeles because of the situation, if you want to switch it to Phoenix, we'll allow you with no charges.
Man, are you serious?
Yeah, sometimes Delta's good on that.
Okay.
They might, because of these. Look, they were.
No. It sounds great. No. Right. It sounds great.
Right. Well, they did some during COVID and things like that. They were very accommodating.
And I think that was the last time. And ever since COVID, they
it's
made
not
sure
going to happen anymore.
They made their money back up since COVID. Yeah. So yeah, we'll give you a discount. You know what? We'll allow you to buy another ticket from us.
Yeah.
You don't get any discount off this one, but you're going to pay another. We'll charge you another $200. How about that? So, yeah, come on.
Maybe. I don't know. Wishful thinking. You're right. All right, so let's rank from a Lions fan's point of view, which I am, who do you want to see their next opponent be? And I'm going to rank it pretty easily. It's going to be the Commanders, the Packers, and believe it or not, I'm going to say the Rams next, followed by the Bucs and the Vikings. I don't want to see the Vikings back here at all. And I know everybody says, well, the Rams, you played them twice in the past year, got fortunate with a coin flip in the season opener. The playoff game was very close. I don't know. Tampa, that Todd Bowles defense, they played you very tough in the playoffs last year, as did the Rams, and I don't know, they beat you this year. So they beat us. So I'd rather see the Rams come in than Tampa. Maybe that's crazy thinking, I don't know, 248-539-9797. But give me Washington, and it's no slight on the Commanders or Jaden Daniels, but give me a rookie quarterback playing in that environment in Ford Field every time.
So that's who you want.
That's who I want. I want DC. And Packers next, because I think the Packers are really banged up.
What I have to say defies logic.
Okay.
Because the cliche is it's hard to beat a team 3 times.
Right.
But it was how you just beat the Vikings. I would take them back. In 2 weeks, the bad taste is still in their mouth. They are still shell-shocked. And the fact that Dan Campbell pretty much said, yeah, I'll see you in 2 weeks. I know he meant it in an endearing form.
Right.
But I don't think he did. I think, hey, guys, come on back here. Finish getting your butt whooped in 2 weeks. We're not done yet. It was so demoralizing.
Well, it's weird because
Sam Darnold doesn't want to come back here.
Whoever wins that game uses that Dan Campbell thing as a slight, one way or the other, right?
Yeah, but Sam Darnold does not want to come back here because here's what will happen. Sam Darnold, I think, would get in his own head. Mm-hmm. You're not going to speed me up, and Sam Darnold pick, Sam Darnold pick, Sam Darnold pick. He'll end up throwing like 3 or 4 picks in this game to show I'm not afraid of you, Detroit. They're in his head. You want Sam Darnold. You want the Minnesota Vikings here.
That is definitely contrarian because
normally
no, I know
the cliche, and it's a cliche because it's true. It's hard to beat a team 3 times in 1 year.
Exactly.
Except for this year, that's the team that you want. You won't see the Vikings from the early part of the season. You're going to see the Vikings that just left here. If they would have played maybe Thanksgiving Day, it's enough time. Stoney, there's not enough time that elapsed.
Even if they blow out the Rams?
Doesn't matter. Because you got embarrassed. Everything was on the line. NFL says, this was the game of the year. And you went out there and you didn't score a touchdown.
I know.
You scored not 1 touchdown.
You
got all of these weapons.
You don't think they can use that as motivation?
What was the motivation?
Well, we effed up so bad. We had open guys in our and Darnold effed up, and now
that's why the motivation is going to be Sam Darnold is going to try to overthrow. He overthrew his receivers. Now he's going to try to force feed the ball. Lions fans, you want to see Minnesota?
Okay, so rank the rest of them. So Minnesota's your number 1.
Slight change. We cannot face the Bucks. So take the Bucks out of the
Bucks.
scenario.
You won't see the Bucks until the NFC Championship.
Rams, Packers, or Commanders.
Okay.
It's the Packers. It's the Commanders. It's the Vikings or the Rams.
Yeah.
Those are the only 4 teams that the Lions can play.
Right. Yeah. The Bucks are locked
I think
in.
I would probably go. You want to see basically the 2 teams in your division. You want to see Minnesota first. You want to see Green. Actually, you want to see Green Bay first because Green Bay can't beat. Green Bay can't beat Minnesota or Detroit. Look, Jordan Love is he ain't him.
And Watson's not playing.
They actually play better without Watson, in my opinion.
Yeah, if they throw the ball to Jaden Reed.
They distribute it to more people when he's not there. It forces him to throw to his other receivers. I don't think you want to see Jaden Daniels here, but I think Matthew Stafford is the one you don't want to see at all here because he's coming in with everything this time.
So you're going Rams.
I'm going. You want to in order that you want to see
Packers,
Green Bay, Minnesota, Washington, Rams.
Wow, you put Washington ahead of the divisional guys. All right, we'll get what Kenny says, David says, and more importantly, what you say. 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico, Stoney in for Valenti 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys, the action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. How about this this prop for tonight's game? An anytime touchdown from Jeremiah Smith, over 50 receiving yards from Emeka Ibuka, and 2 or more passing touchdowns for Quinn Ewers. That pays out at $333 plus $333. Yeah, you heard me right. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. TJ Lang will be here at 3 o'clock. It's myself, Stoney, in for Mike with Rico, as always. And we're asking you as Lion fans, what are you doing as the fan this weekend, too? You sit back and, do your honey-do list or do stuff that you want to do you don't do because you want to watch the Lions? Or you just watching lots of football, whether it's tonight and the next 3 nights of playoff football in the National Football League. We're asking you to rank the NFC opponents who you want to see the Lions play next. And there's only 4 choices: the Vikings, Rams, Commanders, and Packers. Because the Bucks, if they win, they're the 3 seed, no matter what. All right, and if Philly loses, they get bumped up to 2, basically, is the deal. All right. David, you tell me.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm going to read something that kind of helps you, Rico, because I guess the third time around may be a little different because someone did text us in, and I looked this up earlier this week. Statistically, it isn't hard to beat a team 3 times. When 2 teams play 3 times, the home team that's 2-0 overwhelmingly wins the 3rd time. They're 13-6. So you may be correct here on the Vikings, but that's not who I'm choosing. I am also choosing the Commanders. The Commanders because of the rookie quarterback situation. You bring him in here to this crowd that didn't play in week 1 of the playoffs and is ready for the divisional round. I don't think he will have a good time in that atmosphere. So I'm going Commanders is who I want the Lions to face, and the Vikings, even with the stats, is who I least want to face.
And where do you stand between the Packers?
Then it would be so Commanders, Packers, Rams, Vikings.
Okay. Kenny.
So, Rico, me and you basically have identical lists except for one.
I have the Vikings first, and David, that was a nice stat by you, but I counter you with Sam Darnold. So that's why they are number one for me, who I want to see the most. Again, not a lot of separation between them and the Packers. I think you can flip them if you like. No judgment there. They're obviously banged up. We don't know how healthy Jordan Love's going to be going into this game. Commanders, rookie quarterback, obviously, and I think we can all pretty much shake hands on the Rams, except for David. But yeah, I don't want any part of Matthew Stafford.
See, you know what? Here's the thing. I think you guys are – this is why I would not want to see the Commanders, because Jaden Daniels to me is like Lamar light. This defense is decimated. Okay, let's not get drunk on our own supply thinking that what happened in Minnesota is going to happen all the time. No, fellas. Jaden Daniels against that Lions defense can break like the best thing you could do is keep him in the pocket, because if he starts freelancing, you've seen what he can do. That's Lamar light. Lamar eats up that defense. He will eat up that defense. Now, Matthew Stafford, that's a whole nother level right there. That's just revenge. That's basically whose house is this, and he wants to take it back. But the Minnesota and Green Bay, yeah, okay, they're the Spider-Man meme. You want to face either one of them, and for Lions fans, be prepared, because you'll be playing a game at 3 o'clock on the 25th of January in the NFC title game. If you get either one of those, seriously. I don't think they'll put up a fight.
Are you talking BOGO right now? Guarantee win?
If they play Minnesota or Green Bay, yes.
Wow. Oh. Double-digit disco, Jim Costa style?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Wow. See, I agree. I love Jaden Daniels, but I just think in that situation, in that environment, and hopefully, yeah, they will keep him in the pocket because they don't apply any pressure anyway.
And that's the key, because if he escapes the pocket,
I know.
That's where he's most dangerous. He's very much like Lamar. That's not a good thing for this defense. When you could take off and run, lanes will be there. Okay, you want to bring that blitz. He jukes out that defender that's blitzing, and it's nothing but green space in front of him. He'll burn you for 15, 20, 30 yards. He's fast. So I know he's a rookie QB. At this point, though, are you still a rookie QB? You've played enough games. If this was early September, yes, I get it. Now he's been in some wars. He's played some games. He's battled. I mean, the game against the
Philly game.
Eagles, where you're down, you're dead in the water, and he found a way to lead his team down the field, win the game. That's confidence. That's why him and Bo Nix, I don't look at them necessarily as rookies. They're first-year quarterbacks.
Bo Nix is like 35.
I know.
So
Okay. Do we have any ticket texts?
That was just for you, Rico.
Okay.
Currently a Michigander transplant, but spent many years in Arizona. 80% of Arizona population between January and March are Minnesotans. Have no fear, the purple will represent well in Arizona. Someone says we want the Packers. If they come here, that means the Eagles are eliminated, and we're about to play a beat-up Packers team.
Well, that's true.
That is true, too.
Yes. So, yes.
I mean, it's just who do you want? Now, I don't think the Packers are going to win.
No, neither do I.
But if I had to
want?
rank 248-539-9797, who do you want?
Right.
I want Green Bay, because they can't beat Minnesota or Detroit. Now, if you take them off their schedule, they're a lights-out team.
Oh, yes.
Play these two teams, they're absolute garbage.
For me, it is Green Bay, and it's simple. If Green Bay is in, then that means Philly is out. True. And that's what matters.
So more people are afraid of Philly.
Correct.
Well, they should be. I mean, forgetting me, where I'm from, they're the next best team in the NFC, if you think the Lions are the best. I mean, I don't think it's even close, actually. I mean, if the Eagles don't get to the NFC Championship game, you might see a coaching change there.
And then Ben Johnson goes there, right?
You don't want to see Ben Johnson there.
Just saying.
That's a team you don't want to see him go there.
Correct. Someone else texts in. They want to be big and bad. This is Jed at DTE. I want whatever team wins. Best of the best. Bring it. Tired of hearing people say the NFL rigs things for the Lions? Give me the best.
Who says the NFL rigs things for the Lions?
I don't know.
I've never heard that.
Bizarro world is this?
I
For
know.
my entire life,
I know.
everything's been rigged against us.
Everybody versus Detroit? What are you talking about? That makes no sense whatsoever. Let's go to Mike in Detroit. What's up, Mike?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, look, man, I'm not trying to be Mr. Cliche-ish, but my thing is having rolled with the Lions. I'm the 11-year-old who was walking around with a Greg Landry jersey. That's how far I go back. So my thing now is I don't care who we play. I just think it becomes problematic going through all of this. Well, I'd rather – man, look, if we're going to be who we're going to be, bring on anybody that comes to Ford Field. Now, I disagree with Rico with the don't be fooled by the Minnesota State. No, the way they played against Minnesota, you can't do that with smoke and mirrors. So every single time somebody tries to punch a hole in what the Lions are doing, they somehow manage to overcome it. So my thing is, and I'm going to get off, whoever comes in the Ford Field, regardless of if it's Stafford, third time Minnesota, it doesn't matter. If we're going to win a Super Bowl, we got to handle our business regardless.
Mike, let me say this. The defense, Minnesota tried to go out there and run slow developing plays. That doesn't work on that defense. I saw 6 days earlier Brock Purdy carve up that defense. Heck, Caleb Williams had over 300 yards.
Nick Mullins did last year.
Quick passes, you can beat them. For some reason, Sam Darnold wanted to play backyard football and just say, go all the way deep till you get to Miss Johnson's house, and then I'm going to throw you the ball.
The worst one was the one where Addison ran the route to the right of the end zone.
Had him.
And it was wide open.
It was a pick play that Minnesota ran the correct way.
Yes.
He was open.
Yeah.
Darnold was like, nah, I need to hold the ball for another 5 seconds.
I just think there's too much of feeling that Darnold's going to Darnold again. Because it was really only his one really bad game. He hasn't been great every game, no doubt about that. But that was his really.
But he looked shell-shocked.
Yeah.
And I was a Darnold defender. I'm like, no, he's different. And I still think he's good. I'm not going to go the whole ginger route, and he can't. He'll make a lot of money in the NFL. But coming back to the scene of the crime 2 weeks later, it's not enough time and space. The fans are going to get to him. He's going to try to do way more than what he should, and that's going to get him in trouble. That's why if you're the Lions, you would welcome Minnesota back.
All right, 248-539-9797. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Stoney in for Mr. Valenti. When I drive around or I'm hanging out, listening to this fine program on the Odyssey app, one of my favorite things about Friday is Rico's Prop Bet Casino. So I'm going to turn it over to the man who runs the casino, Mr. Rico Beard.
All right, gentlemen, no Lions. Actually, no local teams. But, so therefore, you could actually bet with your heads and not with your hearts. All right, let's start off with tonight's game, Ohio State and Texas. A couple Jeremiah Smiths. Jeremiah Smith, Ohio State freshman receiver, over under 85.5 receiving yards. Stoney, we will start with
O-V-E-R. Over.
Yeah, this game's going to be a shootout, I have a feeling, so that's going to mean a lot of people have a lot of yards. Give me the over.
I hope you're right about that shootout because I believe it will be. I hope it turns out that way. So I'll go over as well.
You know what? I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under because, whoa, what just happened here? I'm going to go under because I think that Texas is going to make sure. He's going to get yards. Don't get me wrong. I think this may be an Emeka Ibuka type of game where he's going to gather all the attention. I will go under. Over, under Jeremiah Smith, anytime touchdowns at 1.5.
I was hoping you'd say 1, but since you put the hook in there, I'm still going to go over.
That's why we put the hook in.
Yeah, I know.
This is where we do the Jim Rome bit of, ooh, Rico, that's a good number. I'll go over as well.
Wow, this is tough one, man. That's a good number. 2 is hard to predict. I'm going to go under.
I'm going to go under as well. Like I said, I think that if you're Texas, your main focus is to contain this young man, but that's going to leave it open for everybody else. Over, under Arch Manning snaps in this game. 3.5.
I'm going over. I was thinking you're going to go something like 5.5 or 7.5. I'm going to go over because I think yours. You talk about Darnold being,
you know how many times, how many snaps he had in the last game?
I get 0.
0.
I know, but I don't think yours is going to be coming to the field with all his good stuff. I think he's going to be a little bit intimidated by his former team and all the other stuff that's going through his mind, supposedly where he's going to play next year, and it ain't going to be in the NFL. So, yeah, give me Arch the over there.
If this is mapping out the way I'm mapping it out to be in a shootout, it's not going to be the offense that's the problem, meaning yours will stay in. So I'm going to say under.
Well, I agree with you on that front, Kenny. I do think they have to bring them in a little bit for some run games to get a 3rd and 3 or whatever. So, yes, I think it's going to go over.
I'm going to go under. I think that this is going to be a game where you're going to dance with the girl you brought. Because if they make the change, you guys, whoever took the over is going to win by a bunch. It'll be like when Saban made the quarterback change in the national championship game. If yours comes out unless he's injured, he ain't going back in. Things went sideways, and Sark is just saying, I got to go a new route. We might as well take a look at next year.
Well, you know what it is? It's also because I think Ohio State's going to kill him. So I look at a lot of garbage time snaps for Arch Manning.
See, I don't see that. You got no faith in Texas.
Nope.
Let's go to the pros. C.J. Stroud, touchdown passes, over under 1.5.
Well, C.J. Stroud does not have a history of winning games against Jim Harbaugh, but he can throw some touchdowns against them. I'm going to say over. I'm going to say it's a 2-touchdown performance by C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, 2 touchdown passes out of C.J. Stroud. Doesn't feel like it's that difficult of a feat for that kid. Yeah, I'll go over.
Okay. Just stepping in that rake.
Hasn't had a great year. Has not had a great year. I do want to believe in him, but I think it's over. I mean, under. I'm sorry.
You think
Which
his
one
career,
is
it? My heart
his
says
career's
over.
over. His career is over.
Under.
I think it gets over, and I think it's over on the final drive of the game.
Like a backdoor cover over?
He hits Mixon out the backfield for a running back type of wheel route or screen. Give me the over. All right, David, this is for you. Which number is greater? Lamar Jackson rushing yards or George Pickens receiving yards?
This is funny. It's Lamar all day. Pickens doesn't show up anymore. Does he still play?
But
he still puts on a
He's going to
jersey.
have a big game. He's going to try to have a big game.
Sure he will.
What about if he asks you Lamar Jackson touchdowns or George Pickens drops?
Then Pickens.
All right, so what you got?
I'm going along with David. I'm going with Lamar.
Yeah, I know David's going to be all negative about it, but I will also go Lamar.
Really? No, I think that Pickens is going to – he has such a bad game that they're going to try to make him – they're going to try to make this work. They're going to will him to enough yards. Like I said,
Okay.
David, I'm not saying the man's going to catch 200 yards. All right. More passing yards. They're not playing each other, but they're both rookies. Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels?
I'm going to go Bo Nix will have more because I think I trust Tampa's defense a lot more than I trust Buffalo's defense.
Yeah, I'm in a complete agreement with Stoney. Bo Nix.
I guess I'll try to win it. I'll go Daniels.
David, I'm with you. I like Bo Nix, as you know, but I will go Jaden Daniels. I think that he's just going to try to light up Tampa. Saquon rushing yards or Mike Evans receiving yards?
Wow, that's a tough one. Washington's secondary, what's his name? Lattimore will be playing. I'm going to go Saquon more yards.
I'm going to go – man, that is tough. I'm going to go Mike Evans here.
Evans does not play well against Lattimore, so I got to go Barkley.
I'm going to go Barkley as well. I think I don't know. The whole Jalen Hurts thing is I think it was the worst kept secret. He was going to play.
Right.
But I don't know if they're going to try to preserve him some and just run Barkley or more so. Over, under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Josh Allen.
Passing touchdowns, you said?
Yes.
1/2?
No, entire game.
And what's the total there?
Josh Allen, 2.5.
2.5. Okay. They're playing. Denver's got a really good defense. I'm going to go under.
That's your first under.
That's passing touchdowns, right? It's not combined.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I said pass.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I don't remember very well.
I'm glad this is you. Every time I ask the question, he's like, no, stupid, it's when you throw the ball.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
He had one more time to ask me, and then he was getting hit with that.
I got the over here.
Under.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, I do like the Denver defense.
Okay.
I like their linebacking core. I don't think he's just going to be able to throw it in the middle of the field. He'll
See, I'm going to go over. Minnesota Vikings total points scored against the Rams. Over, under 26.5.
I was predicting in my head you'd say 27.5. I'm going over. The Rams defense, they're okay. I mean, unless Verse can really do it, have a great game, I'm going to say they're going to score at least 26.5.
The Rams defense is okay, but when Rico was reading this question, I thought 24. And you said 27, so I'm going to go under.
Well, technically 26.5, but that's, yes, okay. 24.
I'm going to do it again. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game, just like I thought the Lions and Vikings were. Yeah, I was wrong. So I'm going to go over. I sure don't learn. You're right, Kenny. I don't.
You don't. I am going to go. Yeah, I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under as well. Playoffs, still coming off of that, thinking about the Lions game. I think they're going to be a lot more conservative. What you will not see is you will not see O'Connell going for it on fourth down. He will take the field goals. Which Harbaugh team scores more points? Jim or John? The Chargers or the Ravens?
Easy, Ravens.
The Chargers are going up against the Texans, correct?
Right. And the Ravens going up against the Steelers. Which Harbaugh team scores more points?
The Steelers' bread and butter is their defense.
Yeah, but when you're on the field
more
than half the game.
I'm playing this out. I'm gonna go with the Ravens as well because Jim Harbaugh's team is going to be very conservative and win a low-scoring game.
I just have Lamar running a lot in this game, so I'm going to go with Jim Harbaugh.
No love. So you're going with the Chargers.
No, I'm going Jim Harbaugh. The Chargers, yeah.
Scoring more points.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. All right. Threw me off. Yes, I'm going with the Chargers.
When you started talking about Lamar running, it threw me off.
That threw me off too. Like, what? Yes, I'm going
He can
with
run into the end zone.
The Chargers, Jim Harbaugh scoring more points. Finally, gentlemen, over under upsets in the NFL in this first round super wild card weekend, over under 1.5.
Question, is this based on seeding or is this based on the number, like the point spread?
This is based on the seeding.
Okay.
Oh, the seeding. Okay. I'm going to go under.
What's the number?
1.5.
I'm going
Meaning,
to...
Are we going to get some upsets or is it going to be chalk?
I'm going to say, you said 1.5, I'll go 2, so I'll say over.
Look,
this is an
Kenny
easy
living on the wild side.
It's an
Here
easy over.
comes some Steelers slander.
An
Well,
easy over.
they hurt you, haven't they?
Yes, they hurt me. The last 4 weeks have been miserable, averaging just 14 a game.
So you're going over?
I'm going over, which does not include the Steelers. That's one of them. But over.
Who are your upsets?
My upsets would be the Chargers, the Commanders, and the Vikings.
Okay. I'm going to go over as well just because I like chaos. That is your Prop Bet Casino 97.1.
97.1 The Ticket. The Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney, that would be me, in for Mike. And it gives me great pleasure to send us out to the Circa in Las Vegas. Also the D. He is the one, the only. I haven't spoken to him in a while. Derek Stevens, what's up, Derek? How are you, buddy?
Stoney, great to talk to you. Good to talk to you and Rico today.
Yeah,
What's going on,
Derek?
How did you guys do in the Notre Dame game yesterday?
Well, the house needed Penn State. It was a heck of a game, though. I will tell you, this has turned into one heck of a weekend. Sports books sold out, stadium swim at Circa, busy all weekend. So it's terrific. I mean, the volume this weekend is going to set records.
Hey, I'm curious why they didn't move the Rams game to Las Vegas since it's closer. Is it because of hotel availability, because of the Consumers Energy or
Consumer
electronic show going on there?
That's one of the two big things, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you have the CES, the electronic show. That's just ending, but there's a bit of a conflict over at Allegiant, and I believe that to be one of the issues. So when the NFL reached out, they reached out to both the Vegas contingent as well as the Arizona contingent. It just worked out better. It worked out better for this to be held in Arizona.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, I've been curious all year long, that whole Circus Survivor thing. How did that end up? What happened?
So going into the last week of the season, we had 18 Circus Survivors. It was a final week of some unbelievable thrills of victory, but there was also a handful that got knocked out, including some Detroiters. We ended up with 8 Circus Survivors that made it, that are going to split the $14.2 million. So that comes out exactly to about $1,783,000 apiece. Tonight we're having our big check ceremony in Vegas, and they're all coming back out. They're going to give them these 8-foot-long checks and stuff like that. They're all getting their money, so it's a big celebration night tonight.
You spell it RICO.
I have one of those checks for the 1 year I came in third for the other thing, the $1 million deal. All right, there's a big game tonight as well. Ohio State and Texas. Line is what, 6.5?
Yeah, it's 6. The total is 52 or 52.5. We've seen Ohio State money. We've seen Ohio State money for the last 48 hours. Everybody that cashed their Notre Dame ticket, I would say a lot of that money went right on to Ohio State. So far, all the money that we've seen has been going into Ohio State.
Do you have let's say Ohio? Well, either one. Have you have a line on the game? Whoever wins, whether it's Ohio State, Notre Dame, or Texas, Notre Dame.
Yeah, we have tentative lines out. Obviously, Ohio State's a pretty big favorite. You can't really bet it right now because you kind of know what happened in the Notre Dame game. You have to see, are there going to be injuries tonight, and how's Ohio State going to look? But Ohio State's going to come off as the early line was a 3 to 5 point favorite.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, let's go to the NFL. Which game, I guess, is getting the most juice? Where are people putting their money of the wild card weekend games?
Yeah, so what we've seen so far is we've seen money that's come in on the Chargers. So that's the first game. We've also seen an awful lot of money coming in on Pittsburgh. Steelers, earlier in the week you could get a 10. And now that's such a key number. It's down to 9.5. I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers line, by the time the game goes tomorrow, it's going to be down to a 9, maybe 8.5. It's just such a big number for such a matchup like this. So we've seen Steelers money and we've seen Charger money so far.
Derek, has the game being moved to Glendale affected betting in any way with the Minnesota and the Rams?
Rico, that is an absolutely great question. And,
that's what I'm here
for.
The
reason it's a great question is because it's important for anybody listening to 97.1 The Ticket. You have to know what the house rules are on who you made the bet with. For example, Circus Sports. We're not in Michigan, but if you would have made the bet with Circus Sports, at any point in time, the bet is action. It goes. We have our house rules dictate that as long as the game goes within 8 days of when it's scheduled, it counts as action. There are a number of other sports books, including many that are both in Vegas as well as in Michigan, that have a 100-mile radius rule. If the game moves more than 100 miles out of its originally designated location, it's a refund. So you have to go into your app. You got to go check out to see whether or not your wager, if you bet it earlier this week, got refunded or not. So every sports book is different. So you got to know the house rules.
One final thing before we let you go. With their improved play, has there been any money put on either the Pistons or the Red Wings to actually make the playoffs now?
Absolutely. The Red Wings, are real interesting because, the moment you have a coaching change, if you remember back a few years ago, we had a coaching change, and all of a sudden, St. Louis Blues, who were in dead last place at New Year's, come out and then they win the Stanley Cup. Hockey is something. You change the momentum, and look what happened to Wings. I mean, you win 5 straight, boom. We're starting to see money on Wings. We're definitely seeing money on Pistons, that's for sure. So yeah, both have become very interesting. It's been a heck of a time in Michigan so far this year.
I know it's been great so far, Derek. Great talking to you again. Yeah. Say hello to everybody over there, and we'll see you soon.
Great to talk to you guys. Happy Wild Card Weekend. Good to see you.
You too, Derek Stevens. The Circa, ladies and gentlemen, out in Las Vegas.
Yeah, one of these days, I want one of those big checks.
Yeah.
Did you keep the check?
I have in the basement.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It says Stony, so I couldn't.
No. I
know. Yeah, I know.
I mean, yes, I know it's juvenile. I just like to walk into the bank one day. But I want to cash this.
I wanted to, but it just said Stony. And I don't. There's no account for Stony. Oh, Lord. TJ will be here at 3:00. I want to ask this question that you brought this up, and we'll carry it over maybe into TJ. You were at the Michigan State-Washington game last night, and you heard a familiar sound that's been resonating in this area for, I don't know, past year and a half, basically, right?
Yes. You know what? I honestly... This ranks in that, on social media, what's that unpopular opinion that people will just come after you? I swear to God, unless he's up on the Jumbotron, I'm done with the whole Jared Goff chant. I really am. I mean, guys, seriously. All of a sudden, it's in the middle of the game, just Jared Goff. Jared Goff's like, he's not here. I don't get it. It was funny at first, but now it's like,
well, it was funny at first because it was being chanted at Red Wings and Pistons games primarily.
And a lot of the games he was there.
Well, even when they won, because those teams sucked.
Yes.
So, you wanted to have some fun, you were whatever.
But now, yeah, it's the Pistons are good.
But here's the reason why it doesn't bother me. I think that Jared Goff, that chant, is just the chant that represents everything in Detroit sports right now. So while it says Jared Goff, they're not necessarily thinking of Jared Goff. It's like if the Pistons do something good, Jared Goff.
I get it.
That's what I think.
And I realize it's an unpopular opinion. I'm tired of it. I really am. It's just like, guys, acknowledge the Pistons. I'd rather hear Detroit basketball. I'd rather hear something that's for them. Jared Goff, if he's there, he's on the Jumbotron, say it, chant it, sing it, do what you got to do. But I'm bored. Hey, David, come on, let's get it going. Jared Goff, grocery store. Really? Really? He doesn't shop here. Trust me.
When did Rico turn into nitpicking Stoney? Ladies and gentlemen, TJ Lag will be here next. 97.1 The Ticket.
4 Lions were named All-Pro today by the AP. That ties the franchise record since the AFL-NFL merger. Safety Kirby Joseph, receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, offensive tackle Penny Sewell, and punter Jack Fox were all bestowed the honor. Long snapper Hogan Hatton and place kicker Jake Bates delivered the news to Jack Fox. The Red Wings are back in action tonight at Little
How do you
Caesars
make
Arena.
All-Pro when he doesn't even punt? I don't get it. Go ahead.
Don't be a hater. Jeff Petrie is out. He was placed on IR earlier this week. Alex Lyon is day-to-day, which made the move to call up Ville Husso necessary. Husso will serve as the backup as Talbot starts. Face-off at 7, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The idea to bundle Fox, ESPN, and Warner Brothers under the brand name Venue has been thrown out. The company hoped to launch last year prior to a lawsuit filed by Fubo. That disagreement was settled, but according to the AP, other companies warned they would file similar complaints if they went on with their plans. The NFL announced that the Jets, Browns, and Jaguars will all play games in London next year. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Love those Jets. 248-539-9797. Stoney here in for Mike. Rico here as always. And ladies and gentlemen, we introduce the one, the only, TJ Lang. What's happening?
Thank you, Michael.
You're very
Well,
welcome,
how you guys
Thomas. We're good, doing good.
Feels great, man. I'm so happy I'm not getting on a plane tomorrow to go out to the
I
West
know.
Coast. Well, Arizona.
Yes,
but, man.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
We've enjoyed the
yeah,
bye
you're
week.
right. Your plans were...
That was a frightening thought last week.
Yeah,
Like,
all your
I know we're
plans-
still in the playoffs, but man, we got to go back to the West Coast.
I know that it was funny because all the guys in the media said, "Oh wow, we don't have to go to LA
Oh
now."
man, yeah, because we were just out there a couple weeks ago in San Fran, and it is not an easy
No. But
Not
San
easy
Fran and LA are a little different.
No, I'm talking about just the flight, though.
Oh,
you know, the
okay,
5 hours at a time. I mean,
but you on
Well, you got
you're on
your
Ford One, so you're
just happy.
fine.
I'm happy to be home.
You got your own plane, your
you're
own
flying
flight pillow though now. So
That's a good point.
And you flying private, so you know it's no big deal for you, TJ.
I'm terrible I'm terrified to fly. Like I'm just a nervous, anxious flyer.
I know.
I don't like flying. It scares the hell out of me.
I know.
I hate when people are like, "Oh, you got a better chance of getting in an accident on the way to the airport than on the plane."
You better
You still don't want to deal with it,
But
though.
then when I
Yeah.
get to the airport and I didn't get into an accident on the way there, I'm like, "Well, what are my chances now?"
You know what, TJ?
You know what I mean? It's like
That makes sense. Yeah.
TJ, how about this? Pray to God you never take a flight with me, because all of those text messages that you send me during the Michigan State football games
it's gonna
will
start
come
coming
back
back.
to haunt you on that flight.
Thank God for airplane mode.
do you sleep on the plane? Because I do.
Man. Oh yeah, I sleep,
I
watch movies.
I sometimes fall asleep before we even take off.
Yes, I've done that before.
Yeah.
Where the next thing I know, the flight attendant is, "Sir, you need to move your seat up." Oh,
Yeah.
is flight over? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Feel well rested. TJ, is that you over there in a puddle of sweat? All right.
Fair. That's factual.
By the
That
way,
is very
speaking of Arizona, the Rams have announced that they did sell 25,000 tickets to the game already since the venue's been moved. So
What happens for fans that had like suites or first row seat? You know what I mean? Like box club seat, whatever.
well, they get their
call it.
money
Like,
back if they don't want them.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
or how does it translate to a new stadium? Right?
I guess,
Like, every
you know
stadium's
what?
different.
Just SOL, and I ain't talking same
Yeah,
old
man,
Lions.
Yeah.
You would have to get a refund, though. I would think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then have a new option to buy new tickets.
I'm wondering what happens to the Viking fans who are like similar to like Lions fans. Had the Lions lost, it would have been a Lions takeover.
Yeah.
Flying out to LA. Because I'm like, look, Minnesota, you bought tickets for Lions games. You might as well charter a couple buses and take your fans from LA to Phoenix so that they can watch the game. Because that's what gets me is, yeah, you flew out, you got hotels, you booked everything for LA.
Yeah.
And oops.
A lot of people would be renting cars and driving from, L.A. to Phoenix probably is what would have happened.
But then it's probably like the pandemic where all the rental cars gone.
Oh, yeah.
Got to rent a bus or something. All the cars are gone.
So, TJ, question on the floor. You can answer this question because technically you're not a part of the team. You can be a fan.
Okay.
From 1 to this is the team that I want to see them play in 2 weeks to 4, this is the team I'd rather them not play. If you could rank them 1 to 4 between the Packers, the Vikings,
Commanders,
and the Rams.
Who
is that team that you would love to see in Ford Field?
I think one would be Washington. Because they're rookie quarterback, obviously.
That's what I said.
In Ford Field, which we know, for that Sunday night game against Minnesota, it's going to be even more crazier than that. So that I think would be my first choice. You match up really well with what they do, and your offensive line is good enough to kind of negate the strength of their defense, which is the front seven. So Washington would be 1. I think Minnesota would probably be 2. We just saw him come in last week, and Sam Darnold. We were kind of questioning it last Friday. Like, we're still waiting for Sam Darnold to really show us who he is.
I
and
thought
he
he
did that.
was.
And now that the games are only getting bigger, like maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he flips a switch and goes back to playing great football. I just don't see that happening. 3 would probably be Green Bay. I put Green Bay and Minnesota. I put right next to each other because it's a division rival. You've already played them twice. You want to risk it with a third matchup. When you're undefeated against those teams. So I'd kind of combine those guys at 2 and 3, and then Rams are 4. Just I have confidence in our our offense against them. Although their defense is playing really well. They got some young guys on that front seven. That Verse really can rush a passer. Fisk is playing really well. They got some other Kobe Turner, I think the D tackle, playing really well. Man, they got some young guys that are fresh, energetic, young. Don't know any better, right? Getting into the playoffs with no expectation. Like they could be kind of a scary team. So I would put them at 4.
Hold on, but couldn't you use that same argument for Jaden Daniels?
Well, that's
young, too stupid to realize you're in the playoffs and you should be nervous walking in the Ford
Field.
Sure
you could, but also at the same time, when you're a young player, being on the defensive line is totally different than being a quarterback. You make one big mistake on the D line, okay, we got, other time. You make a bad, terrible read at quarterback, that could be game-changing. You know what I mean? So that's where I put, obviously, different positions that don't have as big of an impact if you do have a rookie mistake. So, but yeah, you could probably make that argument. I'm starting to think, and I know he's toned it down a little bit. Daniels with the running, I know early in the season was going lights out, and then actually, took a break there for a while.
I like to say he's Lamar light.
Yeah, but I also think that maybe there's some wear and tear from the first NFL season on his body a little bit. I don't know. I mean, these are all just speculations, but that's why I think I put Washington number 1, and they're new, right? They've been a garbage team for a long time. I mean, they're new. They don't have a ton of guys with big time playoff experience, so. Obviously the Lions do. So I think that would be probably the most favorable matchup in my opinion.
If you were playing on the Lions right now, what would you be? Would you go anywhere for the bye week, or would you just be hanging out?
It's a good question. Obviously I live here, so
I know.
I'm assuming a lot of the guys will probably get out of town for a couple days.
Right.
I'm trying to think back. Every team's different, but I think I don't know when the guys were off. I know yesterday there were a lot of Zoom calls, so maybe yesterday was hey, come and get some light work, and then maybe you're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe even
quite
Monday.
a few of them were at the Pistons game last night.
Yeah, so but yeah, I think anytime you get an opportunity, if you really, and it's hard because in the playoffs is different, a bye week different than the regular season. Regular season you want to get away and hit the reset button and not even think about football, right? And just go spend time with family and doing some things that you don't get to do until the off season. Bye week in the playoffs is more like I still gotta. I can't exit that football world, right? I can't take my mind out of that because sometimes it is hard to get back into, and you're in the playoffs now, right? So that's a little bit different. I don't know if a couple guys will get out of town for a couple days. I don't think that's a bad thing, but you can't. It's impossible to hit that switch and say, okay, football shut off. I'm gonna. Reset my mind. You
just
can't
don't do that Victor Cruz, Odell Beckham Jr. deal.
What, the yacht party? Was that what it was?
Yeah, but I got to think that it's. Well, I mean, I guess football players, they really have man caves because they're playing during the football season, so you don't have the whole thing decked out, but are you watching the games? Like, are you watching all the wild card games, or is it just like, you know what? There's one particular team that I'm kind of scouting, or you like every other fan where you got your, you know what if we play this team? What if we play that team?
I think you have to watch the games because you don't know who you're playing, right? And I don't know the schedule. I know there's no NFC teams that play tomorrow. Packers, Eagles, 4:30, Commanders, Bucks.
Right.
So Sunday afternoon, Sunday night,
4:30,
and then
8:30,
depending on what happens those two games. Obviously, if Tampa wins and the Eagles win, you're playing the winner of Rams Vikings. So
right.
maybe that's maybe you're just locking all your focus to that Monday night to get a jump start on some of the scouting. But with the exception of the Commanders, all the other teams, the other three teams that you've played, there's already some familiarity with. Obviously, with two division teams in the playoffs, and then the Rams. I know it was early in the season, but you do have a benefit. And look, the other team will have a benefit as well of kind of getting some advanced scouting done about these guys. Washington's the only team that you haven't played this year. So if I would imagine a lot of guys will, if the Eagles win, a lot of guys will be locked in on that Washington game because you haven't watched a lot of their film yet this season because you haven't had to prepare for them.
Right.
So I imagine that's a game Sunday night that, hey, possibility we're going to be playing these guys, haven't played them in a couple years. Right, let's kind of lock in and start to jump on some of that preparation before we get back to work Tuesday or Wednesday.
248-539-9797. Some Lions made the All-Pro team, which is actually, even though I know the way players feel about the media, it's a media vote, but players like the All-Pro actually more than the Pro Bowl, I believe, because it's harder, it's more selective, and the Lions got some good news on some of their players today. We'll let you know who those guys are, and some Lions coaches had interviews today. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, guys, it's a new year. Let's make it a new you. Head over to your local Planet Fitness. There's over 50 Planet Fitness throughout the Metro Detroit area. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. What does that mean? It means, look, you could go in there if you're not in the greatest of shape and work on yourself like you promised yourself you would for the new year. Head over to Planet Fitness because right now through January 10th, $1 down, $15 a month, and you could work out. A lot of Planet Fitness has brand new strength and training equipment, cardio equipment, and you get free fitness training with knowledgeable staff that will focus just on you. $1 down, $15 a month. If you want to upgrade, you can upgrade to the Black Card. And with the Black Card, you could bring a guest with you free at any time. That's the person that can keep you motivated to keep you on point. You upgrade to the Black Card, that's $24.99 a month. But you got to get started now. Head into your local Planet Fitness, or you can go online and check it out at planetfitness.com. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll ask TJ what he feels about what we saw on the field last night at the Orange Bowl game in a second. But I do want to mention congratulations to some Lions who made the All-Pro teams. And, of course, while I'm trying to do this because the ad blocker keeps showing up, I have to go to a different source. But, yes, including Amon-Ra St. Brown, I know, Penei Sewell, Jack Fox, and Kirby Joseph. Am I missing anybody?
First team?
First team was Frank and Khalif, I think. Was he?
That I don't know.
I think Khalif was second team on punt returner, I want to say.
Okay.
Maybe I'm missing. I don't know. Yeah. Or maybe Khalif was, who did you mention? Amon-Ra, Penei, Kirby.
And Jack Fox.
And Jack Fox.
Fox, yeah.
They all made the first team.
Okay. Yeah, I think Frank for sure was second team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Khalif might have been up there as well.
Did you ever make All-Pro?
No, I didn't. I
know you made Pro Bowl once.
Yeah,
or
but I
twice,
don't
right?
think I don't know if they do it. It's the same. It's like the Pro Football Writers of America do the All Pro, and then they do like an All AFC, All NFC. I was on the All NFC a couple times. That's only because the first and the second team All Pro guys were both from the AFC.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I did get the All NFC, which obviously isn't as big as All Pro, but
no.
I got some votes, but I never cracked the first two teams. No.
Is that a big deal? I mean, in the locker
You know what?
room?
Not as much as it used to be. The NFLPA now, I think they started doing it last year, and I'm curious to see how serious the players take it, because a lot of times you'll see like the top 100 players voted by the players.
Mm-hmm.
Guys used to take that list, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage. You know what I mean? But the NFLPA does a all players, all pro team, and that to me, and I know it doesn't have the recognition yet of the AP one, but that to me means more when your fellow players and competitors are voting on that. If they take it serious, obviously, right? I just don't know how serious they take that. But to get an honor like that from your teammates.
Are you allowed to vote for your own team? I assume you're not, right?
No, normally you don't.
No.
Yeah. But the guys, I mean,
Right.
when like the top 100 list.
Right, I know.
I mean, guys used to put, Aaron Rodgers' name down 100 times. And you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
guys that take it serious. But I wonder how serious they take that. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say people don't take it, serious, but All Pro is still a thing, right? It's still an incredible honor to get that. I just don't think maybe it as big as it used to be.
Ben Johnson has concluded a virtual interview with the New England Patriots. The Patriots announced today. The Jets, meanwhile, interviewed Mike Loxley.
Who?
The head coach at the University of Maryland. Well,
oh, okay.
See, here's the thing.
Yeah.
When Stoney told me that, I looked at him like, okay, what's the second part of this joke?
I think that's checking a box is what that's called.
It ain't even checking.
but they did Aaron Glenn and they
I
did
know
Flores.
that, but I
you know?
think that we got to get another, let's
They
get a
interviewed
college
Pep
guy in
Hamilton.
here. Let's make it seem like we're super serious and hit every avenue, right? Like,
Well, that's what
kinda
they
it
say.
looks
We
like.
don't want to leave any stone unturned.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah,
That's a
I
joke.
didn't mean the.
No. TJ, it really is. You interviewed Pep Hamilton. What is he, the OC of a UFL team?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not even trying
Right,
now. Like,
yeah.
come on. Byron Leftwich, you've been out of football for a couple years, but you're black, so we're going to talk to you.
Well, and I think it's-
David, who's the coach at Cass Tech? I think he's getting a vote. I think he's getting an interview. Ruffin, right? Isn't that his name? The football coach at Cass Tech?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's getting a call.
I think it's just the illusion to the fans to say we're doing everything we're not, leaving any stone unturned. We're checking everybody, right?
Yeah.
Which, good luck. I mean, it'll be interesting though. I know you talked about Ben and obviously Aaron getting some interviews. I don't think I'm still sold on both of them leaving. I think Aaron Glenn probably
New
put a higher
Orleans.
percentage to.
I think he's
or,
New Orleans.
or the Jets. I mean, he did play with the Jets for a while too.
Yeah.
Ben seems to be, and Aaron, I think is. I'm not saying Ben's not ready, but I think Aaron's past and his experience, not only as a longtime player, but when he got back into the NFL, it was the scouting department. So he got to know some of the ins and outs of how the front office works too, right? And then obviously going into coaching and starting in position coaching and working his way up to D. Like he, to me, looks like he's very well prepared to take on that next gig because I think he's got an understanding of how the whole organization functions. Not saying that Ben doesn't have that, but anytime you have guy like that with scouting background and doing all sorts of things in an organization. You're just acquiring and building more skills.
Well, see, because I wonder too, because you saw Spielman interview for the GM spots, and you're like, well, I wonder if they're going to be a package deal for the Jets.
Yeah.
So, because when you see them just interviewing ridiculous people, like I'm quite sure.
Right.
Hey, David, I just checked, and Kings coach Patrick, he got an interview with the Jets.
He got an interview with the Jets.
He got an interview with the
That
Jets
makes
as
sense.
well.
Well, so I imagine Spielman when he said, "Oh my God, they're interviewing Michael Oxley." You know what? That's enough.
Because now you wonder, are you taking this job seriously? And that in and of itself is a problem. Now, when you look at some of the other coaching staff members that are interviewing for other spots, is this kind of because I've often said it feels like a last dance. Like, I don't think you're going to have all of these coaches here all at once. You saw the O-line coach, Seattle.
Right,
the defensive backs coach was interviewed for the 49ers for their DC spot. The Lions are good, so everybody wants a piece of the Lions.
Yeah.
How many do you think are back next year? Or is this this is it? And we start over?
Well, it depends. I mean,
they're going to hire you in for the O-line coach.
I think Ben is going to be extremely picky, just like he was last year. And you look at some of the openings, and you're like, okay, Patriots, in my opinion, might be the most fascinating job because you do have an owner that is going to give you every resource possible, and there are different expectations out there. You look at the Jets, and you're like, everything that's coming out about them, and they're 18-year-old kid running the team seems dysfunctional. Yeah. We know the Bears seem dysfunctional in their ownership, GM. We know. I mean, Balki down in Jacksonville, right. Khan's on a call with him and like talking about how
you fire my GM.
I'll fire him if a new coach wants him fired. It's going to be up to him. So that kind of seems a little dysfunctional as well. I think Ben thinks about that more than he thinks about what kind of players are there, and you have to when you're going to be the head coach. But it depends. Let's say Aaron Glenn leaves to go be a head coach. I think it's natural that he's going to want to pick somebody from this staff that he's familiar with to go tap either as an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator, right? You look at a guy like Calvin Shepard, who has been instrumental in that defense and what he's been doing with the linebacker group and taking on, the run game coordinator. Guy like that could be, hey, we're going to be a DC. Now, if you're the Lions, maybe and you love that guy, that's exactly. Oh, you want to go be how about you be the DC here, right? With these pieces that you already know. So. Right. That's going to be an interesting game. I know, obviously, we've had a lot of time to talk and think about it this week with no game coming up, but I think that's the fear is if any of these guys do get hired, nobody's going to leave for a lateral move. Hey, you're the D-backs coach. Do you want to come be the D-backs coach here?
Right. He's going for the D coordinator job.
Right. So, it's going to have to depend on which guys get hired as a head coach, right? So if that's Aaron Glenn, yes, I'd be shocked if he doesn't take a couple coaches with him.
So if Ben leaves, gut feeling on who the new OC would be? Would it be Engstrom? I believe is his name, the passing game coordinator.
I have no gut feeling on it at all.
Or Hank Fraley.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, I haven't
on the sidelines.
I haven't even really thought about replacements for the offensive side yet. The defensive side, obviously, if you choose to not, promote within, obviously Salah's a big name out there.
Right.
Anarumo is a big name out there, as well as a couple other guys that have proven. But offensive side, I really haven't thought about it. I mean, clearly, I think they have a few coaches on that staff that they think highly of. Randall L is one of them. I don't know if Mark Brunell would love that responsibility of being the play caller.
See, I thought that if he went down to Jacksonville, like that's your perfect OC. He can go back home to where he was the quarterback. Yeah. If you're Ben Johnson, I'm saying.
Yeah. Those are all the dominoes that fall.
Right. The reason the Patriots' job is so good is they have a quarterback, a good young quarterback. Yeah. And they have, from what I understand, either the second or third most amount of cap money. They have 4 or 5 draft picks in the first 105, too.
Yeah, and they seem like a well-run organization.
Yeah.
They always have.
Now, how about the antithesis of that? How attractive is the Raiders' job? Because they're going to hit the reset button, but you got new organization. You got Tom Brady, who looks like he's going to be actively involved with this team. The Raiders are known as being just a screw-up. Is that an attractive job, or do you just avoid the Raiders kind of like you avoid the Jets?
I could see it being attractive. I mean, what are they picking? Do they have the 1 pick?
No, they're
top 5. I think.
No, I don't even think they're in the top 5. I think they're in the top 10.
Okay, so they're not even. They don't even really have a path.
They are number 6.
Okay.
So that would be the
they
one
would have
thing.
To trade
like,
up.
You don't even have a path to go get a quarterback, right? Especially with this year's quarterback class.
Yeah,
Sanders
they're
and
not
Moore
great.
kind of being the top
You would
two
have
guys,
to trade
but-
up to get into that one or two
Okay,
spot.
but do you want to risk that? Hey, I'm taking the job with the feeling that we're going to trade up to get somebody, and then,
They're the Raiders.
never mind, we couldn't.
They're the Raiders.
Exactly. I mean, I guess the other jobs I look at because of the quarterback position. Right. Excluding the Jets. But Patriots, young quarterback. Jaguars, maybe you think you can go in there and get the best out of Trevor Lawrence.
And your old coach, if they don't, supposedly they're talking about an extension now with McCarthy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on down there. They don't want to extend him, but they don't let him interview with any other team.
I know.
I don't know what's going on down there, but that could be. There's always seems to be a surprise team, middle end of the playoffs where it's like, whoa, like nobody saw.
I mean, who
coming,
knows?
right?
If the Packers beat Philly this
That's
weekend,
one,
they
right?
could trade. They could fire Philly. They could fire Sirianni.
There's going to be probably one more surprise job that opens up.
All right, 248-539-9797. Like I promised, I'm going to get TJ's take on what we saw college football last night and what we're going to see today.
And to keep this going, TJ, I have a critical question.
Oh,
for
okay.
you.
I'm excited.
I'll give that to you.
Yeah, I
next.
didn't want the week off of that one.
97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Last night, Penn State, Notre Dame. Notre Dame wins the game. If you're a Penn State fan, it was crushing. You had a 10-point lead. It was 10-3 at the half. Then you went up, and then your defensive back slipped, gave up a long touchdown, and then you screwed up by another interception. And anyway, TJ, I know you didn't see all the game, but of what you did see, what'd you think?
It looked like a good game.
Yeah.
And, man, James Franklin almost won a big game. Right? Man, almost got it. Almost got it. It looked, I watched, we were filming some stuff last night, so I didn't get to watch most of it, but I watched the fourth quarter, which seemed to be the most exciting part of the game.
Yeah.
With some back and forth. But look, I thought it was, for all the complaints, Rico, like you said, about the college football playoffs this year, and look, there are some things that they still have to fix, although it's not going to happen next year. For all the complaints and bad football and blowouts that we've seen, probably the best game I think we've watched yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that most of the time, if you think great game, you're thinking, offensive playmakers and man, look at the shootouts and the passes and the runs and man, the offense. Right? Yesterday was a defensive battle, and I still get a lot of entertainment out of that as well.
There was still 51 points scored.
No, it's 51 points.
A lot in the fourth quarter.
But it was timely interceptions. Penn State got an interception, got them the lead, but it was the one late in the game, Drew Aller. I don't know why he threw the ball. It's picked, and Notre Dame lines up, kicks the field goal. That's ball game.
Yeah. I thought it was a good game, though.
I'm not a big James Franklin fan.
Either am I.
Here's where he screwed up. I'll say this. All he had to do was just eat the clock and go to overtime. You got no, hold on. Stoney, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Aller is not a gunslinger. You saw that, but you got a tight end and you got two running backs. It's like Michigan. Michigan team is built for overtime. You get the ball at the 25, and Michigan's just going to hammer you with the running game, play action, hit Loveland, touchdown. Same with Penn State. I would have just taken that. Try to get to maybe the 50. If I get to the 50, okay, we'll take a chance, try to kick a field goal. Other than that, I'm built for overtime. Notre Dame's not.
I know. We'll get into this more at 4 o'clock.
They were trying to get to the 50. He just threw a horrible pass.
Yeah, I mean.
But I'm with you, James Franklin, like the way that game's going, your passing game is abysmal.
So
right?
What gives you short passes then?
Yeah, but there's 38 seconds left. How much
your wide
are you going
receivers
to cover at that point? But that's what I'm saying. I agree with you to a sense. I don't like the strategy of, hey, let's just fold with 40 seconds left. But
he would have got
with your receivers
crucified
doing
if they would have lost in overtime.
Yeah, but with your he was at his own 15, right? And there was like 35 seconds left.
All 15.
You take the first shot. Okay, it's not there. Okay, all right. Our passing game is clearly effed up today, right? Let's not put this ball in danger. So, yeah, I do kind of see where that
know your
mindset
strengths
come from.
Because you got two running backs. One, Singleton had 3 touchdowns. You got the best tight end in the nation. Take your chance in overtime. TJ, my critical question to you. How much did you contribute to the NIL package of Noah Kim coming to be the new quarterback at Eastern Michigan?
I think that one was free, Rico. I think that one was let's see if a couple cheeseburgers can get on the field at first. Yeah, taking out a sidetracks for some bacon burgers. No, I did. I saw that a couple days ago. I saw that a couple days ago.
I saw that and immediately said, TJ, I gotta ask TJ this question.
Hey, he's familiar with the state, obviously. I don't think he played much. Where was he at? Coastal Carolina? I don't think he played much.
Yeah, he was a Pirate, yes.
Yeah.
Levitt went to Arizona State. Yeah. He went to Coastal Carolina.
Yeah. And, hey, you got obviously the kid with some history of being a decently sized recruit. So, yeah, we'll see what we can get out of him over there next Carolina.
Were you part of the package that enticed him to?
No,
okay.
No, I was not. No.
By the way,
not yet.
On the Penn State thing, they ran the ball for 15 yards, 13 yards the first play to get it to the 28. Mm-hmm. Then, okay, you're the 28, so you think maybe you can get 30 yards, 35 yards. Dump the ball, short passes.
Keep running the ball because they couldn't. You had to.
Yeah, but you didn't have enough time. They had to try to pass.
But in college, every first down,
I know,
it stops the clock. You clock the ball. You take it. If I'm Franklin, yes, and you could say, well, you're wimping out. No, I'm just using my strength. I got 2 great running backs and a great tight end in Tyler Warren. I'm built for overtime. Like I said, Michigan is a team built for overtime. Make them go 90 yards, no chance. Make them go 25 yards, beat you every time.
I get it, but you were at the 28, and I think maybe if he would have been stopped on the first down, the first play, then they would have done that. But I don't know. You're at the 28-yard line. You got a great tight end, like you said. They didn't have to go low. It was a horrible pass, so that's the whole thing. And this is my.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, I know you do hate to see it, but too many times, and it's more in college, it's in both college and the pros. The coach, and look, nobody's defending James Franklin's record in good games. I felt like an idiot. I'm defending the indefensible because he's a moron most of the time with clock management and all that stuff. But he didn't lose that game. His quarterback lost the game. And then the guy slipped. It's his fault. Maybe it's his fault that they didn't have the right cleats and he slipped on the long touchdown. Drew Aller lost that game for Penn State, not James Franklin. And that's the only point I wanted to make.
You know what? The only thing that we can hope for is that the Giants draft Drew Aller. And just keep this party.
He's going to stay in school.
He should.
I'll be the second one buying a jersey.
Buy a jersey.
We've been doing Friday shows in Drew Aller Giants jerseys.
Oh, man, that's good.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll come back.
Do some picks.
97 won the ticket. (248-539-9797). Ladies and gentlemen, since it is Friday, I get to actually participate rather than listening to this. It is time for the picks.
Well, guys, yes, it is time for the picks. So let's get through this. We have another semifinal game tonight. The college football playoff. Ohio State is now a 6.5-point favorite over Texas. Rico.
You know what? I want to think that the game is going to be as close as this one, but I think Ohio State, Ryan Day has realized I got NFL players. They scored 42 points and 41 points in the playoffs. I think that's going to be well enough to cover OHIO. Give me the Buckeyes.
No, I don't think you can shoe polish hair dye, so I'm going to go with Texas right here.
What color does Texas wear? Yeah, not maize and blue. So Ohio State.
Well, once Ohio State lost
skip
to
TJ?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
We have an order here
Okay.
on Friday, Stoney, but I'll be
Fine.
quick because I know you have a lot to say. I'm taking Ohio State because they look unstoppable to me. I think Ryan Day has figured out that, hey, we have to throw the ball, right? Enough of this. Let's prove how tough we are and keep it on the green. Right, there's a time for that. But what Jeremiah Smith is doing, man, that kid could play in the NFL next year. He is special, that receiver. He is impressive. I think Ohio State wins big.
They say he'd be the number one pick in the draft. I said when Ohio State lost to Michigan that Ohio State basically just cemented their national championship. I stand by it. It's going to be a blowout tonight. Buckeyes.
Let's go over to the NFL. And the first game on Saturday in Wild Card Weekend will be the Chargers visiting the Texans. The Chargers are the 3-point favorite. Rico.
Really? Huh. You know what? This game's going to be in Houston, and I think we're burying C.J. Stroud a little too soon. They were struggling. They kind of had a bye week. Stroud, I think, went out there and threw 6 passes. Texans are going to bounce back. He won't leave his receivers out to dry. They will just flat out win the game. How about that?
Jim Harbaugh has this offense moving, hasn't scored less than 34 points in the last 3 weeks. Give me the Chargers.
Well, I just changed my pick on the fly. You know what? I got to believe in the Houston Texans. I know there's a lot of snow in the Dallas area. There'll be heat in Houston. Let's go Texans.
I'm taking the Chargers. I think that C.J. Stroud's disappointing season finishes with a disappointing end. He just hasn't been the same, especially without Diggs, without Tank Dell. I think it's just too much to ask out of him to go do it all himself. He's not capable of doing that. Chargers feel like they got the right pulse going into the playoffs, a lot of confidence. I think they win. Easy.
Harbaugh owns C.J. Stroud. However, I just love the home dogs. Bark, roof, roof. Give me Houston.
That's a sick dog right there.
That is
That dog's on his
amazing.
last leg.
Right.
Let's go
Poor
over
old Sparky.
to the last game on Saturday night. In the last game for Mike Tomlin, Steelers at Ravens. Ravens 9.5-point favorites in this game.
You know what? It's in Baltimore. I get it. The Steelers have not looked great, but 9.5 points in a playoff game is just way too many. I feel dirty saying this, but I may have to. I'm going to take the Steelers and the points. I don't think you're that bad, David. Can you please get Mr. Dangerous to show up and not just play?
I'm with you, Rico. David has no faith. He said it was Tomlin's last game in Pittsburgh. I disagree. Plus 9.5, double-digit victory in the playoffs. It's a lot of points, man. Give me the Steelers.
That's exactly how I feel right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, yes, these games are always close, and they will save Tomlin's job with a close loss. Steelers on this one.
I'm going Steelers as well. That's just too many points. I think the Ravens win, but 10 points in a playoff game against a division rival.
who's missing their deep threat, Zay Flowers, down the field. I think that allows Pittsburgh to change up what they want to do defensively a little bit, maybe load the box up to put more eyes on that running game. I think they keep it close.
Zay Flowers not playing, like you said. Derrick Henry is going to get a lot of carries, but Steelers still have a really good defense, and, yeah, I think they'll lose, but keep it close. Closer than 9.5.
Let's move over to the Sunday games. Broncos, rookie quarterback Bo Nix is going against the Bills in Buffalo. Take note, guys. The line has changed to 8.5 Buffalo. 8.5 Buffalo. Rico.
That's even better for me because I think that that point spread is just too big. I look at this. The Broncos are the kings of just scoring meaningless points late in a game. So, therefore, I think it will be a backdoor cover. Give me Denver. Give me Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'm taking the road dogs here as well. The Broncos, Bo Nix. Sean Payton's coaching them up real well. I don't think they win or even come close, but 8.5, too many points.
Right. Because, Kenny, they are known for just that touchdown with a minute to go in the game, and we'll try an onside kick. Well, that's good enough for me because I'll win that.
Yeah, good try. Not enough points. Bills are going to destroy the Broncos in this one. Bills.
Man, I feel dirty taking all the road teams in the AFC, right? But these are just a lot of points. And 8.5, I think Bo Nix is playing at a high level. He's taking care of the football, more importantly. And I think Denver's defense is, and they're stepping up big in some moments that they need them. Like Kenny said, I don't think they win the game, but I see it being maybe a 3 or 4 point game. They're keeping it close.
In a battle between Sean's of the head coach, I think Peyton is a bigger douche than McDermott. So give me the Broncos.
Excellent analogy. That's the breakdown right there. That's why he's the Godfather.
And here's the game that Stoney cares about the most. Packers traveling to Philadelphia to face the Eagles. It is at 4.5 for the Eagles. 4.5 favorite Eagles. Rico.
Yeah, this is a rematch from week 1 in Brazil. The Eagles found a way to win. The Packers are minus their main receiver, but I think that's actually a good thing for them. Jalen Hurts is back for the Eagles. I think that's going to be the difference. Saquon, Jalen Hurts. And for you, Stoney, give me the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, Hurts is back, coming back from concussion, and that makes me not want to pick them because it's his first game back, and that also makes me think I'm stupid, so I'm going to go with the reverse of the reverse. Let's go Philly.
The reverse of the reverse. I like that.
You're right. This is the rematch from the Brazil game, and that when Jordan Love was hurt. He got hurt late in that game there. But
wasn't it like the last play or the second to the last play of the
something like
game?
that. Yeah, slipped over that. It was a bad field that they had. But I got to stick with the Eagles here. I got to go with the Birds.
I changed my pick at the last minute to the Packers. I think that they are better than they were last year. When
Still
they
getting those royalty checks?
Almost made it. No, not yet. But I think they're better than they were last year. I know they're missing a couple key pieces, Jair Alexander, Christian Watson. But their defense is playing tough, man. They are. They're not really generating a lot of pressure, but they're really good at stopping the run. I think is going to be key for them. And like you mentioned, Kenny, Jalen Hurts coming off a 3-week break. You know, he had the concussion issues. How fresh is he going to be? How behind is he going to be? Right? Sometimes it takes you a little while to get going. I think allows the Packers to keep close.
Well, these teams do have very interesting playoff histories. I think TJ was at one of them. They call it the James Starks game, Aaron Rodgers' first playoff win. I believe you were on that team, right? 2011. But I go back looking at my late father. 1960 Eagles beat the Packers in the championship game.
Oh, way back.
Yes.
There footage of that?
The only playoff game Bart Starr lost. Fly, Eagles, fly.
You got to do the animal sound.
Go ahead, David.
I don't do birds.
Let's go over to Tampa Bay, where the Commanders are visiting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bucks favored by 3.
You know what? I look at the Commanders. I look at Jaden Daniels. He's a rookie quarterback. It's new for him. I like this game. I like both teams. But I think in the end, Baker Mayfield is just tough as nails. Baker will find a way. They also got Bucky Irvin as the running back. Give me the Bucks.
I find Baker massively annoying, primarily because he busts the Lions' ass every so often, but also every time I pick against him, I end up being wrong. So I'm going to go with the Bucs here.
So the reverse of the reverse of the reverse.
Exactly.
Interesting here, this stat here. So Evans and Lattimore are going against each other. Lattimore, when they've met 12 times, when Lattimore's playing against the Saints mostly, of course, 16 catches for Evans, 309 yards total in those 12 games. So I have to believe that matchup hurts the Bucs. So I'm going with the Commanders in this game.
I'm going with the Bucs because I think Marshawn Lattimore is banged up, and I think that coach came out today, Quinn, and said, "You know what? We expect him to play, but how effective is he going to be slowing Mike Evans down?" And I think this really has a lot of potential for a Sunday night shootout. Just two offenses throwing haymakers back and forth, big plays galore. Which I'm going to give the edge to Tampa Bay on that one.
I agree. It's going to be a game where their haymakers are going back and forth, which means it'll be close. So give me the Commanders.
And finally, you got the Vikings visiting the Rams in Arizona. 2.5-point favorite for the Minnesota Vikings. Rico.
You know, with the game moving, really, I don't think it matters because the Rams don't have fans. Let's face it. It's the dirty truth. They don't. Nobody goes to the games in L.A. But I think that the Rams will rally for the community, for everything going on out there. And 2 words, people. Lions hangover. Give me the Rams.
I actually think Minnesota ends up winning this game, but I think it comes down to a last-second field goal. The Rams will cover, but the Vikings will win.
Okay, Stoney.
What are you talking about, Rico? There will be 750 Rams fans, season ticket holders there. They will be getting on that bus from L.A., traveling to Arizona to root on the Rams.
Crickets.
And it won't help them. I'm going Vikings in this game.
I'm going Rams. And Rico, you said it. This is deja vu all over for the Vikings. First time they met at Detroit, got beat, had to go the next week to L.A., got beat again. I think this is deja vu for Minnesota. And I think maybe some doubt crept in last week in a big game that they had to win, come out and laid a dud. I can't imagine they're feeling very good about themselves. The Rams are. They got a young team that hums around, man. They're playing some good football, especially on that defensive side. I think the Rams get it done in probably a lower scoring game, 23-17 type of way.
Well, factually, you're correct that the Rams, they went out to, or the Vikings went out to Minnesota and lost. Or Vikings went out to L.A. and lost.
It was the week after they played the Lions.
Yeah, but they're not going to L.A.
Well,
they're going
doesn't
to Arizona. And Justin Jefferson is going to be possessed. Even though he has an idiot throwing him the football, it's going to be enough. This is a Justin Jefferson game. Give me the Vikings.
Well, he's going to have to make a lot of miraculous catches.
He will.
What we saw last week.
And those are the picks. 97-1.
Lions safety Kirby Joseph, receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, offensive tackle Penny Sewell, and punter Jack Fox were all named to the NFL All-Pro list today by the AP. The 4 players ties the team record since the AFL-NFL merger. Per Brian Windhorst, the Pistons are considering trades to upgrade their roster this season, which marks a change in strategy a bit. They have $14 million in cap space remaining. Pistons president of basketball operations Trajan Langdon was interviewed by FanDuel Sports Network yesterday and says the team is ahead of schedule, but they don't want to get overly excited and have a long way to go. He also discussed the veterans' mindset at this point. The Red Wings welcome in fellow original Six foes Chicago tonight to Little Caesars Arena with a 5-game winning streak on the line. The Hawks, on the other hand, have lost 6 of their last 8. Here, Cam Talbot starting net right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 p.m. Per Brian McCarthy of the NFL, Rams and Cardinals season ticket holders were offered the first shot at purchasing tickets to the playoff game Monday between LA and Minnesota. 52,000 were purchased in a 2-hour window, and now the general public have access on SeatGeek. The stadium sits 63,000 people roughly. The league announced they were moving the game from California yesterday with the threat of fires still present. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1 The Ticket. Thank you, Mr. Otto. It's a Stoney here in for Mike, who's just resting, getting ready for playoff football that does not involve his favorite football team.
Is that a required look, by the way, for the ticket update people? They all look the same. Like, there's 3 different guys that come in. They all look the same.
Really?
Random thought.
Well, no, it's
They
just
all look the same.
It's
Like-
just to me, it's Otto and Jeremy Otto and Luke Sloan.
Yeah, I've seen a couple other.
Falar doesn't look like anybody. Jeff Lesson didn't look like anybody.
No.
It's like you just look at him and be like, yep, update guy.
Yeah.
That's how they look over at Jay.
Exactly. Well, Tony Ortiz didn't look like anybody else.
I mean, you ever been over on the Jay side?
No.
It's literally dark.
No, they're not that.
It's dark over there all the time. Like, there's no lights over on. Just next, when you're walking out, just glance.
Other side of the building?
It's
Yeah, I'll have to go take a
it's-
peek.
Right. I was like, you guys ever turn on the lights over here?
What do you do here?
All right. Every Friday, you guys do a thing that is very funny that if I miss it or taking a nap, I go back. And I actually asked David, I said, did you do Who Said It last week? He said, no. I said, why not?
Because we had like 2 people. It was me and Mike. That was it.
Oh.
I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny and Rico are gone.
Yeah. We needed everybody.
Yeah.
You can't do it without me and Kenny.
Correct.
I guess not. Anyway, this week it's time for Who Said It.
That's right, guys. It is time for Who Said It. I'm a little excited about what we're going to do today, so let's get right to it. Number 1, the confidence shown by the front office and their ability to draft is basically Brad Holmes is probably why we're going to be just fine, and Dan Campbell is probably why we're going to be just fine.
Okay, who's eligible before we get started?
6 to 6?
Yeah, 6 to 6.
Okay, so no Rieger, no Wojo.
I wasn't in this week, so I'm out.
I got a Karshian vibe, Kenny. Normally you back me up on that. But like the everything's fine guy, you know.
Could I hear it one more time, David? Because I'm leaning what you're saying, TJ, but I'm not sure completely yet.
The confidence shown by the front office of their ability to draft is, well, basically Brad Holmes is probably why we're going to be just fine, and Dan Campbell is probably why we're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I'm still hearing it in the car. Once you hear it in somebody's voice, like you just keep like, yeah, yep, I see it now. Competence, that's too big of a word for half the people.
There's a lot of basicallys and probablys in this thing that's throwing me off at Doug, because usually he's pretty concise with what he has to.
Yeah, but I think it was like, hey, everybody's panicking about, Ben Johnson interview
Right.
and Aaron Glenn interview and Chris Spielman. Oh my God, like what are we gonna do? And that's kind of Karsh like, we'll be just fine. Okay, we still got this. Yep, okay, we'll be fine. I'm not changing. I'm sold on Karsh.
I tend to agree with you, but I'm going to go off the wall a little bit, or off the board. I'm going to go with John because he's the one who always thinks everything's okay.
Rico, you got to lean?
I'm leaning Kang. Same show as you, TJ, but I'm going the different guy. The co-host of that show. I'm going Kang collects.
I'm thinking Costa. The whole guys, I'm smarter than you. Trust me on this. Brad Holmes calls me. We go over everything every week. We'll be fine.
Is that Costa's way though? He's
Yes.
kind of he's Valenti's little,
That's Costa.
student. I mean,
That's
normally
Costa.
it's
No.
guys, this isn't good. I mean, we're losing our
No.
offensive coordinator. We're
Not,
doing this. We're
not when
doing
it comes
that,
to the
we're losing
Lions.
that.
He's already planned the third parade route for the
Okay.
third Super Bowl that the
Yeah.
Lions have.
That'd be a surprise. That's a surprise. That's a sleeper pick. I'm not changing off cars.
Everyone's locked in.
I think we're
Yes.
locked in.
All right, David, who
all
said
over
it?
the place. Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, you guys missed on like the condescension.
And that's
no.
Costa.
Yeah, but
That's Costa.
No, the key was that you were right. Nobody else would have the brain power to use the word competence besides Doug.
That's a big word that stands out.
Mm-hmm.
Takes John off the book. Takes Gator ineligible. Rico, no offense, ineligible.
Oh,
Come on, this guy he got into Harvard.
Number 2.
shots fired.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Number 2.
It's because the Noah Kim thing, isn't it?
Get your Noah
Get my
Kim
shots in when I
Eastern
can.
Michigan football jerseys. Thanks. Compliments of TJ Lang.
Sam Darnold did not want to put that ball in harm's way, which was out of his style.
Sam Darnold did not want to put that. One more
much
time.
to work with there.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold did not want to put that ball in harm's way, which was out of his style.
Oh, man, I think I've got to lean.
I got nothing.
I have
I
a
think
lean too. What show are you thinking?
I'm morning show.
I
I'm
think we have the same
I'm thinking cookies.
Oh, I was thinking John.
I'm thinking cookies because I remember doing the pregame show with him last week, and he was talking about Sam Darnold having like the most turnover potential throws. So maybe that's Costa saying, hey, that's out of his style a little bit because he's normally putting the ball in harm's way. Don't get much from the quote. I'm just getting more from
And maybe there's more to
hearing
that quote.
Costa talk about Sam Darnold previously.
See, Costa with Sam Darnold was all on the DPI, that he draws all this pass interference.
Yeah, but he was on like he throws the most interceptable passes. Like there was some stat that he had that was really weird, but
They're all, I mean, it could be, I'm going
it
to
was
say,
like a stat like most passes that could have been intercepted but
I'm
weren't.
going to say John again.
Yeah, I
So
can
you're
see
going
that
on my
too.
playbook here because that's what I'm thinking too.
You know what? Yeah, I'm going to go John as well.
All right, we're all locked into John. TJ, you have.
Yeah, I got cookies.
What did David say? Oh, David knows. That would be pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Who said it?
Whoa.
Jeez. I mean, that's kind of a basic.
Wow.
That's real basic. I mean, right there, you know, this
Man.
No big words.
Monday feels like forever ago.
Very easy take to have. No, not much thought put into
didn't
it.
have a lean on
Football.
that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lions good. Vikings bad.
I didn't even have a lean on that. My goodness.
Things, stuff. I'm TJ Lang.
All right, here we go.
That's man, fastball, David. Well done.
Number 3. On game days, college football still wins. It's the other 6 days of the week that it's nauseating.
One more time.
On game days, college football still wins. It's the other 6 days of the week that it's just nauseating.
I don't think it's not our show.
I don't think I said that, guys.
Nauseating.
I don't think I said that.
I know you didn't say
That
that.
could be
say that word.
That could be cooking.
Oh, college football. Good.
That's either
Me
cookies
no
or
like
John.
6 days on college football.
That's too many syllables for John. Nauseating?
Nauseating?
I think it's cookies.
I'm think I got a cookies vibe as well. I'm trying to think. Would Gov use nauseating? No.
David, I hate to ask for it for the rare three-peat, but can we get it one more time?
Sure can. On game days, college football still wins. It's the other 6 days of the week that it's just nauseating.
I'm trying to think deeper into that. College on game day, college football wins.
See, I don't think we guessed it yet because he was way too happy to repeat it again.
Oh, we're doing the David psychological
Yes.
breakdown for this.
So I'm going to go the host of Kang Collect and co-host of the midday show.
Not
Kang.
a bad guess. Not a bad guess.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like a whiny statement. I'll go Kang, too.
I'm going to stay Costa.
It's nauseating.
I'm going John.
Just going to keep going with John.
Mhm.
I've done that before. You
I'm
get
riding
locked
with
in on
Rico.
a person. Like, I'm going to keep
You
saying
don't
his
hear it in
name.
anybody else's voice.
Right.
Yeah. I'm riding with Rico. Let's go. Kang.
All right, we're all locked in?
Yeah.
Who said it?
There you go. There you go, Stoney.
What is
Congratulations.
nauseate? Like, I don't understand what his point was.
Oh, the portal, the sanctimony of
like
college
keeping
football.
up with college
Yes.
football.
Yeah.
I was trying to put it together. I couldn't figure out what his point was.
I was like, what's the context of this?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I like Stoney's idea. You just keep guessing the same guy. Eventually, it'll show up.
Right. You know what? You end up going like 1 for 4.
B.
Let me give you.
Let me give you.
David, you're doing a good job.
That's good.
True.
Let me give you one more.
Yeah, you hope you go
Very
one.
good job this week.
You hope you go 1 for 4. That's good hobby.
One more here, last one. I think the sport's moving in the right direction when instead of it always being Alabama and Clemson, we are getting Notre Dame, Penn State. We're getting Arizona State, Indiana.
That's Costa because he loves this whole thing about the SEC not being good and all that crap.
Rico, you were a big expansion guy, Rico. Could that have been you? Because it's either I'm between Costa and you.
See, I'm trying to think. Did we talk college football this week?
I'm assuming you did.
Huh.
I'm going to go Costa because I don't think you would have said it like that.
No, I don't think so either. So yeah, I'm with you. I think that's probably a Costa thing.
Are you sure? Because I was kind of leaning you.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? Go
like
with
Mike,
it.
like Mike's like the negative, like this has been garbage, and you get the positive take.
I've been
Like you know
trying
what?
to-
It's been good. Look at
Which-
the other teams that are getting a
Because
chance.
I'm trying to figure out what days will we.
But if you're
was
sold
I here
that it's-
this week?
if you're sold that it's not you, I don't want to be.
Well,
an
I mean,
idiot.
you're the one that Mike always blames the expansion on, so I figure it's logical it could have been you.
That's true. I'm still gonna go Costa, but you know what, TJ?
Should I take a chance?
Take a chance.
Do I get a double if I pick the guy that doesn't think it's him, but it really is him?
Sure.
Do I get a twofer?
Do I get the Noah Kim NIL
Yeah,
package?
let's take a chance. Yeah, I know you like. I know you like cheeseburgers. You can get in on that. Damn.
Yes.
Damn.
See, you see how he lectures
Started hot,
you.
faded.
See how he lectures you. That's cookies. When you get to that lecture, that's a hint.
Well,
It's him.
you know where you learned.
Very
it from.
true. That was fun, guys.
That was well done,
I
David.
enjoyed that one.
A little
Way to
tricky
go,
one,
David.
man. I think it's
That
the
is.
first time
Even
I've
had
been
TJ in
said
there.
it?
That's right. Way to go, TJ. Thanks for coming in as always. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer. Look, guys, it's time to hit the road in style. And Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings, sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. And Hamilton Chevy has them all from fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs that can handle this type of snow. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle. And with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2025 Chevys. Selection is best right now. Look, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in and go see my guys at Hamilton. Ask them for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
We've changed to electronic music station, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Mr. Valenti, 248-539-9797. It's so weird this week because the Lions, as you know, have a bye. We're just chilling out this weekend, watching a lot of football, including the college games. Ohio State, Texas tonight. We both, or at least I think Texas is going to get their doors blown off by Ohio State, unfortunately, but that's the way I see it. Rico sees it differently. All right, now we do want to go back to something we touched on briefly before we were blessed by the appearance of one
Thomas
TJ
John.
Lang. Yes. Rico was at the Breslin Center last night, and despite seeing a game where I think Washington scored like 13 points in the first half and Michigan State just crushed them, looking really good. You'd think, especially with all the alumni that were there, it was like an Izzone alumni game, and the place was packed and pumped up, even though it was just Washington, whatever. You'd think that maybe, when the Spartans were doing something good, I don't know, if you wanted to go back to the old days, have a Mateen Cleaves chant or something like that, right? If you're going to chant anything.
Well, in all fairness, this was in the second half. Crowd was bored.
Right.
But this is broke. Jared Goff, and it's just like,
it's everywhere.
How long is this going to keep going? I get it. He's the Lions quarterback. And once again, if he's up on the Jumbotron, if they're showing his highlights, but just random, hey, Stoney, let's get a Jared Goff chant. Like, come on, really? Really?
All right, let's go to the people. 248-539-9797.
Well, I know what the people are going to say.
No,
he can run for governor in this state.
I get that. There might be some people who agree with you.
Fix the damn road. Okay.
I think it's different because I just believe that the Jared Goff chant, believe it or not, well, it's because I'm weird. I don't think it's just about Jared Goff. I think it's just that's what symbolizes the Lions. And instead of out of a random Let's Go Lions chant at Little Caesars Arena or the Breslin Center or Chrysler, wherever, Jared Goff, that chant just encompasses all the, obviously, the Lions' success. And now that the other teams are doing good. Now, last year was kind of a joke because the other teams sucked. So, you're sitting at LCA, the Wings are losing 4-0, and the Pistons are getting blown out. What else are we going to do? Jared Goff, we'll feel better about ourselves.
And here's the thing.
But now,
it reminded me of back in the day with the whole Detroit basketball. And you heard it. It's like, guys, Pistons aren't playing. Detroit basketball. Like, everybody had to say it. And I got tired of that too.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
I know.
But
I
the
get
Jared Goff thing, like, can we just wait until can he at least be in the building? Can he at least be present? Can we at least see his David, how do you feel about this?
I agree with you because when I was okay with it. I really was. No, I really was okay with it until the Detroit Pistons Minnesota Timberwolves game. What was it, about a week ago now?
Yes.
And Anthony Edwards scores 59 points or whatever he scored.
And Cade had 40.
And yet, in the third quarter, when he's going head-to-head with Anthony Edwards, they're chanting Jared Goff. And that's when I got annoyed because I'm like, look, this guy's balling out. The team is beating the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves are a decent team right now. And they're chanting Jared Goff instead of chanting Detroit basketball or Cade Cunningham's name. It's getting ridiculous
I'm telling
now.
you, that's what it is. It is the symbol of Detroit sports is that chant, no matter what sport. When Tarek's, I guess during the Tigers, the people were yelling Scoob, that type of thing a little bit. But even a Tigers game, it's Jared Goff. He's the symbol of the city.
They're chanting Jared Goff's name. Brad Holmes was at the game last night.
Right.
They're chanting Jared Goff's name when they show him on the screen. No, that's Brad Holmes, not Jared Goff.
Well, he brought Jared Goff here.
They look alike.
I think
I know it's probably going to be an unpopular.
No, I don't think it's going to be as popular as you think.
If he's in the building, if he's on the Jumbotron, if they're showing you his highlights, go nuts. But just in East Lansing, some random game. Because at first when it happened, I started looking around like, wait, is Jared Goff in the building? Is he in the building? No. And then you're hearing
it was at the auto show thing.
They're chanting his name at grocery stores and
yeah, there was a Grand Rapids hockey game, I believe, the Griffins last season, and they're chanting Jared Goff.
I'm telling you, that's the reason. It is the symbol of
I
Detroit
wonder if he's sick
sports.
of it. Like deep down, he will never come out and say because he's a nice guy.
Right.
But if you hooked him up to a lie detector test and
So
said,
Carson Anderson should ask him on Tuesday, are you sick of like...
oh, he's going to be, guys, I love it. But they deep down, like, okay, seriously. Just you and I. I'm sick of it. Because he can't go anywhere. Like, he can't just, like, go incognito someplace and, like, pick up an order of food. Oh, my God. The whole place is chanting Jared Goff. Okay. Don't do anything wrong, Jared, because the world will know where you're at.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number and the ticket text. And also, if you want to let us know, if you want to rank them, that's fine. But what team who's playing this weekend is the one you really want to see the Lions play, and maybe which team don't you want to see the Lions play? And there's only 4 teams to choose from, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Rams, the Vikings, or the Commanders. There's only Commanders and the Packers.
Rams, Packers, Vikings, and
the Commanders. Yes. So one of those 4. Who do you want to see the most? And you can rank them. And who don't you want to see? Let's go to Paul and Fraser. You're 97 won the ticket.
This is a world record, probably the fastest I've ever gotten on this program.
Well,
my goodness. How are you, Mike?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
I'm doing great. Rico, hello.
Hey, Paul.
It doesn't bother me because I've been experiencing this in a couple of different places, and I think Stoney's right. I think it just embodies everything going on in the city. And let's face it, guys. First of all, Jared Goff just rolls off the tongue very easily. And if you take a look at the history of this, the Lions have been abysmal for decades. And all of a sudden he's left for dead in L.A. We get their picks and they go, oh, by the way, we'll give you our number 1 pick quarterback too. And he comes here and he's one of the best in the NFL now, and so are we. So to me, it makes sense. And yeah, it's going to die off eventually. It will. But Rico, just embrace it. It's all good. We're happy. We're winning. Look at the Wings. Look at the Pistons. The Tigers actually made the playoffs.
Yeah, but Paul, if you're doing it at the Lions game, I get it. He made a big play. Cheer him on. You're at a minor league game in Grand Rapids. Come on.
Come on, Rico. I was in Myers, at Christmas shopping, and it broke out. I mean, it's everywhere, and it's just people are having fun with it, man. So let it roll. Let it roll, brother.
Paul, appreciate the call. I said, I'm sure this is unpopular. It's just me. I've hit that saturation point where it's like, seriously, we're doing this again? Okay.
What's more annoying to you, that or the wave?
This.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls, your ticket texts, all that stuff. We have the Prop Bet Casino. We got our picks coming up. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Don't forget, on these very airwaves later this evening, Connor Bedard and the Chicago Blackhawks will be at Little Caesars Arena as the Wings go for, 6 in a row under Todd McClellan. The new coach bump. When does the sugar buzz run out? Hopefully not soon. The worst part about that was actually saying bark. I mean, what the hell was that?
Because every dog says bark.
No, they just bark. They don't say. It's like when I did my daughter went to Georgia and I did the Sick'em thing. Sick'em dogs. Woof, 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 woof. All right. 248-539-9797. Rico hates the Jared Goff chant at other venues other than Ford Field. Or if Jared
is
there.
Like, you know what? He's at the auto show.
Right.
Fine.
Yes.
He's there.
Right.
I'm okay.
Normally, I would agree with you, but I've looked at this Jared Goff chant as to be the
unifying city.
Unifying symbol, chant, whatever mantra that incorporates everything, and he's just the guy.
And I guess for me, when you do it it loses. It's not special.
Right, less is more. I get it.
Yeah, you're just doing it all the time. Whereas, okay, if he's there, if he's present, you're showing like if you're at a Wings game and you're showing his highlights, fine, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
But just every time it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, Jared Goff.
248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon to Brian in Detroit. What's up, Bri?
Yeah, hey guys, it's pretty snowy out right now, driving home from work.
Please be careful.
Yes, always. I think the Jared Goff chant comes from two things. One, when he started getting electric and just lighting it up, I think people started going, we don't need Stafford anymore. We got the new guys in town, the new sheriffs here.
Yep.
And then I think it also stems from him never getting any credibility on any social media, ESPN. They always rate this guy lower in the rankings than what he is. He is a top 3-4 quarterback, and he never gets his kudos. And I think that's the way Detroit picks him up and says, no, this guy is a number one quarterback.
Are you when you talk about rankings, are you talking about just for this year?
I'm talking about last year.
Okay, because if you're saying he is a top 3 quarterback, as much as I love him and I think he's great, I think he's top 5 or 6. You cannot tell me that you wouldn't rather have Allen, Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson, just to name 3.
Burrow.
There's no. You just hold on. You just named 2 or 3 quarterbacks. Their approach in game is a totally different than his.
I know.
They are mobile quarterbacks, and let's be honest. Had they had the success of a guy, let's also be honest, he's a stone back there. But that guy's knowledge and his approach to the game far exceeds theirs, because the minute they get happy feet, they take off. That's how their game is, and that's how they win games.
So I'm asking you a question. Would you rather have, as your quarterback, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, or Jared Goff? Who's your quarterback?
We're playing with house money, and if I'm sitting around a blackjack table right now and I got a fat wad of money that this guy has won me already, what do you think I'm going to say?
Okay.
Of course, I have to say I'm going to go with Jared Goff.
Look, Jared Goff is terrific. I think he's a top 5. I just don't think he's. I didn't want to get into
when he wins the Super Bowl.
Yes,
this is why people are saying Jared Goff.
Oh, I know that.
Exactly what you're saying right now. What does the guy got to do to have you sit there and say he is the guy?
So, and so, Brian, we're little kids. We're on the playground. There's Jared Goff, and there is Mahomes, and you got the number 1 pick on the playground. Who are you taking?
For right now, going into the playoffs with our team, who's backing him, who's in the backfield, who's on the wide out, who's our tight end, who's our speedster, Sonic and Knuckles. I got to pick Jared Goff.
Okay, all right. That's fine. You're allowed. Look.
Hey, appreciate the call. Be safe driving on the road,
sir.
Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Call
I
back
appreciate it. Had
anytime.
fun.
Thank you.
That's the beauty of this. We can all disagree.
The selection isn't based on who they have around them. The selection is simply Mahomes or Goff.
You're on the playground. We've all been that kid. You got the first pick. Okay. Because honestly, if I'm the other captain, I'm like, thank you.
Oh, yeah, give me Mahomes then. Thank you,
look,
yes.
It's no disrespect, in my opinion, to say Jared Goff right now. If I was voting for MVP, I'd pick him third. You know? And I wouldn't, because I know Burrow has been great and his defense blows, but I'm not putting him ahead of Jared Goff for this year's MVP.
I would put him fifth in the MVP voting, but whatever.
Who, Goff?
Yeah.
So you'd put Burrow ahead of...
Allen, Lamar,
Saquon,
Burrow.
Burrow has a phenomenal season.
I understand that.
He's being punished because his team sucks, but it's not his fault.
I understand that, but that's part of it is winning. That's especially at that position. All right, where we got off kilter here. Thanks for that call. Let's go to Bob in Farmington. You're 97 won the ticket.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I wanted to say first, the team I'd like to see the most would be Washington.
Okay.
I just feel like, I think they're the softest ones, and I don't want to see Stafford, like a healthy Stafford, and with all those receivers. That was too close for comfort.
Look it up. Those receivers, they do not do a lot of explosive plays, though. They're a pretty methodical offense. Hard to believe, but they are.
If we see them, I hope you're right. But I also want to tell you guys about I was in Arizona to see the Lions play, and on Monday afterwards, I was at the Rockies Diamondbacks game, and they were chanting Jared Goff, and it was awesome, man. It was just all these Detroit fans that were still in town chanting Jared Goff. I mean, the man's a legend, and if he wins the Super Bowl, it may never end.
That's true. Look, I agree. I think it is a symbol, a chant, whatever word you want to use to describe it, mantra, motto of this city, and it's him, and and it's deserved. No doubt about it. Thanks for the call. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we're going in the prop bet casino.
All right. Guys, you heard me talk about Specs at LTU. New year. He says, you know what? I think I want to do this radio thing. I'm hearing Stoney. He's the Godfather. I want to be the next Godfather. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career, your new goals. Maybe you want to go into television. You're a graphic design artist. It doesn't matter. Specs at LTU got you covered. Here's what I need you to do. Just be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. It's the Red Wings and Blackhawks tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. No Petrie or Lyon. Husso is up from Grand Rapids to back up Cam Talbot in net. Pre-game with Mark Ryan at 6:45. Once again, right here on 97.1. Well, if you're anticipating having some withdrawals from not seeing a Detroit Lions touchdown this weekend, the team has you covered on Twitter. They just posted every one of them from the regular season. Kirby Joseph was a Pro Bowl snub, but the AP gave him his due, handing over all pro honors today. He's joined by Jack Fox, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Penny Sewell. Per The Athletic, Major League Baseball has indefinitely banned the 2 Yankee fans who interfered with Mookie Betts during the World Series. If they're found attending any MLB game in the future, they would face arrest. The letter read on, quote, October 29, 2024, during Game 4 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium, you interfered with play by intentionally and forcefully grabbing a player. Your conduct posed a serious risk to the health and safety of the player and went far from the line of acceptable fan behavior, end quote. Mercy High School volleyball star Campbell Flynn was named the Gatorade National Player of the Year today. Olympic gold medalist April Ross was at the Farmington Hills High School this morning to bring her the news. Flynn headed to one of the best volleyball programs in the nation, Nebraska, next year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, on our open line system, you can talk about anything. I know you're pissed off that the best volleyball players are leaving the state. I mean, come on. Nebraska, Michigan, or Michigan State can't keep them home. We see it in basketball all the time.
What are you
You see, you weren't paying attention to Jeremy Otto's update.
Oh.
The Gatorade Player of the Year from, I believe it's Mercy High School, got her award today, and he said she's going to Nebraska. To Nebraska, why can't they keep her home? Like Darius Acuff. He goes to IMG from Cass Tech, and now he's going to Arkansas to play for a Cal. Gee, I wonder why that is.
I was also confused, Rico, because sorry, Jeremy, I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
See?
I mean, he's
I
leaving
was
with a
listening to
volleyball player. Like,
right. I assume we were listening to our updates.
I just hear Stoney yelling, Nebraska! And I'm like, oh, geez, what's happening here?
Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're discussing the Jared Goff chant. Rico's sick of it, and I understand it to a certain extent, but I believe that what the Jared Goff chant has become is just the motto, the so-called the sports anthem of Detroit right now and for the last year, and probably until his career, and if he leads into a Super Bowl, maybe even forever. In the year 2057, when and some of us are dead and buried, our grandkids will be chanting Jared Goff. Why? Because that's going to be the chant. And other things, if you'd like to discuss as well, and I'll bring this up now because we talked about it a little bit with TJ. James Franklin obviously is, 1-18 against teams that are in the AP top 5. He has a horrific record. And he's not a really good coach. Terrific recruiter, maybe a good CEO of the program.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think last night's loss should be on James Franklin. I think it should be on Drew Aller, and they had some misfortune as well. Guy slipping, the guy wide open for a touchdown. That tied the game. They had a really good defensive play fumble, and unfortunately for Penn State, they didn't recover. James Franklin deserves tons of criticism over the years. I don't think last night was one of them. He went for it, and Aller had a bad pass. So to me, if he would have just been conservative and kept running the ball towards the end with 35 seconds left in the game, I think people would have destroyed him for talking. They would have called him a wussy with a P, and that doesn't work either. He would have been crucified for that.
No. See, for me, sometimes you got to look at what your team is, and you just got to understand it. He's got 2 running backs in Katron Allen and Nate Singleton. He's got Tyler Warren, all-world tight end. In a tie game, I think he had, one timeout left. You started on their own 15-yard line. You run the ball, see how far. If you can get to the 50, okay, fine, you line up to kick a field goal. Your wide receivers did squat. They had 0 catches, 0 yards. You have a team that's built for the college overtime. Started on the 25, 2 great running backs and a tight end. I would go with that. It's tied. If you can't I would have kept running the ball, and if not, you take a knee and you go to overtime and take your chances. It's not like you got a difference maker wide receiver who deep threat. James, don't have your quarterback out there trying to throw a pass. Like your first play of late in the game, your running back runs it, takes it to the 28. Okay, let's keep this thing going.
Well, I think it's up to the veteran quarterback to know when to throw into double coverage and when not to. And
he's no good either.
He made a horrible decision. I mean, they should have, I'll say this, they should have had safer pass routes because they got the ball in the second play to the 28-yard line. He needs 30 yards to kick a field goal. It would have been a long field goal. But
it's like I said, certain teams. And I said this, and David can attest to it. Michigan was a team, that offense, they're built for college overtime. If Sharon, get to overtime, and I'll kill you every time. I'll go for 2. I can do whatever because I got the weapons for that. Make them go 90 yards? Can't do that. Make them go 25 yards. They can do it each and every time. That was Penn State. You had your shot. Because I think Notre Dame, because if I'm Penn State, no matter what, I'm going for 2 if I score, and I'm going to walk off with a victory. Now, if you go for 2 and you lose, man, I got no problem with that.
I get your point. I just felt it would have been they could have completed one pass, and I thought the way the game went, it wasn't his fault that they lost. I thought it was more on the player lack of execution. All right, 248-539-9797. We got that, and we got the Jared Goff chant. Love it or hate it. Rico can't stand it. Rico wants it banned. Rick in Southfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Rick?
Rick.
Hey guys.
Hey, Rick.
Gentlemen, so just 2 quick points on the Jared phenomenon, and I call it a phenomenon, and so here's the first one. It's sweeping the nation because across the board, people, whether you're a local Detroiter or nationally, the Lions have always been the butt of everybody's joke.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have Jared, who's now representative, so I'm in agreement with you, Stoney, as the spirit of Detroit. We almost could put him right there down at the city county building and put his head on that. Because and in other places, wherever Detroiters go, it doesn't matter where they go, Florida, California, New York, Texas, it's wherever we are, that Jared Goff thing will break out. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks out in our local grocery stores.
It has. People have called in and they've said it.
You know, so that is just that. And then so here's my second point. And now this was a little deeper, so stay with me on this one.
Okay.
This one has more to do with the fact that some of us Lions fans are among the super intelligent who realize that the road to the Super Bowl has everything to do with the quarterback, and we had better motivate Jared Goff. He's had his lulls during the year. We are literally his personal motivator, like it or not. We're his Anthony Robbins, Les Brown, Brian Tracy. I'm telling you, we have to keep him motivated because if he goes down, we all go down. And we know that. Deeply, we actually know that. So that's my 2 cents. I just wanted to
Rick,
say
do
that.
you think
I love the work you guys do.
Rick, you think we still have to motivate him?
No.
I think we've had some times this season, and because, Jared is not a mobile quarterback. He's statuesque.
Yeah.
And at this stage, I think he's kind of past that curve. I think in his head now, in the beginning of the year, Jared was teeter-tottering, similar to what he did last year. Now, I think he stands on his own 2 feet, and now he realizes, even if I throw 5 interceptions, this destiny thing is going to happen.
So
I think Jared has bought into the reality is that.
Well, so
it's
Rick,
going to happen.
Rick, let me get this straight. So if everybody stopped doing the Jared Goff chant, which I do not endorse, you think it would affect his play if he didn't hear it anymore?
I think he's past it now. I think, you know what? 5 weeks ago, I do.
Okay.
I think at this stage, Jared has kind of transcended himself in a lot of ways, whether he likes it or not. And I think he's come to the point, especially that 5 interception game was the ultimate turning point. It was the most climactic point of Jared's career because he knows damn well, like anybody knows, that no NFL quarterback can throw 5 interceptions and still win. There's no way. Are you kidding me?
Well, the 5th one was
Jared
like a Hail Mary anyway. But
it's going to happen.
But yeah,
I think, and now he knows the supporting cast. You know, like you said, Gibbs has turned into the superstar. He's a superstar star now, and everybody's the major threat to all of things that could happen when it comes to running the ball. But Jared is the face. So the voice is Jared because we know he can't get hurt. He has to be.
I
we're down to the wire now. We only got a couple of games yet.
I think, thanks for the call, Rick. I just think it is the motto of Detroit sports. We've taken it to that level where no matter where you go, that's what you hear. And that's okay. 2485, at least I think it's okay. 248-539-9797. Let's say hello to Isaac. What's going on, Isaac?
What's going on, guys? So I'm with Rico here. I'm really, really tired of it. You know, I've been going to the Lions games for 20 years, and I've seen a lot of things. And this chant is just old. It was in last year's playoff run. It should stay there. It should have stayed there. You know, I was at Thanksgiving dinner before the Thanksgiving breakfast before the Thanksgiving game, and I'm hearing Jared Goff's chants. I'm trying to eat. You know, I'm not trying to listen to guys chant Jared Goff. I'm not trying to chant Jared Goff with my mouth full. You know, I'm tired of also, just to add on to that, I'm tired of the Dan Skipper reporting thing. We already kicked the Cowboys' butts. It's said and done with, and, you know, I'm over it. And, you know, it reminds me a lot of the blue ski masks. It reminds me of, you know,
Isaac,
reminds me of.
I'm so with you on the Dan Skipper reporting.
They cheer.
No, but it takes away from the whole trick play because you just let everybody know he's reported. I'm with you, Isaac.
Well, the referee is who let everybody know.
He doesn't. Look, Jared Goff doesn't play wide receiver. He doesn't play running back. He doesn't play safety. He doesn't play offensive line. He doesn't play linebacker. He doesn't play point guard for the Pistons. He doesn't play goalie for the Red Wings. He's not the designated hitter for the Tigers. I'm sick of it, man. Let's just do a "Let's Go Lions" chant. I mean, I'm fine with that.
But you understand what I'm saying is it's just it's generic now. It's become generic.
I do, but the city is not just a football team. There's other teams here, and they represent the city of Detroit as well.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Isaac. 248-539-9797. We'll be back with more of your phone calls on the Jared Goff chant. Yay or nay? Coming up next, 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, if you were interested in betting the New Orleans Pelicans Philadelphia 76ers game, you might want to think again. Zion Williamson has been suspended 1 game for missing the flight. He was a little late.
He just got back playing. Just returned to the floor. I mean, you had to stop at the concession stand before you hit the plane? Come on, Zion. We can feed you on the plane, man.
248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon. Drew, you're on the Valenti Show with Rico. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Stoney, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Drew?
I'm hanging in there. Rico, I'm right with you, buddy. Listen, it was cute, okay? It was a little bit of a tribute to the fact that we weren't really on his side when he first got here, okay? But now we have to act like we've been here before, okay? I appreciate the fact that we love this guy, but we only need to hear this chant 3 more times. 1, after the game in the NFC Championship game, 2, after the game in the Super Bowl when he received his MVP award, and 3, at the parade in Detroit, okay? That's the only 3 appropriate times we should hear that chant again this season, okay? Let's act like we've been here. We deserve to be here, and we're one of the group now. We're in the group. We're in the clan. We're in the group. Okay, well, we're in the club.
Drew,
we belong here.
Drew, you stated the great comment. Act like you've been here before. We haven't. So,
yeah, we were last year. I mean, come on, we belong here.
Well, no, but I mean, as far as like a Super Bowl favorite and that type of thing. And yeah, and by the way, like you said, they can chant Jared Goff when they put up the Super Bowl banner if they do that too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
At Ford Field.
Yeah.
Sure. NFC title game.
But don't
yes.
you look?
Grocery store? No.
I understand.
No more grocery stores. He's not there. He doesn't shop there, like you said earlier, Rico. He does not shop at your Kroger. Sorry.
Where is he? Is he a Plum Market guy? Is that what you're saying? Like Dan Campbell?
He's got people to do his grocery shopping.
I think he's kind of a regular.
I think he's got people.
Okay. I think he's kind of a regular guy.
If Jared Goff actually walked into the store, he would never make it out because he's too nice to say, no, I'm not going to take a selfie with you. No, I'm not going to sign an autograph. He went in there to pick up a bag of chips. 4 hours later, he's just walking out the store.
Oh, Dan Campbell, from what I understand, goes into supermarkets. And I mean, Dan Campbell's the one who could run for governor of the state more than Jared Goff.
Well, I don't know about that because I have a couple texts here that are wild of when the chant appeared.
Go ahead.
I was in line at Disney for a ride. There were 3 families in line wearing Lions gear, and we started a mini Jared Goff chant. Okay. I love it. Here's another one. Don't know if I believe it, but here's another one. I was at a funeral, and the Goff chant broke out. It is what it is. Go Lions. I don't believe that.
No.
I don't believe that. No. Someone else says, you're both right, but it's still annoying. Hashtag Team Rico. That is Derek in Clarkston.
It cheapens it. It does because when he does something great, you win the NFC title game here in Detroit, let it ring out from the rafters. But this, every time, hey, you're a Lions fan? I'm a Lions fan. Jared, no.
Well, it's like saying, you know what it's become? It's become like if you see somebody wearing a Spartan thing, you say go green when you pass them in the airport. Or somebody says go blue when they see a Michigan. Or I have cousins who went to Penn State. They see somebody wearing, hey, we are, okay?
Okay.
But now you see a Lions guy and they'll go, Jared Goff.
No, but then you have to get everybody. Now, if it's just one, hey, go green, go white, go blue.
Treat it like a greeting. That's fine. Yeah,
that's fine. Roll Tide. There you go.
Jared Goff.
Kenny season, go dogs.
But if they're in your local grocery store and they're going down aisle 7, see you, have to say it loud enough for everyone in aisle 13 to hear you?
But
no
see,
way.
This is the equivalent of breaking out and singing the fight song. No. Nobody wants to hear the fight song.
Well, especially the Lions fight song. Let's go to Alan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
One of the great things about the Jared Goff chant is that it's an antagonization of Matthew Stafford. And I think any and all places that the Rams are playing or Matthew Stafford's playing, that this chant has legs for those situations outside of the football games. But
Now, you know
I don't
what,
necessarily
Alan, here's
love
the
it at
thing.
Tigers games or Pistons games, but, when we're playing the Rams next week, that's the only thing I want to hear is Matthew Stafford. It's kudos to Holmes. It's kudos to Campbell. It's kudos to Ben Johnson. And it's F-U, Matthew, and Kelly Stafford.
Okay, so, Alan, when Matthew Stafford, when the season's over and he comes down and he donates another playground with Mitch Albom's charity and all that stuff, you think people should be chanting Jared Goff to say F-U, Matthew Stafford?
I don't. I hold a harsher opinion than most. I don't think Matthew Stafford was that great for the Lions in the grand scheme of things. And I'm very happy with the quarterback, with the back-to-back division-winning quarterback that we do have currently.
I think Jared Goff's been great. Matthew Stafford also has a ring. Just remember that. For now, hopefully.
Not with the Lions.
I know. I
Not-
know. It was a win-win trade.
Where are we going with this? You want people to mock the man who's given to a charity? Stoney.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? We've lost control of this. I'm simply just saying, save it for when he does something. And if you're at SoFi, I'll even say, okay, great. You're at a Rams game and you want to do that. All right, that's cool. That's funny.
Yeah.
But I guess if you keep doing it like this, you're going to actually cheapen what it is. And it's just like, okay.
It's a motto for Detroit.
It's empowering to Detroit, but it doesn't mean every time you see a Lions fan, you got to do this.
That part I agree with.
That's all I'm saying. I don't want people to think, oh, he hates it. No, I don't. Time and place. A funeral? No.
Well, let me ask you these locations. There's two more. I'm a teacher. I'm not going to name the school. He did name the school. I'm not going to do that.
Cass Tech. Go ahead.
Today we had an assembly, and the students started chanting Jared Goff. It was pretty awesome. Middle school students are pumped about the Detroit football, KP and Ortonville. Then this one. I was at the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Concert ends, lights come on, and audible Jared Goff chant broke out. I'm sick of the chant.
At that
Trans-Siberian Orchestra, there's no lyrics.
At that point, I'm just probably thinking, if I'm the musician, like, so what were they listening to? They really didn't care about this. They were just ready to scream, Jerry. Kids are going
to do it, right?
Fine. I mean, you know why?
Middle school.
You want to know why? Because they see their parents
You're right.
do it.
You're exactly
my
right.
parents just do it any and every place, so we can do it too. My
parents yelled Jared Goff at church.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. In Deuteronomy, Jared Goff.
Leviticus.
Right. You're trying to sing a song, and all of a sudden, and then here comes the chorus. Lord, lift me up. Nope, Jared Goff.
Julius, you're a 97 on the ticket.
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Good.
Oh, I got to say, I know maybe it's not as popular, but I love it. I just, having been a Lions fan for 45 years and just had my fandom kicked, my face put in the ground, made fun of anytime you wore a Lions jersey, anything like that. And to have something maybe his name is not so much important as that people are doing it.
Right.
It warms my heart. I mean, it's like, for every fan that's been left out of the playoffs, every fan that had to pick a second team from like Thanksgiving on to root for, every person that was picked on or picked last or didn't get picked at all, we got a representation that's going to take us home. I'm so excited, and I hope it works out, or this will all suck.
It will suck. There's no doubt about it. All right.
Wait. Stoney, you mentioned this at the beginning of the show, in pre-show meeting, that the Jets interview Mike Locksley.
Yeah.
And they came out with the graphics saying, we just interviewed Mike. If you want some entertainment tonight, read the comments. That's all I got to say. Just read the comments.
248-539-9797. We have the picks still ahead. Hey, Planet Fitness is a place. You know what? It's a judgment-free zone. If you want to, while you're working out,
unless
I've been
you
at
chant
West
Jared
Bloomfield.
Goff.
If people want to chant Jared Goff while I'm on the treadmill or the recumbent bike, so be it. Planet Fitness has brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and the supine benches. Right now, $1 down, $15 a month. You know, it helps you physically, obviously, when you work out at Planet Fitness, but it also helps you mentally, too. You feel so good afterwards. The other day, I got up. For some reason, I couldn't sleep, so I got up early. I was at Planet Fitness working out by like 7 a.m. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. It's a great place. And at Planet Fitness, you should get the Black Card membership as well, okay, where you get access to over 2,600 clubs in this country. In fact, I'm going to be in Philly this weekend, and I think I'll go to the Planet Fitness near my sister's place. Access to the Black Card Spa gets you hydro massage and other amenities, too. Planet Fitness is the best. Find your nearest club. Join today, either in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Hours, amenities, and offers vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. You must be 18 years old to enroll or 13 to 17 with parent or guardian. Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity now through July 16th. Get gig internet at home for just $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you could also get free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile from home to hotspots this new year. It's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees. Extra internet discount applies to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applies to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Saving compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data threshold and actual savings vary.
(248) 539 9797 is the telephone number. Be careful out there. It is snowing. If you're on your way to Little Caesars Arena for the Red Wings, going for what? Their 6th in a row after Todd McClellan has been hired. Now, Rico told me, because we mentioned in the early part of the show, the Jets announcing that they completed an interview with Mike Loxley, and then they finally made it official with the picture and all that stuff. And he said to just check out some of the comments. Here's some of them. Why? And is the consulting firm vetting potential candidates compensated on the number of candidates? I'm a Maryland Terps fan, and I would rejoice if you made the hire. But what is it about his background as a head coach in college would lead you to believe that his next stop could be the NFL? This is a farce of an interview. Come on, Jets. We know what it is. The man's resume is nowhere near head coach of an NFL team level.
I mean, Mike Loxley, Pep Hamilton. Seriously, this is the best you can do.
And they did interview Aaron Glenn.
I would be furious if I was a Jets fan. Mike Loxley, this is waste of time. Because I guess I figure, and maybe it's just me, interview people who you actually think you could hire, not just to practice.
I know. Teams are required to have 2 in-person interviews with minority candidates before being allowed to be a hire. The teams have interviewed Glenn. Virtually doesn't satisfy the rule. The Jets have now interviewed Rivera and Loxley to meet the requirements and can hire a head coach.
And this is why if I'm Glenn, I'm pissed. Like, okay, do you really want me, or are you just trying to check a box? But it looks legitimate,
right?
Because you're asking me. And if I'm Loxley, or you know what? If you pay me $200,000, sure, I'll interview.
Well, is that why Aaron Glenn said no to the Patriots because of how they treated Mayo?
No, well maybe.
Could be.
I think
and the fact that they've already made their hire.
I think he knows
that too.
It's Vrabel. Kind of like, didn't somebody turn down the Lions at one point because they already knew Mariucci was getting the job? I remember years ago.
You know what? Who was that? It wasn't Mariucci. Remember, it was who had the plane? Remember, and the Lions flew him in?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was the Ken Wisenhunt.
Yeah, Ken Wisenhunt. And then they hired Jim Caldwell instead. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's what it was.
I think so. And then people were like, oh, you're really going to ruin the day. And Ken Wisenhunt stunk. And he went to Arizona, right? Yeah. And then, Jim Caldwell was a pretty good Lions coach.
Yes, he was.
Just didn't know the rules, but sure.
Wore 2 watches.
By the way, the one thing we were talking about James Franklin, and I will give him, I will say that he did screw one thing up. What the hell was, Jim Caldwell kind of refreshed my memory when he did the back and forth thing. Remember, that was his
back and forth
explanation. Kind of why would James Franklin have 3 guys back near the, in the middle of the field for the winning field goal by Notre Dame yesterday? Why would he have 11 guys up front? He thought they were going to fake it?
Yeah.
Come on. Now that's something that you could rip James Franklin for.
Wait, like in the end, yeah, or unless he missed the kick and you could return it like a kick 6.
If it was blocked, yeah, but
what I didn't understand yesterday is you guys watched the broadcast. Now I know there's like 15 broadcasts, but what the hell was Greg McElroy talking about deep in that game? Remember, it was Notre Dame that had the ball, and they're trying to get in field goal range to end the game. He's like, I got to tell you, Sean, they don't want to score too quick. And Sean's like, they're not going to score a touchdown. They're looking for a last-second field goal. Did you hear this conversation?
Yeah, I do remember
and
that.
And McElroy just kept trying to defend. Oh, I'm just telling you, you don't want to leave
he's saying,
Penn State with 14 seconds to score a touchdown. I'm like, dude, they're not going to score a touchdown.
No, they're not. Because it was a great chess match where it's like, okay, I'm going to get you to burn all your timeouts. So James Franklin burnt his last timeout, so he couldn't even ice the kicker. So the kicker knew, once I went out there, you're done.
Right.
You got nothing left.
And it's weird.
And a kid named Jeter made a big kick.
Yeah. And the kid, and the kick first looked like it was going right. And then it just suddenly, the Lord sent it between the goalposts.
That's why it's called Touchdown Jesus.
Is that what it is? I mean, Touchdown Jesus wasn't even there yesterday.
He's always there.
He's always there. Okay, yes. I got you. I heard Riley Leonard's interview afterwards. He said Jesus was there.
I'm just, you know what? Just too easy. What do you got going on?
All right, so I got 2 things.
Right, David understand. It's just way too easy.
We got 45 minutes of amazing talk radio before we get you to Wings and Blackhawks. And I got two things. Number one, I was on a Chicago radio station yesterday. Very late.
I saw that.
You saw that?
Well, I saw you retweeted it or whatever.
Yeah. We were talking about Ben. They want Ben Johnson so bad. I didn't have the heart to tell him that Ben Johnson probably doesn't want them. But he asked me a question. The host asked me a question. Good dude. And it was about Lions fans, and I'm curious if I answered it correctly. So I want to give you my answer, and I'm curious if Lions fans agree with me. Also, with Texas playing tonight, I am so sick and tired of McConaughey and that stupid outfit that he wears. I loved it that he wasn't at the last game. He was filming a movie. I get so annoyed by this guy, so I'm curious who is the number one most annoying celebrity that follows these teams around. Like Will Ferrell's a USC guy. Doesn't annoy me that much.
But he goes to different games. Like I saw Will Ferrell was at the Michigan-Oregon game or Michigan-Texas game for some reason.
Bill Murray, big-time Cubs fan.
Yeah.
He's funny. You couldn't be annoyed by him.
Well, you could be like a lot of probably NFL people said, oh, they're going to show Eminem again?
There you go. I'm curious. Who is...
Or you can just chant Jared Goff.
Why does that bug you so much?
Why does McConaughey bug you so much?
That's a great response by you.
All right, Rico, Hatchet, Kenny, thanks for allowing me to sit in for the last 4 hours.
It's been a ball.
Riggs coming up next, and then Wings go for 6 in a row. Have a great weekend, everyone. 97 won the ticket.